Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Assassin, the Diplomat Thrillers Book 2, written by Tom Fletcher and read by Gareth Armstrong. Dedication to the peacemakers and activists protecting my descendants. It's a hoax. In my opinion, you have a thing called weather, and you go up and you go down. The climate's always been changing. President Donald J. Trump. How can we lose when we're so sincere? Charlie Brown, Peanuts. We practice selective annihilation of mayors and government officials to create a vacuum. Then we fill that vacuum. As popular war advances, peace is closer. Peruvian Shining Path Guerrilla General. Part 1. 3 stories. 1. Game Theory. The sunset was blood-red behind Mount Kenya. The heat of the day receded as the dead man drove towards the trophy hunter. There was snow on the jagged triangular peak of the mountain. Elias Abu Khalil kicked the orange dust from his khaki desert boots and stretched his legs out as he sank into the green canvas chair. The soil smelt of rain. He hated the din of the crickets, but it gave him an excuse for another shot of Black Label. It was cold and sharp in his dry throat. It had been another good day. Abu Khalil had expanded his collection of elephant tusks. Only the Moldovan had a fuller set. They had tracked the mother for 2 hours in the Land Rover before crouching downwind, still in the shade beyond the waterhole, watching as she and her 2 calves drank. Their trunks had blown and sucked in the water, a cacophony of air and sound, the mother always watching over her children. Uncomplicated lives, unaware of the danger. After several minutes, as their bodies cooled, they had stopped drinking and started to play. One calf boisterously ran between his mother's legs, while the younger calf wallowed in the muddy water. He had steadied himself, knees in the mud, while his Kenyan guide made the final checks of the weapon. He had licked the salty sweat from his upper lip. The late afternoon sun was hazy, intense. He felt his breath slowing, visualizing the finger on the trigger, the last breath before her death. The enjoyment was in the challenge, man against beast, surely the ultimate test of courage. In his house, in the mountains above Beirut, was a vast room built to exhibit his kills over the decades. Stuffed tigers, lions, elephant heads, animal skins on the floor. He enjoyed watching his visitors, wondering whether it was polite to walk around them. The product of years of hunting, not all of it his. Millions of pounds of fees for guides and bribes. He loved to offer his male guests their cigars below the largest beasts. Skill and patience were not enough. This was a hobby that demanded hard cash and sacrifice. It sorted the men from the boys, the strong from the weak. His sons understood that. The younger of the calves had nestled against its mother's side. At first she seemed to ignore her offspring, and then brought her trunk laboriously towards it and sprayed water along its back. The second, now jealous of the attention, had shoved against its mother's flank, nestling its head into her gnarled, leathery thighs. Elephants were more affectionate than any humans Abu Khalil had encountered. A sign of weakness. Once, an idealistic young diplomat had questioned Abu Khalil on his expensive hobby. Abu Khalil had listened patiently, curious as to why others didn't see the world as he did, how little some people understood about nature and man's domination of it. As he saw it, this mastery over the natural world was humanity's story, or certainly the story of man. The money spent on this trip alone would sustain all the struggling families around the Lua Downs Reserve for a year. And wasn't the hunter just one more predator in a world packed with them? Better to kill animals than other men. Abu Khalil had seen plenty of both and knew which he preferred. He was a predator, and if he didn't do it, someone else would. Survival of the fittest. A fly had disturbed the enjoyment of the moment before the kill, buzzing around his left ear. He had tried to swat it away, hoping for a few more minutes to relish the feeling of power and strength, a life hanging by a thread. The executioner waiting, the victim unaware that these were her final moments. But he was becoming irritated. The anticipation was no longer enough. He knew that the sun would soon start to fall behind Mount Kenya, and night would shift the odds away from him and back towards the wild. A glance at the guide, a lean, quiet Samburu, who nodded. The family of elephants were finishing and would soon move on. They might track towards the denser bushes and the treacly orange mud where even the Land Rover would struggle to follow. Abu Khalil caressed the trigger, feeling it warm against the skin of his finger. He aimed it at the side of the elephant, well away from the head. The flanks were worthless, but there was skill in the sighting, minimizing the damage to the carcass. A long, slow breath. 3 short pops, the ricochet hard against his shoulder to minimize the recoil. The animal looked startled at the noise before the pain. She stood shocked for a moment, only her eyes moving, alert to the danger to her calves. Her 2 children panicked, restless in the water as she stood, unsteady, and then her front knee bent. She paused like that for a few seconds, her head now cocked in pain. He wondered whether to take an extra shot, fearing she might stand and bolt. But why risk soiling the head? For a last moment, she was strong. Then time slowed, and she fell, undignified, into the mud. The sounds and smells of Africa seemed to recede. Her body twitched a little as it sank. The guide fired several further shots in the air, but her children refused to leave her side. In the end, they drove the Land Rover into the waterhole, revving its engine to drive them away. The calves had stood watching at a distance, distressed and unsteady, as Abu Khalil and the guide hacked at the elephant's neck with a panga, a crude but effective knife that many of the locals carried. The guide was swift, efficient, finding the angles through the bone and leathery skin. The blood was hot as it surrounded the carcass in the muddy water. There was skill in the butchery. Abu Khalil rested a foot on her flank as he watched, relishing the mastery. A good day, then. But tonight would be better. Some argued that hunting was only about conservation or protection of a way of life. Not Abu Khalil. For him it was about power. He had made a sizable bet with friends that he would kill a white rhino. There were only a handful still in the wild in Kenya, the product of a decades-long conservation project. Most were carefully guarded, with rangers nearby 24 hours every day. Abu Khalil's fixers had needed to pay off several senior Kenya Wildlife Service directors, and he had secured the services of a company of ex-Russian soldiers, now mercenaries, to provide security in case they ran into a trigger-happy anti-poaching unit. Everyone here was a mercenary. You just had to pay more than the other guy. The elephant's head now stood to the side of the camp. The guide had cleaned it up, tenderly scrubbing away the mud and the gristle of the neck. Abu Khalil cocked his own head as he looked at the trunk and tusks. She looked humbled. Her eyes would need to be pinned back open for the display case, maybe replaced with replicas. Once he had the rhino head, both would be carefully preserved, driven to Mombasa on the coast, and then shipped via Lamu to Cyprus, and then from there to Beirut. More expense, but every bit of it worthwhile, for the dinners he would host beneath their heads, cigar smoke and the cool aniseed of the arak hitting the back of the throat as he told once again the story of the raw intensity of the struggle between man and beast. These were victories to be savoured, again and again. He listened as the Land Rover approached. His askaris, all muscular bustle and tattoos, were alert. They did not know the new British guide, and they distrusted strangers. Many had seen colleagues killed or injured by anti-poaching teams, often trained and armed by the Brits. But Abu Khalil was relaxed. His friends in Syrian intelligence had carried out all the checks on this mercenary, a former sergeant major said to be mentally damaged by years of conflict in Iraq, but skills intact. Now one more gun for hire in a region full of them. They would simply have to keep him off the whiskey until the job was done. It would be good for the Russians to see a Brit in action, keep them on their toes. The Land Rover pulled up, a green short wheelbase with wheels caked in orange mud. The mercenary switched off the ignition and stepped down. He moved smoothly towards Abu Khalil, showing no signs of stiffness from the journey. He was tanned, lines around the alert eyes, 2 days of stubble, no sunglasses, and a dark brown cork hat. He wore khaki shorts and a light brown cotton polo shirt, open at the neck. A wiry, muscular physique, but not tall or bulging with the macho bravado of the Russians. Abu Khalil reckoned he had a couple of inches on the man. Elias spake. Abu Khalil smiled at the honorific. He had been a deputy prime minister in a short-lived Lebanese government. At that time, he had been on the other side, and the Syrians had tried to assassinate him in a car bomb. But he was tougher than the others. Guests were often told the story of him turning up afterwards to a cabinet meeting with his saline drip and cigar, as though it was the most normal thing in the world. He was a predator, he would tell them, never the prey. "And your real name, Sergeant Jones?" The soldier took his hat off and grinned. Abu Khalil felt there was something surprisingly innocent, childlike to him, a man who travelled light. "You know, if I told you that, I'd have to kill you." Abu Khalil guffawed and slapped him on the back. The right answer. "And we go tonight?" he asked. "If you're ready." The soldier stared back at him. Abu Khalil liked the nonchalant confidence, a simplifier, not a complicator. He wanted to know more about him, get his money's worth, make him part of the story he would tell. "We go, but first we eat." They did not speak much as they ate their simple meal of rice. No fire for now, so as not to draw attention to the camp. That was part of the drama. There would be plenty of time later for meat. And Abu Khalil preferred to hunt on an empty stomach. Jones ate efficiently and without relish, chewing slowly and carefully scraping the sides of the bowl with a hunk of bread. "You eat like a hungry man, Jones." The man was impassive. "When you miss as many meals as I have, you don't waste them." Abu Khalil grunted his approval. It had been a while since he had missed a meal, as his doctor kept reminding him. Something stopped him from showing Jones the head of the dead elephant. Later he would wonder if it was the only decision about Jones that he had got right. They checked the weapons methodically and climbed into Jones's Land Rover. Abu Khalil's security guards had looked over the vehicle, checking for any threats, and now stood scowling to one side. They had barely acknowledged the British soldier's quiet bonhomie. Abu Khalil waved them away, pleased to see that he'd impressed the soldier. He was probably used to escorting Japanese or Saudi glory hunters, not real men, who had also known real violence. They were both predators. The only difference was that Abu Khalil was paying. And then they were out into the African night. The crickets were quieter now, the pulsating noises of the afternoon replaced by the tension of the bush. Hunger, survival, death. The soldier drove carefully but confidently, the lights of the vehicle off. It was clear he knew the tracks and the car. Abu Khalil relaxed, holding his gun on his knees, relishing the feeling of adrenaline and the confidence of the whiskey. They did not speak. After half an hour, the soldier stopped the vehicle and held a finger to his mouth. They sat in silence for a few minutes before the soldier nodded for them to get out. Abu Khalil recognized the waterhole where he had killed the elephant earlier. He tried to make out the hulking remains of the carcass in the dark. There was no sign of the calves. Would they last the night without their mother to defend them? When he had first begun to hunt, he would sit for hours near the kill, watching as Africa disposed of its dead. The lions, never far away, would arrive first to tear at the flesh and sink their faces into the entrails, leaving their faces soaked in a light red blood. At first, there were moments of terror for the prey, and yet often the shock would kick in, and only the eyes would show the pain. When the lions were too full, groggy on their feed, to care to fight them off, the hyenas were normally next, ugly, deformed creatures that dragged the bones in different directions to take off any remaining flesh and suck noisily on the cartilage. Cackling and screeching, the jackals would spar with them for the remains. Then the vultures, waiting impatiently, would rip apart whatever was left, gnawing deep into bone to suck out the marrow. And then finally the unseen insects would dispose of the fragments. Every last piece of nutrition was drained from the creature. Abu Khalil liked the sense of hierarchy to it, a natural order. The problem with humans was that they had lost that sense of order. He enjoyed the way his voice became deeper after whiskey. He wanted to prolong the moment. "There's always a more powerful beast, Sergeant Jones. And tonight, that's me." The man glanced at Abu Khalil's ostentatious watch. "Not just tonight, I hear, Elias Bek. All those arms sales to the factions in Syria. How can you keep up with who is on which side?" Abu Khalil shrugged. "There will always be war. If I don't sell the weapons, someone else will. You're a man of violence, you know that. And you know who I am, where I'm from. You can't wait for death." The man nodded. Abu Khalil's father had been killed by a militia in front of him late in the Civil War. They had spared no one in the house but him, a child of 4. He sometimes claimed to remember watching them as they debated whether to kill him too, standing over his bed. He had later made them regret sparing him from the slaughter, seeking them out one by one. He had tied the man who killed his father between the bumpers of 2 of his cars and had him pulled slowly apart. Even his toughest bodyguards had looked away as the screams intensified, but Abu Khalil had stood close enough to hear the joints popping and the flesh continue to tear long after the whimpering had stopped. Abu Khalil shrugged away the memory. Like every orphan, I learnt that you have to use your power if you want to keep it. Survival of the fittest. The soldier noticed the way the hunter looked up at him, somehow seeking approval. A boy of 4 again. For a brief moment, he hesitated. But the moment passed. The soldier handed Abu Khalil the night vision glasses and gestured to a break in the trees. They moved slowly towards the spot, and the soldier placed a canvas on the ground, checking carefully for snakes. Abu Khalil lay on his front, scanning the open space ahead of them. The joy of big game hunting was in the tracking of the prey. It was easier tonight. The white rhinos were tagged, part of the conservation process. A significant element of the cost of the evening was the bribe to one of the monitors of their movements and the kit to hack the system. They waited, the soldier following the path of the rhino on a laptop. It was moving slowly towards the waterhole. 20 minutes, no more. You have kids, Jones? The soldier was silent. Abu Khalil sniffed, partly in irritation, partly in complicity. You gave every advantage to your kids and they were never grateful. The men waited. Through the sights, they eventually saw the white rhino lumber into view. It was magnificent, one of the last males, ponderous, heavy, but powerful. The animal's calves were creased by the heavy, slate-grey wrinkles of the hide. Abu Khalil grunted with pleasure and took out the weapon. The soldier nodded at him and edged back, leaving him to his moment. Worth it, Mr. Abu Khalil? Abu Khalil didn't notice the man's voice lose some of its deference. Not yet, Abu Khalil grimaced. Why the need to be so talkative now? But Jones persisted. And what next after the white? Is there anything you haven't yet killed? Abu Khalil felt his anger rising. The soldier was only a cameo in this story. He sniffed. People? I've seen plenty killed. There's no pleasure in that. The soldier nodded, grim-faced. Agreed. Abu Khalil grunted as he found a more comfortable position. But I respect animals more than humans. Less complicated. I'm with you on that, too. Abu Khalil watched the animal for a while, relishing once again the feeling of power and mastery. But he knew that the window for the kill would close. The white would not stay near the water for long, and the anti-poaching units were everywhere. After the shot, they would need to move fast to hack and saw the head from those powerful shoulders, get back to the camp, and clear out. He breathed out as he squeezed the trigger. But nothing. He glanced at the weapon with frustration. Again, nothing. Abu Khalil cursed silently. It might take months to get the chance again. Getting the kit right was what he paid other people for. He was impatient now. Jones, give me your fucking weapon. But there was silence behind him. Amateurs. Jones, fucking get on with it. We don't have long. Abu Khalil rose to his knees, feeling the stiffness in the joints, and turned. The soldier was standing behind him, his face hard to see in the dark. For the first time, Abu Khalil felt uncomfortable. His eyes narrowed. The soldier was impassive. What's happening, Jones? The voice was quiet, lower, more authoritative. We're evening it all up a bit. Abu Khalil was careful to avoid any catch in his throat. He stood, a first pang of regret that he hadn't brought some of the Russians along. Evening it up? The soldier nodded. His face was still impassive. Without relish, he drew a revolver and shot Abu Khalil once in each knee. Abu Khalil gasped as he jerked first left and then right and lurched forward onto the tarpaulin, sharp pain leaving him retching for air. He tried to reach for his weapon, but the soldier kicked it away. The soldier's voice remained efficient, calm. It's no use to you now. Abu Khalil was dizzy with the pain. There was blood spreading around him on the green canvas. He felt for his right knee, his hand sliding into a bloody mess of cloth, bone and flesh. He screamed with the pain. Where there had been silence, the sounds of Africa in his ears now felt deafening. He choked back a groan, trying to show no weakness. But why? The soldier had placed the weapon back in the holster. "It doesn't matter. Perhaps you just met a more powerful beast. I'm leaving now. Take this as an opportunity to show your famous courage." Abu Khalil looked at him with fury. "You bastard! I won't last an hour out here." "Not if you raise your voice like that. If you stay quiet, I'd give you until just dawn, probably. That's when the marsh pride normally arrive. You should hope they find you first. It'll be far quicker with them than with the jackals and hyenas. Save your energy." Abu Khalil felt despair flood through him. "I'll pay you whatever you want, anything. I can make your wildest dreams come true." The soldier cocked his head. "Believe me, you just have." He turned, walked slowly away, and started the vehicle, the sounds of Abu Khalil's curses in his ears. Abu Khalil tried one last time to stand, but fell forward again on the tarpaulin. He rolled onto his side to try to reach the weapon, but the pain in his legs was overwhelming. He strained his eyes in the darkness, looking for the first signs of movement. The night felt suddenly cold. "Do me one last favor. Tell me your real name." The soldier stayed long enough to watch the white rhino lumber off. "You can call me Nemesis." 2. Make America Hate Again. Orla Fitzgerald had expected to find her more charming. President Elizabeth Hoon's public persona was tough, steely, sharp. She liked it when people called her uncompromising, because she had learnt the hard way that compromise was weakness. The magazine profiles had been carefully choreographed to craft a sense of a private person devoted to her job. Of course, there were plenty of pieces out there telling the other side, the political coups, the driving ambition, the ruthlessness with opponents and allies. Orla had been writing about people like this for decades. She didn't want to tell either of those versions. Saccharine hagiographies were boring and unpersuasive. Hatchet jobs were predictable and rarely lasted beyond a media cycle. The public knew there must be more going on. Anyone could write a one-dimensional character. Orla was not going to be that writer. Orla had got where she had as a journalist by combining intense scrutiny with clinical detachment. The best profiles told a story, leaving the reader to draw their own conclusions. That meant that she had to find a way to stay detached and non-judgmental. But she also had to gain President Hoon's trust, maybe even her friendship, certainly her complicity. But to do that, you had to get close, which meant breaking down resistance from President Hoon and her aides. And now that she was closer, it was hard to be detached. No one had got this far in before, but what she had found was still somehow one-dimensional. It was beyond frustrating. Orla wondered if she was losing her powers of observation, her ability to see behind the curtain. However, this was a great gig, the ultimate, not to be wasted. Orla had spent years getting them to agree to her profiling the president. Perhaps Hoon had only agreed because she had wanted someone to find another dimension, to see some shades of grey. She had always scoffed at second-term presidents who sought a legacy, a place in history. She was not in politics to be loved, for gratitude. And yet, was it too much to ask to be understood? Orla had started with 3 questions. Who is Hoon, really? What does she actually stand for? And how had the presidency changed her? Orla's method was meticulous. She interviewed everyone she could, recording the conversations on her iPhone and filing them carefully. She read every word she could find on Hoon's background, upbringing, family, home, community, and she observed, seeking out quiet corners into which she could disappear. It was from one of those corners that she had seen the real president. Hoon debating with aides about how to defend a signature policy on immigration control against opposition attacks that it was victimizing minorities. The language had been worse than Orla could have imagined. In one meeting, Hoon had spat out the words, vermin, human scum, rats. Aides had looked awkwardly at each other, clearly immune to the tirade. They had heard it all before, but seemed embarrassed that someone else was there to witness it. But Orla hadn't heard it before, and she felt she was finally behind the veil, seeing Hoon without her guard up. Hoon had asked for more detail on migrant crime. "Give me stories. Human stories. Good, honest, hard-working people in our communities whose lives have been ruined by these people." When the accounts had been presented, she had pushed the folder of papers aside. "I need better stories." When these had failed to materialize, she had pushed for more. Then create the reality. Move more of these scum into peaceful areas. Make the confrontations happen. Wait until they do, and then make sure everyone sees what these invaders are really like. Let the libtards defend them if they still want to. In the weeks that followed, young male migrants from East Africa were denied food and then dropped off by vans in family restaurants in white upper-middle-class areas. The most violent migrant gangs were released from prisons and straight back onto the streets. Migrant beggars were delivered each day to shopping malls. Hoon wanted them seen for who she knew they were. The American people wanted a threat. They're not like us. We need to protect ourselves. Hoon's television network kept the issue at the top of the news agenda, fed off the backlash from liberals. Orla wrote and deleted, wrote and deleted. She wanted more texture, more nuance. But the challenge was that Hoon gave her none to work with. Hoon is a president setting out to prove her critics right. A celebrity billionaire who has cast herself as the voice of the ordinary American. A nation built on the promise of migrants is led by a president who hates them. Her presidency is the resignation of America as the beacon for liberty. And in the background, Hoon's media maintained the steady drumbeat of messaging. These people are different to us. They threaten our way of life. They are overwhelming our communities, changing our values. It is out of control. We have been too soft for too long. We can take you back to a time when the world was fairer, when you had more dignity. Everyone agrees with you, really. Don't let yourself be silenced. Life is unfair. We can give you a feeling of power again. Look at them close up. They are not like us. Sooner or later, every political leader needs someone to blame for the fact that they cannot change the world. Elizabeth Hoon had not taken long to decide who she blamed. After another onstage tirade, in which she had likened Mexican immigrants to snakes, Orla had asked her if she really believed it. She had hoped to detect the slightest of pauses, something she could write up as hesitation or even self-reflection, but Hoon had grinned past her, waving a fist at the adoring crowd, high on camaraderie and hate. The convoy had swept on, oblivious to the broken lives it would leave in its wake. Orla had not yet managed to forget everything she had been taught by the nuns at her convent school. It seemed to her that President Hoon had inverted the prayer of Assisi. Whether is love, let me sow hatred. Whether is pardon, injury. Whether is union, discord. Whether is faith, doubt. Whether is hope, despair. Whether is light, darkness. And whether is joy, sadness. She had not come to politics to unite, but to divide. And in her wake, others, in America and beyond, had concluded that this was the new politics. Autocrats in South America, Asia, Europe were taking pages from her playbook, growing in bullishness. America still set the tone, but the tone was one of sinewy rancour. The city on the hill was no longer shining. The message went out, to protect the people we must control them through fear and misinformation. Orla had hoped to extract some sense of apology or regret from Hoon as the violence increased and the polarization intensified. Migrant centres were burned, schools were barricaded, places of worship were vandalized, but Hoon offered nothing. She had nothing to regret. American carnage was where she drew her strength. Sometimes Orla envied Ed Barnes, his belligerent idealism. Sometimes she missed it more than she could admit to herself. Perhaps she even missed him a bit. She hadn't laughed enough in Washington. It was all so earnest. After 3 months trailing Hoon around the White House and the country, Orla had realized that she couldn't publish the profile. She couldn't find the extra dimensions she needed to Elizabeth Hoon. She couldn't tell a nuanced, challenging story. Orla had found the answers to her 3 questions. Elizabeth Hoon was a monster. She stood for nothing. And the presidency was making her even more dangerous. 3. A Good Man in Africa. Her Majesty's High Commissioner to Kenya hated reading before breakfast about who might kill him after it. Instead, he placed the red folder of intelligence to one side and returned to his scrambled eggs. He looked out over the lush Nairobi garden, his respite from the relentless platitudes and smug small talk of the diplomatic circuit. Ed Barnes had been in Nairobi for a year. His permanent secretary, Sir Angus Green, had taken advantage of the departure of the unlamented Foreign Secretary, Lynn Redwood, to quietly rehabilitate him after what the Foreign Office were now calling, with typical understatement, his Paris adventures. Angus hadn't meant the description as a compliment, and if he was honest, Barnes didn't care. Barnes had been walking on the South Downs when the call came. Angus, as ever, clipped, precise, infuriating. "Afternoon, Ed. Still saving the world?" Barnes tried to suppress any excitement in his voice. Was this the lifeline? Angus needed no encouragement in imagining how much Barnes needed the call. "Mainly just trying to save myself these days." "Too much bonhomie?" "What do you need, Angus?" The deflection. "Stephanie doing okay." For someone who had helped a woman commit suicide to save her father from the truth about his wife's affair? His daughter was okay? "She's fine, Angus." A diplomatic pause. Neither wanted to pursue the conversation, yet they both knew it had to be given space before they could move on. "I gather she's still quite a handful." The Saudi ambassador had stormed out of a recent reception that Barnes and Stephanie had attended, seething at Stephanie's questions over mistreatment of migrant workers in his country. When the Saudi had said that women had equal rights, Stephanie had asked when that meant a woman would be head of state. The inevitable complaint had come in from the embassy in London, straight to Angus. "I wouldn't want it any other way," Barnes grunted. He might once have made excuses. "And your lot?" Barnes could imagine a shrug at the other end of the line. So many of his diplomatic relationships seemed to come down to a shrug. The problem with understanding the theatre of diplomacy was that you recognized that everyone else was also acting. But at least they were both ready now to get to the substance. Yet Angus paused again, this time a genuine hesitation. His wife had died in the first wave of the pandemic. "They miss her. But we're fine." He was silent for a moment, and Barnes let it rest, wondering as ever how many intelligence agencies were listening to the call. What was there still to say, anyway? Would his grandchildren dig up a Russian file cataloguing the moments that would have been better forgotten? A lifetime of changing the subject. "Congrats on the Oxford job." Angus was soon to be installed as a master of a college. Ideal combination. Decent endowment, Dons said to be not too restless, incompetent predecessor. "You'll be glad to be free of all the intrigue." "I'll be happy there would be so much more of it. They asked me at the interview whether I had any experience of negotiation." A chuckle. "I said that apart from the IRA, Hamas and the Shining Path, I'd not had much use for it. One Don muttered something about how an Oxford governing body would be much harder than all that." Barnes smiled despite himself. "I've always wondered what those jobs actually involve." "Me too. Hosting dinners, the rites of passage, a bit of ceremony, some glad-handing, impromptu speeches, setting the tone. So, should be well within the comfort zone." Barnes was happier for his old friend than he could let on to him. Angus had let him down, but his adventures in Paris had taught him that there were only so many grudges you could hold. Seeing death up close was the ultimate reminder that life was short. Too short. "So, what do you really need, Angus? I'm assuming you're not calling to tell me I'm your successor." Angus had the kindness not to laugh out loud. "Indeed, but we do need you, actually. We all feel bad that you had such a rough landing. I'll be finished soon, and a new generation will forget us both. But Lynn Redwood's gone, thank God. It's time for you to come back. You look a bit aimless, listless." "Back?" Barnes looked out across the hillside towards the English Channel. "The mothership, Ed. You and I aren't really built for anything else. I don't see you on the government relations circuit, and I suspect you don't have the patient acquiescence for an Oxbridge college. Your tolerance for bullshit seems to have become less honed than mine." Barnes waited. If it was a big job, Angus would have got to it by now. There would be more of a sense of relish, less of an air of faint embarrassment. He felt the resentment of the power imbalance surge again. He kicked the chalky ground. Let's get it over with. "But, Angus, there's bound to be a but." Angus hesitated. "You're still pretty toxic, you know that. Not many ambassadors go rogue, charging around Lebanon, France and Denmark, leaving a trail of destruction. We do prefer you to remain on piste. The Americans will be livid when they find out we're rehabilitating you. Rehabilitate? Barnes didn't want to play another power game. If it's got this far, you've asked them already, and they've worked out if they care enough to make something of it. Angus chuckled. Touché. Barnes felt his old friend enjoying the moment of power. He prepared himself to be disappointed or magnanimous, and to ensure Angus didn't know the difference. Perhaps Angus was tiring too. The next meeting would be waiting, another colleague to humiliate, or visiting ambassador to patronize. It's Nairobi, Ed. You always told me you wanted to go back one day. It's the least I can do. Indeed, the very least. But Barnes felt more positive than he let on. Far from London, sunsets and sunrises, his own ship again, gin, a bit more edge in former colonies, even if you took the blame for it all. Angus let his exasperation show. Come on, Ed, there's lots going on. The terrorist threat from Al-Shabaab means the Home Office will read your reports. Trying to keep our DFID colleagues on the same reservation. Trying to keep the spooks within, or at least close to the lines. Tricky, historical baggage, corruption, a shaky mission, bit of business, decent weekends to escape on safari, and you've always said you liked going back to the places you served in. Plays to that sentimental nostalgic in you. Barnes thought of his old and violent friend Max Crawford, buried in the ruins of a warehouse in Copenhagen, giving his life to protect him. Max would approve of Kenya, get off grid, proceed until apprehended. Let me think about it, Angus. I genuinely appreciate you giving me another run. I know you would have spent some genuine capital. Angus allowed a small amount of calculated irritation to come through. Can you think about it fast? I don't have much margin, and I need to let the front-runner down. She won't be happy. Barnes had continued his walk. The hills had been a refuge, but also a prison. He had left Angus hanging 2 days longer than Angus had asked, and then agreed to go, but on one condition, that he became a UK climate change envoy. Nairobi housed the ineffectual UN Climate HQ, UNEP. He would be accredited to that. He might learn something. It would keep him sharper, and provide an alibi when he needed to say no to receptions. But mainly it might be the only way to get Stephanie to come with him, and that was the only way to make it all stack up. And here she was now, arriving at the same moment as more tea, toast and scrambled eggs, all served on white crockery with a British crest. White cotton dress, hair swept back, there was a light breeze and the air was still cool. Enjoying the intel, Pops? Is today the day they're going to splat you? She made the bomb gesture with her hands. He rolled his eyes theatrically, but he was pleased to see her, and pleased she cared. Late one, Steph? He asked. She shrugged. Think so. We found a great club, basement, decent live Zanzibari music. No expats or Kenya cowboys, real people. Decent Tusker, too? They were serving dawa, medicine. Vodka with lots of honey, fresh limes, ice. You should come next time. You might like it more than you realize. Maybe even meet someone. Or invite Orla along. She winked. They tucked into the eggs with gusto. How's the day looking? Better already. He always felt so much better when she was there. Heavy. I'm sending a management officer home for misconduct. Need to kick the visa section. They seem to see their job as saying no to as many Kenyans as possible in as unpleasant a manner as possible. Doesn't help that their minister agrees. And I need to get on top of the programme for the Princess Jane visit. President Obwacha is miffed over something about human rights the junior minister said in Parliament. So, no drama, really. The usual. All sounds in your comfort zone, Pops. I read something cool on Twitter. Write down a list of those who energise you. Work more with them. Write down a list of people who leave you feeling drained and unexcited. Work less with them. Talking of which, did you read that the Lebanese arsehole disappeared? Barnes had known Elias Abu Khalil, the Lebanese arsehole, during his time in Lebanon, when he had been invited to dinner at the man's macabre house, surrounded by dead animals. He had felt duty-bound to invite Abu Khalil back when he had heard he was visiting Kenya. The man had sat at the residence table like he owned it, barking orders at Barnes's staff, holding court with legs spread wide. A status watch. Stephanie had inevitably fallen out with him fast. Barnes had just seen the article in the Daily Nation. I'm curious, maybe the anti-poaching lot. Decent scalp for them if so. I'm sure the spooks will tell me. Unlamented, I agree. Too right. One less Bwana Mkubwa, treating Africa like he treats women. They ate in silence for a moment, Barnes refilling her tea before the cup was finished, trying to hide his slight disapproval at his daughter's enthusiasm for the hunter's death. If the story hit the UK press, it would knock the tourist numbers. Not a problem for Barnes, fewer Brits, fewer headaches, but a kick for the travel guides, the bird spotters, the Kenyans working in the lodges. The small people always took the real hit. "You okay, Pops? Your shoulders are sagging. Surely Jim and David can handle all of that." The High Commission had a gay couple as Deputy High Commissioner, job sharing. Each would work 2 to 3 days a week in the mission, where they hosted popular dinners. Some of the Kenyan ministers sniggered, but Barnes was delighted, partly because they were so good at it all, partly because they were fun to work with, and partly out of mischief, enjoying how much it unsettled some of those same sniggering ministers. He sighed. "I just worry it's all a bit futile. We're just reacting to events, reporting events, never behind the events. Everyone used to think we were running this country, even when we weren't. Now they don't think we're competent enough to be that cunning. Global Britain is a joke. Moving the chairs on the Titanic has become Britain's national sport. What's it really all for?" Stephanie slammed down the cup and turned hard towards him. Her eyes were piercing, bright. "Then stop moving the chairs around, Dad. Snap out of it. Start doing stuff. The only issue that really matters here is climate. The only issue that matters anywhere is climate. You know that. You're only a few weeks away from the biggest climate conference in years. You need to get up to UNEP and shake the place by its throat before it's too late. Why are they there? Where's the urgency? Maybe it will take a few more dead bad guys." This was not the first time she had flared up on this. He hadn't yet found a way to respond. He glanced towards the house, wondering if he could manufacture a reason to escape. I know. I care as much as you do. Really, I do. But I'm just trying to work out which levers to pull, what they connect to. The Jordan conference is off track. Make or break, as our leaders say about every climate conference. The last summit that can make the change before it's out of our hands. A minute to midnight, and all we're doing is haggling over communique language, as usual. I spent 3 days last week trying to get small island states to agree to a trade-off over finance for adaptation, yet half of them won't exist in 20 years. She placed a hand on his arm, preventing him from rising from the table. "So why not tell the world that?" Barnes raised his hands in mock defeat. "Diplomats are the ripples in the pond, not the stone that creates them. What's idealism without a bit of purpose? It's just virtue signalling, Steph." "But purpose without idealism is just activity, Dad. Do you want attention for what you're doing, or who you are?" "Can I not have both?" Why was he always losing the argument with her? Stephanie glared back at him. "The trouble with you is that you're too stubborn to acknowledge how stubborn you can be." Barnes felt his anger rising. "Me? You're the stubborn one in this family." And then he caught her eye, the sense of mischief back. They both grinned. She cocked her head. At least he was exasperated. She wanted more of that. "Well, you better get on with it. We've not got long." Barnes nodded, relieved they were back on a level. "We'll get another few years here." Stephanie rose from the table and gave her father a supportive squeeze on the shoulders. She felt him relax. He saw the intensity return. "Seriously, Pops. Not you and me in Kenya, swanning around the diplomatic circuit with the excellencies. The whole fucking lot of us." 4. The Dealer. Michael Cameron ran his hands through his hair, then checked his teeth and nostrils in the changing-room mirror. He hated nasal hair. It reminded him of his father. It had been another great show. The transgender activist had got angry under the presenter's persistent questioning of their motives. Michael had felt the moment where the audience shifted in the anchor's favour and had gently backed off, leaving space for the guest to overreach and get angry. By the end of the interview, they'd been blustering, allowing his star presenter to quietly turn to the camera, pause, and get the catchphrase in. "You're still just about free to think. Make your own minds up." This was free speech in glorious, unrestrained action. The combat of the arena. He didn't personally have a problem with the woke brigade, nagging and feeble as they were, though they could be tiresome in their exhausting sincerity. Neither did his network really have an axe to grind. It was just good TV. Sometimes it was great TV. But they knew their audience at home were incensed at being treated like bigots, at being asked to hold their tongues. When had their views been deemed unacceptable? And who decided? They wanted the inconsistencies in the arguments exposed, or at least confirmed in their own eyes. They were sick of feeling guilty, of being corrected by their kids, of having their prejudices called out. Their free speech mattered, and they had woken up to find they no longer knew what they were allowed to say anymore. The section with the environmental activists had also been strong. As ever, Cameron had watched from midway back in the audience, feeling every twist and turn through their reactions, sensing the mob twist and turn, hearing their buttons being pressed. The producers had done well in finding two such unsympathetic characters. The middle class, entitled grunge wannabe, chaining himself, or whatever his pronouns were today, to petrol pumps until Dad's trust fund money ran out, curling his lip at decent hard-working Americans as they tried to fill their tanks and get on with their lives. A great nemesis. And the Mexican immigrant, spending her days protesting against the country that had taken her in with generosity and without hesitation or complaint. If she hated America so much, why not go to somewhere where climate destruction was really happening? Brazil, for example. Why weren't they chaining themselves to the rainforest rather than American cars? The room was kept warm to increase the audience's sense of discomfort and anger. It was the hypocrisy of it all that he loathed, and that was what he loved to expose. The gentle, chiding questions, the innocent misunderstandings, beating them with their own arguments, exposing the inconsistencies. The audience numbers for Wake Up America were growing, and if defending freedom of speech was so lucrative, surely that was a win-win. Next week was abortion, always a polarizer, then gun control, guaranteed to create waves. There were two sides to every story, and the public deserved to hear both of them at volume, even, especially, if that hurt the feelings of the woke brigade and their snowflake social media allies. There was always a feeling of triumph after a great show, the noise of the audience, the lights, the adrenaline, the defeated adversary, the pumped-up presenter, the backslaps of the producer. Sometimes, on the best days, a rare text from his dad to say, "Well done." The dopamine hit of seeing the video clips start to go viral. YouTubers would watch along and share their videos, whooping with delight as the interviewees took the hits. The TV show built on the idea that there were two sides to every story. The social media follow-through was built on sharing just one of them, pumping it into the starch and sugar belt of those left behind by America. For his presenters and for the network, this was the sweet spot. The deplorables had a right to deplore something too. Anger sold. It was a way to make the powerless feel more powerful by giving them someone or something to hate. The melancholy usually came later, as the thrill wore off. But tonight he was determined to stall that moment. He had arranged for a fresh delivery of cocaine. Pure, reassuringly expensive. He was waiting for his man in the room that he insisted was always 64 degrees Fahrenheit. He tried to control the impatience, one knee rocking as he scrolled through his phone. The dealer arrived at precisely the moment he had been promised, 10 p.m. Two short but firm knocks on the door. Security had been asked to let him through, looking after the Cameron family often involved, looking the other way. The bodyguard opened the door swiftly, ushering the man inside and nodding at his boss. The dealer was taller than Cameron, but most people were. That was one of the reasons why he preferred being off-camera. The dealer was also older than he'd expected, despite being told by the middleman that he was not the usual type. White, rugged, slightly tanned, smile wrinkles around the eyes and the sides of the mouth. He wore a dark blue shirt, closely fitted, and dark blue cotton trousers. He was clearly fit, but didn't feel the need to show it. As with everyone he met, Cameron looked immediately for weakness. Broken family, insecure about aging, race, class, poverty, running from a distant crime. This guy might tick all the boxes. "Thanks for coming. I hear great things about your product." "You made it worthwhile." The dealer's voice was gruff, curt. That was normal. They were not here to make friends. But Cameron was still pumped up. "Watch the show tonight?" A brief shake of the head. "TV is overrated." Not blessed with charm, this one. The English accent was less polished, less entitled than those Cameron knew from the parties he and his father threw for the UK politicians on their books. Obviously not a decent school, and yet a sense of confidence in it, a man used to being listened to. Ex-military? He was intrigued, but he knew the drill. You never asked their name. "Is it true you bring this up yourself from Peru?" The Cameron family had growing interest in Peru. fossil fuels, a big untapped market, especially with many companies feeling the pressure from the wokerati to disinvest. The dealer shrugged. Yes, my clients prefer me to supervise it all myself. That works for me too. I'm in no hurry to be somewhere else. It's a pretty violent trade, isn't it? Getting worse, I hear. Cameron was still probing for the mask to slip, the point of leverage to become obvious, or at least for a decent story to recount later. The dealer's face was impassive as he placed his bag carefully on the table. I've seen worse. You like killing? The dealer held his gaze for the first time since they'd shaken hands. Cameron thought he saw sadness behind the stubborn resolve, maybe a flash of anger suppressed. Then, impassive again. Not usually. The dealer unzipped his bag and placed the 2 packets of white powder on the table between them. He opened the face of his palms to signal that Cameron should try it. Powerful hands. Cameron shook his head dismissively. The checks had all come through fine. Personal recommendations combined with some intel on the dealer, enough of a backstory, and the man would know that Cameron could drive him out of town if he let him down. Suitably anonymous, discreet. There was no need to prolong this. He wanted to be alone with a product. This guy was clearly not going to be as interesting as what he had delivered. People tended to be a disappointment. I'll make the transfer tonight. The dealer seemed to sigh, like a man unreconciled to himself. Try it first. I want to make sure you're happy. Cameron shrugged. He didn't need to be asked twice. He leant forward over the table, licked a finger. The anticipation was always the best part. He inhaled the cool of the room. He deserved this moment. Minutes later, the security team looked away as the dealer headed quietly back down the corridor and out into the New York night. They found Cameron's body an hour later, face down in the cocaine. His neck had been expertly broken. When they checked his account, the money had been transferred to a small charity in the UK for the families of military veterans. His father, more heartbroken than either he or Cameron would ever have imagined, decided not to contest it or to publicize the case. Better to erase the boy from the family's story. A key advisor of the firm had called it sunk costs. But the costs were not completely sunk. The media empire that had seemed so unassailable was now airless and grieving. It started to break apart, the air knocked out of it. The Peru deal fell through, and a new government in Lima banned other international companies from fossil fuel exploitation. The planet gained some time. The dealer disappeared. 5. Off the record. Orla watched Brad Curtis carefully. The White House Chief of Staff had put on even more weight in recent weeks. He had always looked anxious, but the nails were now bitten further, the eyes more deeply sunk. He looked like a man defeated, rather than a victorious consigliere with the world at his feet. A walking heart attack. She had been pushing for some time for the interview. At last she had a chance to build some fresh material into the Elizabeth Hoon story, perhaps to finally find the glimmer of humanity in her subject. Failing that, maybe some kind of new evidence against Hoon could justify this increasingly hopeless mission that Orla realized she'd undertaken. Curtis didn't look like he wanted to be there, or anywhere. The usual dance over attribution eventually settling on his wishes. Deep background not for quoting. So why are you really writing this, Orla? He took a long swig of his red wine, not pausing to savor it. Orla had pressed him to do the interview over dinner, away from the White House. There had been many false starts. Even now his eyes darted to his phone, face up on the table, so that she could see the messages come in. How long did she have? Orla didn't really have a plan. She was going on instinct. Find a connection, join the dots. You've read the files, Brad. You know what I do. I find the personality behind the public figure. Bring that out for the reader. The real question isn't why I'm here, but why you let me in. Curtis glanced again at his watch, a small grin of acknowledgement. He knew that Orla knew that he had strongly opposed the invitation to her. In the end, it had been Hoon's narcissism that made it happen. What harm could the Irishwoman do? If she wrote a hatchet job, ignore it, or tell the base that it was another liberal effort to stop their person delivering for them. And Hoon never had any doubt that proximity to her would win anyone over. Failing all that, well, as she had made clear, then it was her chief of staff's job to make it go away, or she would find a chief of staff who could. Curtis added more ketchup to his well-done steak, stealing a glance at the way Orla's blouse was taut across her breasts. At least she was a looker, amid the silicon and Botox of a Hoon entourage. Was he relaxing a little? And are you getting anywhere with our dear leader? Curtis had, of course, seen Orla's notes, at least the ones she kept on her laptop. He had felt the frustration in the feedback from her increasingly curt interviews with staffers. You know I'm not, Brad. So what am I missing? How can I make this fresher? She leant across the table, taking off her glasses, a small smile at the side of her mouth as she tried to hold his eye. Curtis shifted uneasily in his seat. He glanced again towards his phone. A shrug. Orla sighed. This wasn't the way to him. Is this where you threaten my access, Brad? Make it even harder for me? Or are you just here to make sure that you come out of it well? Orla was searching his face for clues. He looked uncomfortable, but then he always did. Why did anyone want that job? She wondered how much longer he would live at this intensity. Hoon had burnt through 4 chiefs of staff. She scented blood. Just a speck of it, but there was something there. Another change of tack. So what's your plan, Brad, once all this is done? A pained smile, but he put down his cutlery. I've always wanted to visit Ireland, explore my ancestors a bit, get in touch with my roots. Orla was used to this conversation. It seemed everyone in Washington was part Irish. She had long stopped rolling her eyes when they took it in this direction. If flirtation and menace were not the way through, perhaps nostalgia was. Where would the family be from, then? She heard herself dial up the accent. Curtis was more engaged now. Kinsale, we think. I've done a bit of research. In moments in airport lounges or when the president is sleeping, we seem to have run a small guest house on the cliffs overlooking the sea. Orla heard his voice soften and leant back in her chair, letting him enjoy the fantasy. She despised him. Oh, it's a beautiful part of Ireland, Brad. You'd love it. So much sky and sea and air. The fish is to die for. Good people. They sat in silence for a moment. Without checking, Orla ordered them 2 more glasses of red wine. Curtis had started hacking at his steak again. Orla took a bite of salad, more out of politeness than hunger. She leant forward so that he could see more of her neck. So, how is she really, Brad? Curtis smiled, one eyebrow raised. Off the record still? To be honest, by this stage of the presidency, the challenge is not rationing the time that other leaders get in the White House, but rationing the amount of time our dear president spends alone. Orla cocked her head slightly. But you pretty much fill her diary, Brad. His tongue flicked across his mouth, but missed the piece of spinach between his front teeth. The alternative is more dangerous, but I reckon I've developed the art of predicting her unpredictability. President Hoon watches 2 television channels, one of which she owns. She doesn't read and never listens to her briefings. So while you can't necessarily control what she hears, you at least know what she is hearing. Let him show off a bit. So that's why you always get the friendly commentators, the loony-hoonies on, when you know she's unscheduled, when she must be watching. Curtis hesitated for a moment, but he was now starting to thaw. I guess so. Our media strategy is no longer about influencing the public. The White House has long given up on that. It's now purely about keeping the most powerful woman on the planet from chucking her toys out of the pram and her weapons out of the Pentagon. This was better than expected, but still not really any kind of revealing insight. So that's how you see my role, writing truth to power, but not too much truth. And meanwhile, she continues to prove her critics right. The administration mires itself even more in policy paralysis and inertia. Key jobs are left unfilled. Washington girds its loins for another long attritional battle against you all in the White House. And all that suits Hoon. But does it really suit you, Brad, personally? Curtis now leant back in his chair. He was appraising her carefully. The ruthless political operator was back. He scratched his chin. A weaponized silence. She could see him choosing his words again. Another change of tack. Who does she actually like, Brad? He smirked. Not me, for sure. And not her voters. Hoon was notorious for avoiding any physical contact with her base, or anyone else. And yet she trusts them. Brad Curtis half choked, half coughed. Certainly not them. She joked the other day that her voters were too dumb to be allowed guns. Orla stored this fact away. Quite a handy quote from a White House source, even if he would not put his name to it. She narrowed her eyes. I'm just trying to figure out how she ended up like this. That suit of armor. Okay, Brad, scratch that. Tell me about today. You get more time with her than anyone. What does that involve? You know how this works. I need some colour, some detail. Curtis chewed his lip. She could sense him deciding whether to advance or retreat. A large fan whirred into action above them. The polls were terrible this morning. I'm not sure our drive-by shtick is working. It has served us well. Pick a new target and focus all the attention on the fight with them. Whip up emotions, then move on before everyone turns up with facts and reason. The problem is that after a while you've used up all the targets. I need to find her more adversaries, ideally domestic ones. Orla sensed that at last he was ready to show the part of his hand that he had come to show. And if not, Brad? Then she'll start to choose the wrong targets. We're now in uncharted waters. Today I'd hoped to get to her before she switched on cable news, or more dangerous, a Twitter account. I neutered the coverage on the panels she watches first thing, threatening lawsuits against the channels, barking at our donor pals who own the networks. Orla thought about interjecting, but decided to let him carry on. But social media is another ballgame, as you can imagine. Usually I meet the president in the Oval for the intelligence briefing. Our officials have been instructed to share no sensitive intelligence that might be retweeted or repeated during the day, so there was little of any real substance. But I used the session to give myself the authority within the system to make the calls I know America wants. The arrangement works well for all of us. The president doesn't need to be in on the detail of where U.S. troops are kicking ass, which leaders to blow off or blow up, or how to manage the fucking UN Security Council. I can handle all that for her. Orla picked up her notepad to make a note. Curtis paused, more for theatre than because he was worried about which parts were on or off the record. They were beyond that. Don't worry, Brad. You know I won't choose anything you don't want me to. Curtis guffawed. Orla Fitzgerald. I wouldn't be saying anything I didn't want you to use. A bit of whimsical Irish coastline, intriguing tits, and a decent steak doesn't change that. The only question is how and when you use this. On that, we negotiate. She refused the bait and nodded at him to carry on. Curtis waved a waiter away. Today I opted not to wait in the Oval. Instead, I told staffers, who were already nervous about what might happen today, that I would brief the president in her private apartment. If she'd been online, I would need to act as a shock absorber. I can't risk more staff being bullied towards resignations, tell-all books, probably with you, and primetime interviews. Arriving in her living room, it was damn clear that she'd been online. Tables ass over tit, a TV ripped out of its bracket, a vase smashed, flowers scattered, and water running down the wallpaper. I tracked the carnage into the next room. It looked like a tsunami had crashed through, or the president had pressed the nuclear button. She was sat deep in an armchair, arms draped over the edges, a prize fighter who had taken one bout too many. Orla raised an eyebrow. Good colour, not usable any time soon, but would add to the narrative. But why was he telling her all this now, even on background? Curtis picked up a toothpick, started to maneuver gristle from his teeth, and continued, Looking to buy time, I briefed her on the China situation. More military exercises around Taiwan. I wanted enough clearance to take to the NSA for us to push back harder. We looked too weak, but I overdid it. The president made clear to me in her way that she regarded China's actions as off-limits. She went into conspiracy mode. They've always hated me. Some pretty racist stuff, even by our standards. I tried to reason, but she became more fired up. Against my counsel, she demanded to see the chiefs. That hadn't appeared anywhere on the calendar shared with the press corps. She tried to ignore the toothpick in his mouth. This was today, Brad. No hesitation. Yes, clearly a bad idea. But I'm just her chief of staff, as she loves reminding me, and meeting the chiefs always puts her in a worse mood. She thought that they were patronizing her. Right, of course. The meeting went real bad. She demanded information, targets. The chief admiral argued that she was playing into our enemy's hands, but you know the president. Her mind was elsewhere. She was impatient for the fight. I think she's getting dangerously fixated on the wrong threat. China. I get why we shouldn't dial it up, but why the wrong target? Curtis winced. That's why I need you to write. That's why I've come round to your project. Orla flushed. I'll write what I want. That's always been the deal. Curtis leant across the table, one fist clenched, fully present now. Write it how you want, Orla, but you've got to get the message across to the president that this is the wrong target. Stick to migrants, Mexicans, Arabs, queers, minorities, single moms, targets that can't fight back. And what if I choose not to write that? Curtis snarled. Then I'll give the biggest story in Washington to someone else. Paula was not put off. She still needed the quote. A senior source, maybe a senior White House source, something that she could use with complete authority. She paused to let the bait settle, but not so long that Curtis could move on. Her voice was calm, slower now. And what's the biggest story in Washington, Brad? What is the thing you're dying to say? He chuckled, admiring her patience, but relishing the moment. He stood to leave, but paused and moved to her side of the table. Stood over her, too close. She ignored the strain of the stomach against the shirt buttons, the theatrical adjustment of his groin, and held his gaze. She wondered whether he would be angry later about the spinach between his teeth. Curtis thrust his hands into his pockets. She felt the intensity in him rise and then subside, saw the insecurity, saw for the first time the deep fear. She resisted the urge to prompt him again. Let him get there. His voice was thinner. That the greatest threat to U.S. national security is our own president. 6. Red List. There is a heightened threat of terrorism, including terrorist kidnappings, across Kenya. Attacks, including terrorist kidnappings, could target Westerners, including British nationals. Attacks could occur at any time, including around religious or other public holidays or celebrations. Attacks could be indiscriminate in places frequented by foreigners, including hotels, bars, restaurants, sports bars and nightclubs, sporting events, supermarkets, shopping centres, commercial buildings, coastal areas including beaches, government buildings including embassies, airports, buses, trains and other transport hubs. Places of worship, including churches and mosques, have also been targeted. British nationals are advised to be extremely vigilant in these areas. You should avoid regular patterns of movement and aim to travel during daylight hours. UK Travel Advice, July 2023. Ed Barnes arrived at the High Commission feeling more energised than he'd expected. The road down from Muthaiga to the centre of Nairobi had been less congested than usual, mercifully, and Henry had made better time, swinging in and out of the traffic with bravado. They used the Jag very rarely, normally for state occasions or business events where he needed a bit of extra dash. For day-to-day movements, he and his security team preferred armoured Range Rovers, much easier to manoeuvre between tight spots and higher off the ground. Both the driver and the principal bodyguard, sat in the front, were armed. Barnes had long since stopped noticing the weapons. The system only worked if you trusted it completely. Today, Raoul was the main BG. He would be with Barnes everywhere he went outside the High Commission and was dressed as closely as possible to him. However bad you are with names, Barnes had told a younger colleague heading out to a high-threat post, you never forget a BG's name. He had watched the training exercise where they took the bullet for him. He had imagined how he would try to explain that to a widow. A second black Range Rover followed, occasionally swapping places with the car carrying Barnes. It had long stopped being disorientating to swing in and out of traffic and take sudden detours. Keep moving forward, don't be predictable, Max Crawford would have approved. Barnes thought often of Max. Had it really just been loyalty, maybe even friendship, that had motivated him to save his life in Copenhagen? Barnes didn't feel that same sense of loyalty to any individuals anymore, except Stephanie. For Emma, the wife who had left him, he felt instead a residual pool of affection, the product of shared experience, of accumulated time. And he knew how important she still was to Stephanie, despite his daughter's continued fury at her betrayal. Whatever had come between them, they had created something extraordinary. Max Crawford had protected Stephanie too, like his own daughter. Protected her in ways that Ed could not have done. Barnes had been at Crawford's funeral, invited as an ambassador rather than a friend, which is what Crawford might have expected. After the formalities at the Hereford base, the last post and flag at half-mast, they had moved to a quiet church in Hay. Barnes had listened closely as the sons told their stories, quietly and without drama. There had been none of the daring-do and adventure that Barnes had anticipated, no former commanding officers reading the citations for valour. Instead, simple recollections of family and friends. Crawford watching sport, mending a fence, camping in the garden with the boys, listening to music, doing the washing up. An ordinary life in between the unspoken of extraordinary moments. One of his former command had spoken about him as a mentor, calm under pressure, never striking fear into his men in the same way he did to his enemies, quietly kind, genuinely loved, genuinely respected. It had all been swift and unfussy, as Crawford would have probably insisted it would be. His favourite quote from General Gordon, "England was never made by her statesmen. England was made by her adventurers." A quiet dignity to the family, a 1950s funeral in an Instagram world. As his last ambassador, Barnes had read If, his favourite poem. His voice had only faltered in the first line, on keeping one's head, while everyone else was losing theirs. Barnes thought of Crawford often. Sometimes he felt he heard his voice. No casket, with the body still somewhere under the wreckage of the US airstrike in that Copenhagen warehouse. Crawford had always claimed not to want an oak suit. No press coverage beyond a small piece in the regiment's gazette, giving the official story of a training accident. Barnes had sat briefly with the family afterwards. There had been little emotion. They were managing the day, managing the guests. Steely, resolute, chips off the old block. Talk of logistics, plans, the news, moving forward. No sense of regret. Stoic sacrifice. It was always hardest, watching the family. He had not wept that day until he got to the car. He had pulled over twice on the way home as the grief took him and shook him. Barnes sniffed and cleared his head as the Range Rover pulled up to the gate of the High Commission. This was always the point of maximum threat, the one predictable move between leaving the residence and getting to the relative safety of the main compound. The bodyguard in the front seat shifted in his seat, eyes darting up and down the road. The guards on the gate swiftly ran the mirrors under the vehicle for car bombs, signalled for the bollards to come down, and they were through. He no longer noticed the slight unclenching in his stomach. Sometimes in the early days, Barnes had looked at stationary cars as they passed, wondering if they would be the one that would kill him. Would they waste a decent car for the bomb? Or were the clapped-out rust buckets really the ones to worry about? One unwanted Lebanese export to Kenya had been expertise on wiring up a parked vehicle. He had seen the smouldering wreckage of the armoured car of one Lebanese prime minister. The armour only went so far. Henry opened the heavy door, and Barnes jumped out, a spring in his step. He nodded at Raoul, the hint of a wink. The alternative to survival never discussed between them. "Thanks. See you for the Chinese do. Let's see what joys my colleagues have waiting for me today." As ever, the BG half smiled back, professional complicity, but no more. He didn't know or care what happened in the High Commissioner's meetings. He was looking forward to his coffee. Barnes always took the stairs up to the office, partly to send a message to the staff about saving energy, leading by example, but mainly because he, quietly backed up by Stephanie, was determined that Kenya shouldn't be the three-stone posting it had been for his unlamented predecessor. Penny Rainsford was waiting for him outside the office. She had followed him from the embassy in Paris once his return to the diplomatic service had come through. She had worked professionally enough with his successor there, an ambitious and slightly wearing ex-No. 10 private secretary, but the narcissism had been exhausting, even for someone so used to the foibles and neediness of male diplomats, and she had been relieved to get back to the Labrador earnestness of Ed Barnes, even in less glamorous environs. She was enjoying it all more than she let on. Barnes needed more scaffolding since the events in Paris, but she knew he enjoyed it more than he let on, too. She liked it when he had his bounce back. "Morning, Ed. You look up for it." Barnes raised his eyebrows. "Papers full of the usual political pantomime?" "And that's just the UK?" "Very funny, Penny. Here and at home. Just less corruption here. Who's on today, Jim or David?" Penny walked ahead of him, enjoying his wince as she held a door open for him. They stood for a moment, Barnes awkwardly gesturing for her to enter. She shook her head in fake frustration and went through first. "Jim," she said. "He wants to see you urgently about the travel advice." Barnes suppressed a groan. "Again? OK, let's get him in." Jim's office was on the same corridor. He grinned as he entered the office. They had worked each other out early after Barnes's arrival at post, when Barnes had backed his deputy's choice not to send home a young diplomat who had ended up in the residence swimming pool after a couple too many drinks at the annual King's birthday party. Jim knew that his boss had taken more flack for it than he let on. Barnes was making them both a coffee, fiddling with an espresso machine. The pods were stuck again. "Espresso okay?" "Dave's the espresso, Ed, remember? Something more lungo for me, please." "Oh, God, sorry. It's not deliberate." Jim laughed. Of all the confusions, genuine or confected, over his joint posting with his husband, the High Commissioner's were easy to take, and the apologies were always genuine. As his boss strode towards him with the coffees and gestured to the table rather than the armchairs, he decided to hold back for a moment on the travel advice. Ed Barnes was in earnest mode. It was always better to let him discuss something on his mind before giving him the bad news. Barnes furrowed his brow. "We've got to get back to climate, Jim. I'm sick of these pointless UNEP meetings. There's no sense of reality. I need to get out there, highlight areas where climate change is happening right now, show what that means, get it up the agenda. Maybe we could even do something about it." Jim nodded along. He had heard this before, mainly from Stephanie. "The Kenyans know what climate change means. They're living it, at least the ones outside Nairobi." "Not just for them, Jim, for the people at home, for the Chinese, Indians, anyone holding up this deal. Where's the sense of jeopardy? The meetings feel like we're debating credit default swaps, not the end of the world." Jim sighed. "Then you've got to convince the Americans too. No deal gets off the table without them, you know that." Ed paused. Fair point. Yes, maybe I should take Her Excellency. Jim knew that he never used an honorific as a compliment. Either way, we have to get a bit of urgency back into the room. Having experienced the worst of U.S. ambassadors in Paris, Barnes was slightly in awe of his new U.S. counterpart. Early 50s, a political appointee, formidable, charming, Kenyan grandparents. She had worked in the White House in better times. The best Australian ambassadors brought camaraderie, the best Scandinavians brought a sense of purpose and a lack of pomposity, the best U.S. counterparts brought camaraderie and decent intel. They were all, of course, still raw competition. Jim nodded. "We'll get you north again, Ed, I promise. Help make the case more convincingly. Connected to people's lives. But on the subject of people's lives, we also have something more pressing here." Barnes deflected again. "And get the political team to pull together something on the elections. President Obocha's prospects. No one in London will read it, obviously, but sometimes we need to remind them we're still here. Try to get me in to see Obocha next week. I want to make him feel that the world will do something in response if he tries to stir violence up again in the north. He needs to know there are consequences. The last thing we need are another round of clashes up around the areas where we're trying to train up the anti-terrorist units." Jim wrote a note in his book. He'd include that argument in the draft of the telegram for London. Barnes liked colour. The choice of Watcher's militia had given local kids at the last elections of losing their arm at the wrist or elbow. And Barnes liked to close them with a comment linking the discussion to the most eye-catching issue for ministers. He paused to ensure that his High Commissioner had seen him take the note, and then seized his moment. "Actually, boss, it's the anti-terrorist units I wanted to talk about." Barnes drained his coffee, looked in frustration at the smear on the cup. He wanted to get on with his day, but Jim saw that he now had his full attention. Barnes nodded at him grimly. Jim leant forward. "London are back on the charge. They want the travel advice changed. The elections, the violence, now the media coverage of this missing Lebanese businessman. Your mate, the big game hunter. It's all creating a sense that we need to be more cautious, much more cautious. They want to warn against all travel to Kenya, just until we're through the next month. We've got another video conference at 11. It's increasingly hard to hold the line on no change." Barnes was standing by the window now, impatient. The view extended from the scented five-star hotels and manicured lawns of central Nairobi towards the fetid slums of Kibera. The energy was out there. He preferred Kibera. He crossed his arms. Once again, no. Barnes noticed Jim cross his arms in response, always the body language that was hardest not to replicate. "Ed, you need to think this through again. Everyone there knows that you're the only one holding out on this. Ministers are covering their backs. If there's an attack against tourists from Al-Shabaab or whoever, and you know how likely that is, there will be plenty of people saying, 'I told you so.'" "Not for the first time," Barnes said to himself, "or the last." The problem with desk officers in London was that they took the title as an instruction to stay behind their desks, and they were terrified of this generation of ministers. Too many senior people had been bullied out. Enemies of the people. Barnes heard the gulp, felt the change in register from his deputy. Your stock isn't exactly high in King Charles Street, Ed. Barnes smiled ruefully. It bothered him more than he wanted to let on, but he suppressed the flash of anger and frustration. The problem is that we've all become too risk-averse. It's always easy to take the path of least resistance. London used to be far enough away that the guy on the ground could make these calls. It would be months before the capital could judge whether he, yes, always he then, had got them right. And anyone coming to Kenya owned the risks rather than expected us to hold their hand. But if I allow this change, it has real consequences to real people. All those lodges without visitors, all those local shops and hotels unvisited, quietly laying off staff. Think of all those Kenyan guides who have trained up as experts on their environment. A flick of the switch in London is the flap of a butterfly's wings. Tourists go elsewhere. Jobs are lost. People fall further into poverty. More poaching, more conflict, more degradation. And then, perhaps this lot of ministers will notice this at least, more migration, more terror. We have to factor all that in too. You can min it in black and white that you tried again to convince me, but I overruled you. Say that at 11. I'm happy to own the risk. Jim hoped that his boss couldn't see the barb hit home. He tried one last time. Boss, you've got to watch your back. There's no point fighting every battle. You need to build some capital in London and— A deep breath. People are starting to say that this talk doesn't sound like High Commission policy, but Stephanie's. We all love her to bits, but she's at one end of the scale on climate change, and it's a long way from where our ministers are. We also have a responsibility to our own citizens. Barnes hesitated. Let it go. Take the point. A small smile, and he held his hands up in mock defeat. We also have a responsibility to Kenyans, Jim, and to our future citizens. Hold the line on that call. Buy me some more time to build the case against change in London. I'm not completely out of the game. Jim sighed. It was hard to dislike Ed Barnes, however stubborn he was, but increasingly he seemed motivated by a desire to stick it to the system. People said that he could have got the top job if he hadn't screwed up in Paris. Okay, I'll hold London off, but at some point we'll have to listen to your bosses. Barnes thought of Amina, the human rights activist murdered in his Paris embassy, of the doors closing to him when he sought the truth, of the insipid cowardice of the politicians they were asked to serve, of Stephanie trying to shield him from the truth at the end of his marriage, of Max Crawford sacrificing everything to protect him, of the futility of it all in the face of inertia, laziness, and fear. He grinned at his deputy. Nice try, Jim. You're a great DHM, and I'll be persuaded on everything else. Barnes gestured him towards the door. But I think we all know I'm well past the point of worrying about my career. 7. Killing time. Nigel Banks never flew in his own planes. It continued to amaze him that anyone ever did. In the early days, when he was building the airline, he had monitored everything personally, right down to the choice of soap and the font on the sick bag. But for the last few years, he had found himself unable to go to the airports his company used. The smell of the queue disgusted him. Overweight tourists with their heads in their mobile phones. Crisps and chocolate bars. Long queues for the toilets. Pints at 9 a.m. How did being at an airport make that okay? His marketing manager had come up with the idea of making the line for the check-in pass through the shop so that they could sell more snacks, sweets, and celebrity magazines. Small plastic bottles of expensive water, gossip and grease, all marketed to the mob at a decent markup. And his people had stitched up the transit from the airport to the capital cities they were meant to serve, normally a distant 90 minutes away. Banks liked to describe himself as a bull in a china shop. He elbowed his way into other people's cars, lifts, meetings, portfolios, business deals, offices, marriages, anything to further his agenda. He rarely paid for the lunch, cab, apartment, failed relationship, or failed business. It was partly discussed at what he had used to call the clients, partly his utter derision for a system that kept letting him get away with it. British politicians didn't need bribing, of course not. They just needed a board seat or a few days of strategic advisory work. One had asked him what he would be required to actually offer his strategic advice on. Geopolitics? The state of global supply lines? Banks had laughed out loud, leaving the feeble ex-MP bewildered. Strategic advice was the last thing he needed them for. They were cattle, just like the passengers he still pretended to call customers. Banks had once seen a documentary about US cattle farming. Animals packed together, tired and hopeless, every inch of space maximized, every margin considered. What was the minimal amount of food required to keep a calf alive? What was the best time for the market to kill it? The soporific gloom of the animals as they were fattened up with chemicals. The rest of the family had been appalled. His daughter had gone off to work for some green charity, another bunch of muesli-weaving sandal-wearers. A gap year in tofu and wokery for those whose parents could afford it and were dumb enough to indulge it. Nigel Banks didn't believe that cow farts were killing the planet any more than his business was. The world had always changed temperature. She'd be back soon, once he cut the allowance. But Banks had been inspired by the film. He was now working on his next venture. Banks liked people to think he was a lucky chancer, but he read more books than anyone he knew. And they told him that millions of people would be on the move in the next decade, leaving the parts of the world hit hardest by climate change. It was the great secret of the powerful that they had no answers to this, except to build bigger fences. The politicians on his payroll were appalled by the prospect of people on the move, but unable to think beyond the next election. But Banks was on the side of those wanting to move. He would make it much easier for them. Not, of course, the asylum seekers, who could take their chances among the storms and vigilantes on the Med. There was not enough money in dinghies and too many thugs, police, and bedraggled corpses. He'd leave that market to the Albanian people traffickers and the right-wing politicians and media who lapped it all up. That was just a distraction. Nigel Banks planned instead to focus on the next tier up, those who could afford to fly, even just once. Low cost, low question, single-ticket journeys with every inch of baggage space filled and charged. He would feed on desperation, on the survival instinct. A new range of airports in North Africa and Asia. His people had mapped the areas that would become uninhabitable, bringing in experts on deforestation and the expansion of the Sahara. He was building basic airports near the regions that would heat fastest to help people escape the sun. Meanwhile, he would continue to fly everyone else in the other direction to get their sunburnt, all-you-can-drink 2-week holidays. Those beef farmers knew what they were doing. The basic business model was that there were two markets for low-cost flights, those fleeing the heat and those seeking it, those looking for a new life and those looking for a suntan, those who needed to migrate and those who voted against immigration. He would cater to both. Someone had to. The fun would be that neither would know who had sat sweating in their cramped seat just a few hours earlier. Banks had bought the country house from another family of fallen aristocrats. Cheaper cocaine and more expensive private schools were making it harder to hold family wealth beyond 3 generations, which was why Banks planned to enjoy his own money while he could. There was always someone on the way down for every person going the other way. He had torn out the ballroom and replaced it with an indoor swimming pool and hot tub, replaced the dining table with a full-sized pool table, and then replaced his third wife with his fourth, much cheaper than the Botox and breasts bill. He stood at his favourite window, looking down across the estate towards the lake and the fields beyond. It was a crisp, clear morning, the bleak sound of crows in the distance. The mist was lifting. It was now a proper pad. He had also had to put a decent security fence around it. Too many people knew how much his airline was making, or at least the public figures, and the friends in high places who came to his pool parties wanted complete certainty that they had complete privacy, no camera phones or wives after 10 p.m. So he was surprised to see the figure striding slowly but purposefully up the centre of the main lawn, like he owned it. A gardener here early? Unlikely. The lazy bastards were still on their second coffee at this time, and they were more, what would be the word, cowed. They moved like he owned them. This man was not cowed. Banks pressed the buzzer for the security on the front gate. No response. Muppets. Banks was a short man, but he was proud of his strong upper body. He had told his personal trainer to focus on the pecs. The Instagram filters, head hair restoring creams and body hair removal creams would do the rest. He pushed his shoulders back and walked out onto the terrace at the top of the garden. It was colder than he had expected. He'd see if he could get those crows shot. "What the fuck are you doing?" No reply as the figure moved closer, seeming not to have heard. He was coming straight towards the house. He didn't look to be carrying any tools or equipment. How the hell had he got in? Banks shouted again, hearing the urgency in his voice. "Hey, who the fuck are you? This is private property." The man continued towards him until he was 3 meters away, stopped, and looked him up and down. Banks squinted. He didn't recognize him. Ex-forces, probably. Taut, wiry, but no match for his security. A chancer. Blackmailer? Maybe a disgruntled ex-pilot from the last round of layoffs. Banks had often had to use his fists in the early days before he could pay other people to do it. Banks squared up. "You've got one last chance to tell me who you are, and then you can fuck right off back down the hole you came from, whoever you are." The man had a quiet assurance to him. He cocked his head slightly to one side, looking at Banks with a bemused curiosity. "What are you doing here?" The man paused. "I'm still deciding." "Do you like what you do, Mr. Banks?" Not much of an accent, hard to place. Banks had no intention of humouring him. Must be a journalist. Security would be here at any moment. He shivered slightly in the cold. "None of your business, not really. But I do what I have to. Last chance. Why are you here?" The man sighed. "Customer feedback." Banks grinned. A nutter. A few every year, no doubt with a sob story of a lost bag or a night on the airport floor. What did they expect for 69 quid? The Orient Express? He buzzed for security again. No response. Why did this man make him feel apprehensive? He needed to kill time. Banks sneered. "And you? Do you like what you do, Mr.?" The assassin straightened up, the curious twinkle gone, and looked him in the eye. "Not really, Banks. Not at all. But I do what I have to do." "Just like me, then." Banks saw the brief flash of anger in the man's eyes. "No, not like you, Banks." The sound of the crows seemed shriller to Banks, the air colder, as a mist rolled over the valley. A faint smell of silage from the bastards in the farm down the hill. There was enough money in the smaller safe to buy this guy off if security didn't get to him first. He'd encourage them not to be too gentle. His eyes glanced up towards the house. Banks didn't have time to be frightened, let alone to move. The man had both of his arms pinned behind his back before he was able to react, forced him to the ground. He gasped, the wind gone from his lungs. The last thing he felt was the sharpness of the gravel against his knees. He struggled for a moment, cursing his security, cursing his assassin, cursing the world. The security team found him an hour later, face down on the pool table. There was no evidence of anyone having breached the security fence, nothing on any of the cameras. The police found no evidence of value. There were no signs of a search of the house. Nothing had been taken, except a life. It was as though he had broken his own neck, quietly and efficiently. Banks had left no succession plan in place for his business. He had never wanted to encourage the sense among his senior colleagues that he might ever be in any way disposable. He had never really imagined life after he left it. His kids didn't want to take the business on. The airline's assets, car parks, airports, planes, and people were quietly sold off by the lawyers, and the company's core business was quickly torn apart by hungry rival airlines. But his death prompted such increased media interest in the salacious accounts of his laddish parties, corrupt networks, and inhumane business practices that no real successor emerged to fill the gap in the market that he left. Nigel Banks might have been comforted by that. The last of the Mohicans. More importantly, people started to notice that there were a series of low-level sabotage attacks against airports and planes, delaying fuel deliveries, disrupting flight patterns, making the margins harder to find. Perhaps, the industry murmurs suggested, the murder of the unlamented last of the low-cost plane tycoons was connected to a wider campaign. His daughter went on to run a climate NGO, channeling her share of the inheritance into activism against fossil fuels and an asylum welcome centre. She chose not to speak at his funeral. 8. Follow the story. Orla Fitzgerald was an advocate of the shoebox theory of writing books. Rather than do it chronologically, she would wake up each morning, make a large coffee, and write the passage that most excited her in that moment. At the end of each session, she would print the piece and place it in a box with a label on the outside. At some point, the boxes had become virtual files on her laptop rather than physical ones. Over time, some boxes would grow, becoming chapters, or sometimes whole sections of the book. Others would not. The book took shape based on where the writing took her. This approach, however, wasn't working for her book on Elizabeth Hoon. As ever, the alarm had gone off at 6 a.m. When she was writing well, she would be at her desk by 6:15 a.m., coffee hot in her hand, eager to start. But with this book, she found it too easy to seek distractions, not least from the endless social media theatre that was generated about Hoon each morning. It was hard to hear any signal through the noise. Maybe that was Hoon's political strategy. All noise, no signal. She curled her legs under her as she looked at the cursor blinking on the page. She was wearing a long Jimi Hendrix t-shirt, her hair held back from her face with a band. Orla chewed her lip. The coffee was starting to take effect. She was beginning to understand what she would be able to write. But she was finding herself unable to explain to herself why she was writing. A US bestseller would do her no harm, but for it to sell well, it either had to take on Hoon and appeal to one faction, or build her up and appeal to the other. To do the first felt boring, too easy. To do the second felt a betrayal of her values, of what she would never knowingly call her craft. To do either required her to say something new, and she wasn't confident in her content. She looked at the shoeboxes. There was plenty on Hoon's early life. She had hoped to open up her personality. Perhaps it was all about the parents or a class bully, but in the end it was all about Hoon. And she was the class bully. She had just found a bigger class. The writing was heavy, weighed down, lifeless. The same went for the rise to power. There was no moment when Hoon found her vocation, just a relentless narcissism. All that advantage and never quite getting the prize. And even when the successes started to come, that sense that she wasn't really appreciated. Orla had enjoyed writing these kinds of stories about politicians, finding what drove them, but the writing wasn't leading her here. The file on interviews with staffers was huge. Washington speak and platitudes. Occasional nuggets, but most of Hoon's political colleagues were cautious and boring, and those who had left had already told their stories. The White House was a court, but not a court of a young monarch full of energy and intrigue, the court of an aging monarch full of bitterness and fear. The stench of decay. The digital shoebox marked ideas was empty. Hoon's administrations were most notable for what they had chosen not to do or what they had stopped doing. Regulation of business, climate change policy, international engagement and coalition building, tackling climate finance, media regulation, always a belligerent no. There was a gaping vacuum at the heart of the Hoon project. With a sigh, Orla looked down the rest of the file list. Key allies, donors, state of US politics, media, policy. The belligerent no served the allies and donors, and it was fueled by the media and the state of US politics. Orla felt her heart quicken. The writing had more life here. The questions seemed more interesting. What if she could join the dots? Between the people who backed Hoon and the benefits for them, not a classic trade-off on donations for ambassadorial positions, one of those issues that really wound up Ed Barnes. She looked again at her notes on the dinner with Brad Curtis. There was a headline there, of course, and a killer quote. The throwaway line on Hoon's voters not deserving guns was worth coming back to. It could be hugely damaging to her re-election chances, but by the time she published, would the story not have moved on? With Hoon's disorientating approach to communicating policy, she might say something worse or do something worse at any moment. And who knew how long Curtis would last in the role anyway? Of course, it was alarming that the President's Chief of Staff thought that the President was a grave threat to national security. And, of course, the risk of escalation with China was a growing story. But it was a long-read article at best, not the why for a whole book, and if she wrote it, she would lose all access to the White House. So why not write the book that could bring down the president? The problem was that everyone else was already writing that. Hoon had built a career on being shocking, on doing the wrong thing. The people who hated her would not be surprised by any insight that Orla could add, and the people who worshipped her would dismiss it as just another bout of liberal snowflakery, if they heard about it at all. The one truly new story she had got was the fact of Hoon's abortion. The irony of the woman who had done more than anyone to deny women the right to choose, having exercised that right herself. But it was beneath Orla's journalistic integrity to use that. She would not stoop that low. Orla got up from the desk, frustrated. She paced to the apartment window and looked out at the view down towards the Lincoln Memorial. What would he have made of this moment of populism and autocracy? Did liberal democracy inevitably fracture when it was forced to choose between liberalism and democracy? Orla thought of a journalist who had taught her the shoebox theory. She had last seen him in Paris, weeks before he died, a career dodging bullets in the Middle East, heavy drinking in the bars of Beirut, Damascus, and Cairo. Those were the days when a journalist wore a white suit, knew every warlord, and was known to every barman. He had leant across the table, wineglass in hand, eyes bright in a weathered face. She could taste the confit de canard. Write what you know. Write what excites you. The only great work comes from when you let the story lead you. The last piece that had really excited her was the one that had won the prizes. It had almost killed her to write it, which was why she hadn't shown up to receive them. The story that had led her back to Ed Barnes, back to Paris, back to the mountains of Lebanon, and on the trail of the heretics. The links between big data mining, public health, and academia. But it had also led her through danger and trauma. Maybe writing it had been the easy part. She had not seen Barnes since. She had received emails with half invitations to Kenya, always with that sense that Ed couldn't quite find the right register. Stephanie shared photos and mischievous updates about life at the High Commission. Orla had enjoyed seeing that world and Ed Barnes through Stephanie's nonchalant but affectionate skepticism. Stephanie had recently sent her a book, The Ministry for the Future, by Kim Stanley Robinson. Alongside exploration of different technical fixes for climate change, it imagined a group taking direct violent action to prevent climate change. Extinction Rebellion with guns. But Orla had held back from reconnecting properly with Ed and Stephanie. To get too close to them both might have led her closer to a truth she could not write. A writer's instinct for a story wrestled with a writer's sense of what they needed to do to preserve themselves. She had seen a similar tension in Ed Barnes. To be, or to do. Orla chewed a knuckle. The caffeine was now doing its job. Back in Paris, Ed had taken the plunge in his own way. He pursued the heretics, risking everything. Sooner or later, every writer had to ask themselves, is it our job to hold up a mirror to the world, or try to change it? Let the story lead you. Brad Curtis wanted to be seen as a restraint on the president. Didn't they all? But she couldn't do it without them. Hoon didn't operate in a vacuum. She was allowed to operate, enabled to operate. She padded across to the coffee machine again, not feeling the cold of the tiles on her bare feet. She looked at the shoebox on Hoon's donors. Airline owners, financial speculators, hard-right politicians, media owners, oligarchs. All linked to each other in subtle ways. Networks of corruption and influence, and all linked to President Hoon. All getting more powerful, while the pantomimes in Washington distracted the citizens from the checks and balances meant to restrain them. And, why did Ed Barnes's voice always come back to her when she was trying to be creative? From the international alliances meant to protect citizens and the planet itself. All shoveling a percentage of that power back towards Elizabeth Hoon. A vicious cycle, but not a victimless crime. Enablers. Orla felt a small victory over the cursor, still flashing accusingly at the top of the empty page. The writing was taking her where she needed to go. Brad Curtis was wrong that the greatest threat to U.S. national security was the president. It was the enablers. 9. Blood on their hands. The 6-seater plane landed smoothly on the narrow landing track at Eldoret Airport in northern Kenya. There was a single shed by the airstrip, onto which someone had daubed the words "Departures and Arrivals." A lone guard lounged in a chair, legs spread wide, shirt off, his gun by his side, and a cigarette in his mouth. The heat was intense as Ed Barnes and Lucy Featherstone descended the steps. They could taste the dust. Lucy had been at the High Commission for 3 years. Earnest, with a master's in development economics, which she had quickly concluded was irrelevant to the actual work as development counsellor. Mid-30s, bright, adventurous. She oversaw the UK's projects in East Africa with a team spread across the region. Unlike most of her colleagues, she was not seething at the merger of the Development Department into the Foreign Office. She saw aid and diplomacy as intimately connected, part of the same toolkit. Fortunately for her, Barnes didn't really understand development and left her to it. She was happy to use his clout where it helped. Today, he had been keen to visit communities hit by tribal conflicts, always a feature of the run-up to Kenyan elections. She suppressed a smile that he was wearing his usual aging Brit travel TV presenter uniform, mustard chinos, and a light blue shirt. As ever, Barnes had relished the flight, savouring every moment. The slums around Nairobi had given way to the verdant green of Laikipia, with snow-capped Mount Kenya to the east. The logo from the Paramount films, craggy with ice on the upper peaks. He had climbed it as a young diplomat, head pumping from the altitude. Tougher than Kilimanjaro. The Kikuyu tribe had once believed that it was the home of God. He had taste. As they climbed north, the terrain had become drier, oranges fading to browns, vast stretches of browns with the abundance of the central plains giving way to arid dust. He and Lucy looked down in silence. Barnes sighed. He could hear Stephanie's urgency, the flush in her cheeks as she worked herself up at dinner with well-meaning but dull diplomats, her ability to charm the excellencies even as she berated them. He pushed his hands through his hair, motioning to Lucy. Every climate change denier should come here and see the retreat of nature. They were met by the airstrip by his driver, Henry. The local roads were pretty good, the product of the last president's tenure. A Kalenjin, he had known that it would be decades before the more numerous Kikuyu let another of his tribe back into the State House. He had moved fast to deliver for his community. Tarmac, mainly, the currency of the African Bwana Mkuba, big man. Barnes opened the car door for Lucy before climbing in himself. She suppressed a giggle. No one else still did that anymore. She was not sure whether she was meant to think it inappropriate or charming. It didn't really matter out here. As they drove north and beyond the former president's region, the roads became bumpier and the pace slowed. Parts were almost impassable, with deep craters gashed into the road, and Henry had to manoeuvre the vehicle off the main track and between the holes. Barnes and Lucy gripped the handles by their heads as they rocked back and forth, bodies swaying to the movement of the vehicle. The dust started to get into their eyes and mouths. Barnes looked freer to Lucy than he did in Nairobi. There was an air of boyish excitement. She always found him lighter, happier on the road. "What's first, then?" She had thrust the briefing notes into the seat pocket to avoid them being scattered by the lurching vehicle, but she didn't need to look at them, and wanted him to know that. "District Commissioner, from the coast. Been here a year. Sounds decent. Then out with a local church group to see 2 communities hit by the clashes. There's a school we're rebuilding and a health centre I think we should try to help." Barnes nodded as the front right tyre thudded into another hole in the road. "And Pajetta? When does he show up?" Ole Pajetta was the local MP, ambitious, shrewd, articulate. He had long implored Barnes to visit his area, hoping that it would bring some UK funding. Barnes had long stopped trying to explain how little influence he had over where Lucy and her team spent the actual money, so Pajetta would be delighted that she had come too. Pajetta was also still in the dock for instigating clashes before the last election. Barnes had been chided by one visiting junior minister that he should not have contact with politicians with blood on their hands. That would rule out just about everyone up here. You couldn't remain an MP in the north otherwise, as communities jostled for territory and diminishing resources. Barnes had thought about explaining this to his minister with a homily about the realities of diplomacy, but he couldn't be bothered. There had been 5 African ministers in 3 years. There would be a new one soon enough. Pejeta would still be there long after the minister had become a lobbyist for fossil fuels or a sewage company. At the district commissioner's office, Barnes was ushered into a room with a large fan and a huge visitor's book. He flicked through the previous pages. Kenyan ministers always signed flamboyantly across an entire page, an expression of power and disdain. He confined his name to a line. The DC looked disappointed. "Quieter now, Mr. District Commissioner?" The DC sighed as he sipped his heavily sugared mint tea. His gold watch hung baggily off his wrist like a bracelet. "Temporarily. There are too many constituencies up here with mixed populations. The Pokot have always herded cattle across the borders between them. They are not confined to neat lines on a map. We know that, even if your predecessors didn't." Barnes let it go. He was used to the early jab, and the DC had a point. Further west there was a sizable kink in the border between Kenya and Tanzania because Queen Victoria had gifted Kilimanjaro to her German nephew. "And we're in the raiding season?" Another sugar lump in the tea. "It's always the raiding season, High Commissioner. Always has been. In Mombasa we only fight when there is a good reason, normally to protect ourselves from pirates or invaders. For this lot up here it's a way of life, part of the ritual, a rite of passage." District commissioners were always posted far from their home communities to reduce the risk of political pressure and corruption. It only worked partially. He was youngish, early 30s, quite earnest but slightly crestfallen, a precise voice. Probably wouldn't last long. The heat in the office was stifling. Barnes wondered whether to ask for the instant coffee. No capsules to worry about up here, but it was still Nestle. "So, what can you do to protect the civilians?" "Not much. Cattle raids were fine when the Pokot only had bows and arrows. It was all part of the normal back and forth. An arrow can cause some serious damage, of course, especially if the tip's poisoned. It tends to target those actually doing the fighting. It's different now. They're raiding further and further south each year because of the droughts. And they're much harder to stop when they're armed to the teeth. These automatic weapons do not discriminate between warriors and children, and I don't have many soldiers to help." "So why not do more to stop the weapons getting in? Make it harder for the gun runners?" The DC rolled his eyes theatrically. "Above my pay grade, Mr. High Commissioner. Well above it. Maybe above yours. As you know very well." They both drained their tea. Lucy asked a series of questions about the local population size, water supplies, school enrollment numbers. The DC answered efficiently, but without enthusiasm. Barnes could see that Lucy was impressed. Earnestly noting the statistics in her black leather notebook, Barnes let his mind wander. When she had ticked through her list, Barnes leant forward across the desk. He was grateful for a gust of cooler air from the fan pumping behind his host. "And Manish Miwa Pejeta, your MP? Is he part of the solution or part of the problem?" The DC hesitated, glancing at the door. "It depends on your perspective. Perhaps it is important to him that the Kalenjin here don't vote, or vote somewhere else. It is not for me to speculate on the world of politics. You are the ones who insist on all these elections, all this democracy. I'm just trying to get things done, despite all the elections and democracy." Another awkward silence. The whole structure of provincial and district commissioners had been a colonial inheritance. Even the visitor books. Barnes wondered if he was the only person in the room that felt it hadn't all been bad. The DC cleared his throat. "May I accompany you to the school?" Barnes glanced at Lucy. He hated too much entourage, white men turning up in big cars with large crowds of officials to look at projects they probably would not fund. But she nodded gently. The new policy was to try to work with local leaders, and this one was a decent guy. She had learnt not to use the word empower with Ed Barnes. Barnes spread his arms in a gesture of welcome. Of course, Mr. District Commissioner. It is your country, your district. I'm just a guest. You've been generous with your time." After 20 minutes, they turned off the main road on what looked like a small track that led to a single house. Barnes trying not to resent the convoys that kicked up the dust. But they ground along it for another hour, the cars manoeuvring ponderously between the holes. Barnes and Henry had to stop twice to let the DC catch up. Occasionally they would pass a group of children or a woman carrying provisions. People seemed to know where they were going. but they had less of a carefree nonchalance than Barnes had often observed this far away from the cities. They could smell the smoke before arriving at the settlement, not the wood smoke of a cooking fire, but the smoke of destruction. The huts and school buildings were smouldering. Groups of villagers sat around in the debris. Children gathered around the vehicles as they pulled in, staring glacially at the outsiders. Barnes stepped down from the car. The DC was quickly out too, barking orders at the villagers who stared back impassively. A young clergyman stepped forward, black shirt pristine even in the heat, as was his bright white dog collar. "Thank you for coming, High Commissioner, and you, of course, dear Lucy. It is good of you to bear witness." A warm smile. Lucy reciprocated, but Barnes could see the anxiety in her face. Aid policy wasn't theoretical out here. "You're in the midst of it as ever, Peter." The priest gestured them to the remnants of the first hut. An old man sat outside it, gazing into the middle distance. His arm was bandaged at the elbow, where the forearm had been. A recent bandage, but already filthy with dried blood and dust. "Habari yako mzee?" Barnes used the honorific for age. The man was silent. The clergyman stepped forward. "He doesn't speak much Swahili, doesn't speak much of anything at all anymore." He spoke to him in Kalenjin. The old man shrugged disconsolately and then let loose a flow of anger. The priest translated. 30 raiders. They burnt everything. Killed 3 younger men, including his son. Cut the old men, burnt the voting cards. Took away some male teenagers to fight, and the girls took... He tailed off while he tried to find the polite translation. Barnes bent to sit by the old man. They said nothing. He felt an empty despair, the old man's exhaustion moulding with his own sense of hopelessness. What was there to say? He could only bear witness. But did that make it any better? After a few minutes, Peter gestured to Lucy. Should they move on? VIP guests always did at this point, anxious to get somewhere easier. She glanced at Barnes and then back at the priest, and shook her head. She had seen him like this before. When there were no words to be said, he chose to sit. In the midst of the horror, it was at least a gesture of solidarity, a way of demonstrating respect for the dignity of the survivors. Eventually, Barnes rose and shook the gnarled remaining hand of the old man. He held the hand for some time. There was nothing left in the old man's eyes. Barnes's voice was quiet but angry. "Let's see the school." The DC and priest led them to the remains of the building. It was hard to picture it as a school. A female teacher stood to one side, a small group of children around her. "We were in the middle of an English lesson when we heard them. We were learning about Paddington Bear. I was trying to tell the children what marmalade tastes like. The kids hid in one room. They shot in the air above us to make us leave, and then burnt it. They were high on something. We didn't know what they might do to us, to our girls." Barnes looked around the group of children. "Good morning." They recited back, "Good morning. How are you?" Even amid the despair, one giggled to hear it. He smiled at the girl. "What's your name?" "My name is Mary." She looked at her teacher for approval, who smiled with encouragement. They were all grinning again now. Lucy was quizzing the teacher. "Is there anywhere else they can study?" She shook her head. "The nearest school is over 3 hours' walk. These kids have to be close to their grandparents. The parents are in the cities or long gone. I will do my best here." Barnes grimaced. The DC was again by his side. "They need help from you, from Britain. You can rebuild the school, give them hope." Barnes turned to him, eyes blazing. "But it's false hope, isn't it? The Pokot will be back. They'll burn the place again, or worse. They want to make it impossible to stay here. For the land, for the elections, for whatever they are told is the reason to hate. These kids are up against impossible odds, whatever we try to do." He felt Lucy's look even from behind him. Breathe. There was the roar of a 4-wheel drive, and 2 pajeros came through the bush towards them, skidding to a stop. Ole Pajeta jumped out of the first vehicle. 6 armed men followed him, glowering at the villagers who avoided their eyes. The DC moved fast to greet him, a small bow, dismissed with a flick of the hand by the MP. A huge grin at Barnes, and he strode forward, arms out for an embrace. "Mr. High Commissioner, my friend, welcome to my constituency. Karibu Sana. But you should have waited for me. I wanted to show you around." Barnes held a hand out to avert the hug. Pagetta smelt of roast meat, Tusker beer, sweat, and power. There was a menace to him that Barnes did not feel when they met in the leafy hotels of Nairobi, where a British High Commissioner still held the advantage. This was Pagetta's turf now. Barnes stood opposite the MP, spitting out the words. "If this is your constituency, why are you letting all this happen?" Pagetta looked around, jutting out his lower lip. The villagers looked away. Only the teacher stared back in defiance. This is normal, Barnes. Excellency. The Kalenjin and Pokot have always raided each other, long before you Brits were here, and long after. I'm afraid it is just our way of life, a rite of passage for our young men. We grow out of it. But not this far south, Pagetta, and not this well-armed. This is different. This isn't boys with bows and arrows stealing cattle to prove their manhood. This is ethnic cleansing. How many times can these people rebuild, move on? Can you promise me it will stop once you win the seat again?" Pagetta paused, then a loud and long guffaw. His security laughed nervously along. The DC looked at the ground. Pagetta moved close enough that Barnes could have struck him. A bodyguard stepped forward. Pagetta spat a toothpick onto the dust at the High Commissioner's feet. "Barnes, you people have never understood this country. This is not about politics anymore. You can't blame it all on me. We learnt all this from you. Divide and rule. Use the force you have." Barnes had heard enough. Then what? Is it our fault again now? Maps we drew on a map when the district commissioner was British? Will it always be about us? Not those lines, Ed, though they didn't help. Not even forcing your beloved multi-party elections on us every 5 years that drives so much of this conflict. No, it's not really about any of that anymore. The Pokot are coming this far south because there is no water anymore to the north. Your failures again, your choices in the west. But this time it's our water you've taken, not just our land, leaving us with nothing but prayers which you've stopped wasting time on in the west. This is on you, the world powers, your airlines, your capitalism, your oil, your entire way of life. And don't say your Jordan Conference is the last chance to reverse all that. Fat chance. Why do you get all the water to flush down the toilets of your expensive polluting cities? Why shouldn't the Pokot fight for survival, for their water, for their place to live? Barnes felt his shoulders sag. But you're still exploiting it all. You could stop this. You're not an onlooker here. You can lead. You have authority here. Pagetta looked resigned for a moment. No, I couldn't stop it. If you want to stop the violence for a few days, lock me up. If you want to stop it for a few weeks, send me to The Hague, where there is plenty of water. Let me see the cities you built on the backs of my ancestors. Maybe that will make you feel better. But if you really want to stop the violence for good, lock up President Hoon. Lock up your investors. And the people fueling the climate crisis. Do something serious for once at the Jordan Summit. Look at yourselves before you blame me. It can't always be the fault of the poorest or the least white. Ed Barnes sighed deeply. He glanced back at the old man, who stared into the distance, chewing his lower lip in reflection, not understanding, and yet understanding everything. He looked at the teacher, disconsolate but fiercely determined. He looked at the priest, his eyes flitting nervously towards the MP, fighting one small battle at a time, saving one life at a time. He looked at Lucy, who was staring at her shoes, the idealism draining from her with every week, every visit, every brush with reality. This wasn't in the development economics course book. And then he looked back at Ole Pagetta. He was loathsome, and he had to be fought. But on one level he was right. His violence was just a symptom, a spasm against the reality of climate change amid a young democracy. People had always fought to survive, whatever speeches Barnes could give about Darwin being really about collaboration to survive. And any project they devised to help this community to rebuild was just a sticking plaster. Is it the job of a diplomat to hold up a mirror to the world, or try to change it? Maybe he could get Orla to come over, tell these people's story, inject some urgency into the conversation. In Paris he had made his call. Try to change the world, not just observe it. Barnes made his farewells, holding the handshake of the teacher and the priest. He nodded at Pagetta, as civil as he could be, and strode back to the car. It was not enough anymore to hold a mirror up. 10. The Fellow for Free Speech. Like most academics, James Masters despised academics. He also hated groupthink. He was looking for sparks of ingenuity from his students, not regurgitated tosh. And these needles were becoming harder to find in a haystack of mediocrity. The factory education system was churning out second-class robots, not first-class minds. Geography has been displaced by the new religion, he liked to thunder to half-empty lecture halls and full TV studios. Like any religion, it has its rituals, its gods, and its acts of faith. Challenging climate change is the new heresy. It had hurt him more than he could admit when the governing body of his college had voted to remove his fellowship. The convention was that the fellow under consideration should make their case and then leave the rest to deliberate. Few had expected him to show up for the meeting, but he had swept in, his gown trailing behind him, ignoring the muttering of the historians and the angry looks of the scientists. While the portraits stared down and the dons stared at their feet, he had risen from his seat to make his defence. This university used to be about challenge, free inquiry, debate. But if you take this course, you are confirming the views of our worst critics that we have become a madrasa of woke. They had done it anyway. The new head of house, a left-wing baroness whom Masters suspected had never opened a geography book, had seen to that. The college didn't want to be defined as the new home of climate change denial, and his face no longer fitted in the new Oxford, where diversity was finally being taken seriously. He had been more wounded than he let on to hear her say in her infuriatingly jaunty monthly e-bulletins, ghastly, that Oxford advances one retirement at a time. Diversity in everything but thought, as he had put it in the thundering Daily Mail column that had followed within a week of his exclusion. And once they had kicked him out, he had felt no restraint in taking his views to the media. The BBC wanted balance, and there were no other professors of geography who would challenge the new orthodoxy, so the invitations flooded in, making him a familiar figure. A pantomime villain with a PhD. US networks didn't want balance, they wanted controversy. And they paid much more and helped him shift more books. US speaking tours followed, climate skeptics fascinated by this owlish Oxford don and his provocative takes. In increasingly rare moments of self-reflection, he no longer remembered what was theatre and what was authentic. Every academic feared being found out. To be honest, and only in his private moments, Masters was finding the evidence for climate change increasingly convincing. He continued to read his opponents particularly carefully. He was not like the other talk show guests, all of them paid lobbyists and nutters. But most of those with whom he debated also had the feeblest grasp of the science. They had simply bought into the religion, and it was that lack of understanding that he most enjoyed exposing. Even if he might be proved wrong in the long term, he saw it as his role to provoke and challenge, just as he had done in tutorials with those fragile students with their mental health lexicon and infuriating sense of entitlement. That was how science advanced, not through saluting the orthodoxy of the day, but through skepticism and argument. Masters had taken a small flat in London in place of his beloved room in the Oxford staircase with the creaky stairs and the flaking paint. It was still full of papers and books, but there was space to write, a nostalgic bottle of the college's claret normally nearby. He was often lonely, but had set up a corner for the online media interviews that took up so much of his time. His Oxford gown still hung in his wardrobe, and he would occasionally wear it for US television. Tonight, he was preparing for an interview with a right-wing talk show host. These were easier than the BBC interviews, a sympathetic questioner, no opponent, a friendly audience. It was like playing cricket at one's home ground. He was getting better at hitting his applause lines. Free speech needs to be defended at all costs. Ignore the climate change ayatollahs, the new orthodoxy that wants you to pay more for so-called renewable energy. The evidence is inconclusive. They would lap it all up. Where were those sneering dons in the geography department or at the high table now? unread and unnoticed where it really mattered, in the court of public opinion. He went to the wardrobe to select a tie and matching pocket square. They liked him to go old-school Don, even on Zoom. The theatre was a major part of the performance, and he enjoyed it more than he let on. It conferred more authority and expertise on a TV station that normally pilloried both. The Prof. He had taken to wearing bright red socks for live events and book signings to make him stand out. Eccentricity sold, and he suddenly had bills to pay now that he was a normal civilian. There were two sides to every story. There was a sound in the hall, a creaking floorboard or radiator. Masters ignored it. This was a city of small sounds, of dilapidated infrastructure. He tightened the bright red tie and ran through his sound bites. He had put the claret out of sight and out of reach for now, a reward for later. He wondered what they would be eating at high table tonight, but then drove the thought from his mind. He missed correcting the young dons who didn't know that you had to carry your napkin to the second dessert. The duck was better than he had ever acknowledged out loud. He felt the adrenaline of combat, the thrill of the chase. And then he felt the hands on his neck. Warm, firm, almost a relief. The last image in his head was of his own interview for the undergraduate place at Oxford, waiting nervously outside the room. Had he fulfilled the potential he had hoped they would see? The assassin slowly lowered his body to the floor and breathed out slowly. For a moment his shoulders slumped. Each death took a chunk from him. He let himself back out into the anonymous London night. The Prof would not be appearing tonight. 2 weeks later, the Baroness running the college amended the small death notice before it appeared in the quiet recesses of the website. Former college lecturer James Masters died peacefully at his home in London. His controversial views on climate were at odds with the evidence and the science on which Oxford prides itself, but we have always believed in challenge and free speech. Former students may donate in his memory to the World Wildlife Fund. The talk show producers removed his details from their contact lists. Other academics emerged to fill the vacuum, but they had less panache, less anger, and, most importantly, fewer academic credentials. They found themselves increasingly outgunned in the debates and became more reluctant to take them on. 11. Conspiracy of inertia. The head offices of the New York Herald had big glass windows, a statement of transparency and openness. The board held their discussions in the basement. Orla's editor had agreed to the meeting swiftly and had not made her wait in the PA's office. This did not seem like a good sign. They had known each other for a decade. Orla wouldn't characterize Annette as a close friend, but they had always got on well. To be honest, Orla had come to realize that she herself didn't characterize anyone as a close friend. They recognized in each other that same passion for the work, commitment to the story, sense of independence. Annette had worn a burqa for a month, travelling across Europe in order to write a piece on Western attitudes to Muslim women. She was a few years older than Orla and had taken a more conventional route, moving between bureau chief jobs and then rapidly up through the editorial hierarchy. A brief hug, pleasantries, and into the Manhattan office overlooking 8th Avenue. Plenty of glass and light. Sparsely but thoughtfully decorated. A strong coffee for Orla and some kind of green juice for Annette. Orla had sent the story proposal a week earlier. Annette would have had time to consult. "I envy you all this freedom, Orla." Annette was wearing a crisp white shirt, no jewellery, navy trousers, her hair tied back. Orla wondered if she should have gone more austere herself, left off her own makeup. "You don't feel it here?" Orla asked. A shrug that took in the computer on the desk, the Spartan corridors, and the city outside. "Beware achieving your dreams." The coffee was good. Orla took another sip. "So why not get out on the road again? Get back to your stories rather than editing other people's. That's where I always thought you were happiest." Annette chewed her lip. "There's a generation of us that came up fast, took the jobs that the men had said we couldn't do, did them better. It was always hard to resist the promotion, but we lost something in the process." Orla very deliberately turned her head to look out of the window. She would not have taken those promotions for anything, and yet here she was now, waiting to hear from her boss whether her story would live or die, and with it a verdict on whether she had lost even more time in getting to a story that actually mattered. The low hum of the city was ever present. These people were out there, making the choices that enabled leaders like Elizabeth Hoon. Unchecked. Annette knew her too well to try to spin it out. She took a sip of the juice before glancing down. So they're not backing it. Orla felt a lurch of disappointment. They were the editorial board. She composed herself, noticing that Annette had now looked away so as not to suggest any hint of triumphalism. Because it would take too much more time, Annette. Or something more worrying. Annette sighed. Orla could see her trying to decide to own the decision or apologize for it. It's just the scale of the thing, Orla. We wanted you to do the book on Hoon because we knew you would bring it balance, nuance. We desperately need some more of that in the debate. We can't be part of this polarized narrative. I'd hoped it would surprise people a bit, including me, make us confront our own prejudices. Everything is just so black and white. Orla was gathering her thoughts. Fight or flee. I'd hoped that too, Annette. But you can't ask me, I can't ask myself to find subtlety and nuance where none exists. Hoon is as bad as we all think she is. Simple as that. Probably worse, much worse. And that's just not an exciting story. Everyone on one side of the debate has already written it. Everyone on the other side won't listen. Annette held her hands up in exasperation. But what about the interviews, Orla? You've had great access to staffers, too. Orla shrugged. Would someone else have done better? Maybe she was losing the knack. They're hard to open up. Annette leant forward angrily. You're as good as you've always been, Orla. Please don't think you're not. I think it's something else. We're all struggling to get traction. Social media, the polarization of politics, it's turned us all into partisans, made it harder to see the greys. And every day I see the more balanced stories fail to excite the algorithm. They sink like a stone. If you leave the AI to do my job, it will always go for controversy, for the dividing line. Where does that leave us all? Orla felt a flash of anger. She couldn't let Annette off this easily. Maybe it's not always wrong. It might let me write my story, and this one actually matters. We're not here to please people, to always get both sides. Sometimes we have to expose what is actually happening, shine a light on these threats. These people are destroying us. She immediately regretted the hyperbole. Maybe, Orla. Probably. But not if it was also handling all the humans we have to manage. It's not as simple as just the story. Orla watched Annette as she shifted in her seat. There would be no compromise, but she was determined to force Annette to take a side. Advertisers. A half shrug. It's just that your proposal has too many villains. It's too much for the reader. Everyone knows that political donors are buying something. Why else donate? And everyone knows that Hoon has more of them than her opponents. And these investigations need a smoking gun, often literally. It seems to me that what you're saying is that these donors are all linked not by something they want, but by something they don't want. It's a conspiracy for inertia, a choice to do nothing. Orla sniffed. That's about it, sure. And if I hear you right, you're basically telling me that the editorial board are part of something similar. Protecting these people, stopping me exposing what they're doing to prop up Hoon, how they're benefiting. Annette bristled. She rose from the chair and walked to the window. Her shoulders fell slightly as she composed herself and turned. Don't make us the bad guys, Orla. You know that's not fair. Then why? Orla made no attempt to hide the defiance. We just can't offer more time, more space for this kind of story. It takes you out of action for even longer. We don't know where it goes. It manages to annoy lots of people without really hitting any major targets. You sound like you're turning into the algorithm. Annette gave a wry smile. Maybe I am. The job wasn't worth the fight. The story was. Orla sighed and stood. What will you do, Orla? Orla was not going to let her have the camaraderie. I'll do what I've always done, what you should have carried on doing. I won't be part of the inertia. I'll follow the story, go where the writing takes me. My integrity, she choked slightly and composed herself, as a journalist. I won't give it up. Not for you, for the paper, not for anyone or anything. Her voice quiet again. It's all I have. She knew it had wounded Annette, but took a moment to look away to avoid any triumphalism. Annette's voice was quieter now. "You know we can't give you another period of leave, Orla. You have to choose." Orla smiled. She crossed the room to Annette and gave her a genuine hug of affection and farewell. Both of them knew what she should choose. Neither of them had doubted for a moment, but she would. 12. Out of shot. The six-seater plane rattled as it flew low over the Kenyan bush. Vast tea and coffee plantations broke up the endless green of the fertile uplands. As they descended over Nairobi National Park, they could see elephants below and patches of zebra and giraffe. It was a landscape that humbled you. Even before they landed back in Nairobi, Ed Barnes had felt his antennae for danger twitching. At first he assumed that it was a reaction to the destruction and despair he had seen north of Eldoret, his anger at the hopelessness in the eyes of the kids. But the persistent sense of threat remained with him as they came back into range, and his FCDO-issued phone started twitching. There had long been a trade-off between the pace and security of communications. Eventually and reluctantly, the office had made the call and gone for pace. And so, gone were the brick-sized devices that ambassadors had carried around to make their calls secure. Better to have kit that worked. The assumption was now that plenty of intelligence agencies were listening, but that on most issues by the time they did, it was too late to matter. Nevertheless, officials had developed a form of language to obscure the detail. Careful half-sentences. Under pressure, some forgot this. Some became more obscure. Dave, the other half of the deputy head of mission, was one of the former. "Boss, we have an awkward situation." Dave had tried to modify the Welsh accent in his first posting, but had long stopped worrying about it. "Awkward?" Barnes was impatient. "Or threatening?" "Gunshots at the Lavington Mall. Some sort of siege. Probably a robbery. A lot of Brits up there for sure. Mostly long-term residents, expats. But plenty of tourists too, probably." Barnes winced. Normally he might have corrected. Mal. "Do we know who's firing the guns? Sure it isn't Al-Shabaab?" The intel had been flashing red on potential attacks from the Islamist terrorist group. Barnes had sought to downplay it in the reporting to London. "Not yet, and nothing for an open line. The media are unsure. Pretty heavy Kenyan military presence around the Mall." Barnes wondered if they would blame him publicly. "I bet. You're on top of the update to London? Get it out before they ask for it, even if it's short and sketchy than now. Caveat anything we're unsure of. Don't let them leap to the wrong conclusions yet, even if they're the right ones." Barnes heard Dave swallow. He forgave him in advance. "They'll ask about the travel advice." Too right they would. Why had he been so stubborn? "Hold all that off for now. We don't know what's happening or why. Tell them we need to focus on getting support in place." "Do we want an RDT?" Barnes could hear the hesitation in Dave's voice. It was the last thing he needed. The Rapid Deployment Teams, RDTs, had been put in place after a Bali terrorist attack in 2004. They were on standby to support embassies during crises. Most ambassadors resisted. Too much churn, a sense that the local team on the ground couldn't cope. Surely better to soldier on, yet most were glad of them once they arrived. However good the crisis preparations, Max Crawford had been right to point it out. No plan survived contact with the enemy. Barnes hesitated. There would certainly be UK casualties, only a handful if they were lucky, if he was lucky. He was one consular official down because of staff cuts, but either way there would be a lot of media on the story, as so many regional correspondents were based in Nairobi, and he had acquired a certain notoriety after his time in Paris. Dave would have to deal with it. "Yes, ask for a team. Better than having it foisted on us in 2 days' time. But do all you can to make sure it's a good one. We need a decent press officer with proper credibility in London, but one who will work with us, not against us. Some experienced crisis officers, not fragile fast streamers just off a gap year. Meanwhile, pull together everyone at the High Commission without a really good reason to be doing something else. Let's meet in an hour." "An hour? Won't you be back sooner?" "I need to get in front of a camera first. Text me any updates." It had been part of the drill for at least a decade now. Embassies had lost media control of crises too many times, so the number two pulled together and led the actual response. The senior figure got in front of a camera fast and projected calm. This was not just about spin. The comms were part of the crisis management plan. You had to show grip. Barnes ran a hand through his hair and brushed the dust off his jacket. A light jacket, a bit dishevelled, not really the look he needed. Orange dust from the drive. He felt it in his eyes and his ears. They would be all over him. Every crisis needed someone to blame. This was on him. He had to own it. When had he stopped listening to anyone or anything but his instincts? He needed to see Stephanie. Henry, get me back to the res as quickly as possible, then to wherever the Sky camera is near the Lavington Mall. The security team buzzed on their radios as the message was passed. A discreet cough from the front passenger seat. Sam was on duty as the principal BG today. Sam's voice was firm but respectful. Boss, it's going to be a serious scrum up there at the mall. We could get stuck for hours, and we can't guarantee who's around. The terrorists are still in the mall. Army could go in, could get messy. Can't we just do all this back at the HC? Barnes shook his head. You overruled the security team only very rarely. Absolutely not. I have to show myself near the scene to show we're on top of it. Barnes could see the raised eyebrows in the front mirror. Are we? Barnes grimaced. We will be. At the residence, Barnes swigged 2 large glasses of cold water, splashed water on his face and hair, and put on a dark grey suit and sober tie. No sign of Stephanie. These were the moments when he most missed Emma. A quick once-over, a reassuring look, a calm hand on his back. You've got this. Sam was waiting outside with a convoy ready. He had been told by the team leader to have one more try at dissuading his High Commissioner, but he took one look at Barnes and decided against. He recognized that look. Part of him was glad to see it, and part of him was excited to be heading towards the sound of gunfire. They were through the gate, past the 2 askaris guarding the entrance, and back out into the bustle of Nairobi traffic. Barnes had asked Lucy to check Twitter. The first 10 minutes were just a few factual messages. Something happening at Lavington Mall, etc. Reports of the first shots, not much, no visuals. Agencies just had it as breaking, but there's been much more in the last few minutes. Some videos of armed terrorists, people on the ground, the army presence outside. Is it running yet on Sky, BBC? Yes, both have people there now, but it's all quite sketchy, vague. Everyone is waiting for something more definitive. Barnes called Dave as they swung between the traffic. Any updates on Brits or who's behind this? Dave was steely and curt. He had done these before. Not yet, Ed. Chaos up there. Worth getting your piece done fast and getting back here where we can take proper stock. Then tell the station I need a better update than that on arrival. Their best guess, and if not theirs, the Americans. I'll hold the public line for now on no speculation. The station was open-line talk for his MI6 team. Surely they would be getting something decent from the phones by now. The traffic had slowed as they got closer to Lavington. Barnes felt his frustration growing. He could see the Sky cameras set up about 50 metres ahead. There were people everywhere. Every tragedy drew an audience, they always had. He reached for the door handle. OK, Sam, let's walk the last bit. The briefest hesitation. The earpieces crackled. Better on balance to be moving than stationary. And then the heavy door swung open from outside, and Barnes and Sam were out into the noise and the heat. The media team had seen him coming and swung the cameras his way. There was a rally of gunshots from the building. The air was more humid here. He recognized the journalists, gave them a curt nod. They'd been having a quiet few months in Nairobi itself, punctuated by grueling trips to the drought-driven conflicts in Sudan and Ethiopia. The barrage of questions started. Are there any Brits inside, High Commissioner? Barnes waited a few moments, composed himself. The shot should not look too chaotic or out of his hands. He breathed deeply, forcing his shoulders to relax. Remember the drill. Not just what you say, but how you say it. We have a plan, even if you haven't worked out what it is yet. Steely, but not theatrical. The press office in Downing Street turned the volume up as they watched him on the big screen. The British High Commission is monitoring the situation very closely. My first thoughts are with those in the mall and their friends and families following the situation. I won't speculate on the details for now, as the priority must be to establish the facts and protect those who are in potential danger. We offer our full support to the Kenyan authorities as they respond with bravery and professionalism. The High Commission is setting up a way for Brits to contact us. Full details on our website. For now, I ask everyone to remain calm and support those leading the effort to protect those inside the shopping centre. The journalist could see he was looking to move away fast. There wasn't a clear storyline for them yet. Every crisis needed a scapegoat and a villain. Was the High Commissioner both? But what is the intelligence telling you about who's behind it? And what about your travel advice, High Commissioner? Did you know of this threat? Should you not have warned that an attack like this was likely? Inevitable? Barnes clenched his fists slightly at his side, held himself steady. Yes, probably. But if every bit of intel triggered a warning, they might as well shut the whole country down. How long before he was champagne-swilling diplomat Ed Barnes, hosting soirees while Brits were exposed to danger? Or even worse, would they make him out to be some clueless duffer? No further comment. A firm hand from Sam moved him swiftly back towards the vehicle. They passed groups of Kenyan soldiers, nervously handling their weapons, sweating in the heat. Anxious relatives had started to gather. He was relieved to be back in the air conditioning of the car. Barnes sank into the seat. Anything more, Lucy? She had been scrolling fast. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Masses, but none of it very clear. Lots of speculation about Al-Shabaab. More videos. Dave just messaged to say they think that there will be 30-plus Brits inside. They've got the hotline set up for relatives to dial in. It's already swamped. Slow news day in the UK. They passed another 2 lorries of Kenyan soldiers heading towards the mall. Just boys, uncomfortable in their ill-fitting khaki fatigues. Nervous eyes and hands uncertain on the weapons. Barnes WhatsApped President Obwacha. I'm at Lavington. We need to speak. Too many still inside. Situation very unclear. Please, don't send in troops. It risked being a bloodbath if they went in without a plan. He called his defence advisor, who was up in Nanyuki, supporting UK-Kenyan military training exercises. Carrie, what are you picking up? They're up for it, boss. Special forces on standby. As you know, they've been looking for a chance to kick the shit out of Al-Shabaab for some time. Try out some of this new US kit. Carrie Taylor was an ex-Queen's Guardsman. She had done what a fellow officer once described, with deliberate understatement, to Barnes as some pretty effective soldiering in Iraq and Afghanistan. She was happiest on the range with the Kenyan troops, away from the medals and gin of the Nairobi circuit. But surely they need more intel first. Carrie was clipped and crisp. Too right. We and the Americans are trying to put it together quickly. They reckon 20-odd terrorists inside. If so, it would be a disaster for the regular troops to pile in, especially with civvies everywhere. Most of the infantry lack any training for this kind of action. They're barely out of school. I've just told Obwacha to hold back, but he's only thinking about the elections. Needs a bit of drama. How long would you need to put something more effective together up there? Good call, boss. Whatever time you can buy us. It has to be Kenyan-led, of course. Needs as much US intel as they'll offer locally, but without Washington crashing in. The Kenyans have got the right special forces, hard as nails, well-trained, disciplined, dangerous, but most of them are here with me in Nanyuki. Incoming message. Obwacha. Your advice is kind, HC, but I believe we became independent in 1963. Barnes sighed as he rang off. Count to 10. He called him. Obwacha let it ring. Barnes pictured the phone vibrating on the table, one among many. Obwacha dismissing it with disdain. He called again. This time he picked up. A strained politeness. High Commissioner, Edward. You might have noticed we're dealing with a serious crisis. Can this not wait? Don't do it, Mr. President. Hold back. We can help you get it right. People are dying in there. Your people, my people, on camera. If we let this happen, they'll do it again and again. These thugs won't compromise. We won't stand for it anymore. Barnes kept his voice steady. Mr. President, I'm asking you to think about what it will do for your country's reputation if an operation goes wrong in front of the world's cameras. That's what the terrorists want. You are smarter than them. Gather the intel first. We and the Americans will drop everything to help. Get a fuller picture and then send in your special forces. They have the skills. Your op, your credit. You seem to think this is just about the elections, Edward. Politicians acting without restraint because they want the glory. That was exactly what Barnes thought. I didn't say that, Mr. President. Some commentators will claim it, but I know that you are too wise to act in a rash way for political reasons. I'm just offering our help to get it right. 13. To beat a conspiracy. Wayne Cross picked his nose and looked up at the clock that signalled how long was left on the show. 4 minutes. Enough time for a final caller, another plug for his speaking tour, and today's closing rant for social media. As ever, it would be on climate change. Ratings were picking up since he had made this the new cause, even more than his pieces on migrants. Ideally, he got both in. Next up on line 2, we have Michael from Folkestone. What's your take, Michael? Seaside town, southeast, an angry white bloke. This was Wayne's demographic, his sweet spot. Morning, Wayne. Thanks for having me on. My pleasure, Michael. A glance at the clock. What's bugging you about the woke climate brigade? Wind farms, the tax rises they're using to signal their virtue? Compulsory vegan food in schools replacing the decent British sausage? Forcing you to tell people that you're a he-him? What's making you angry, mate? There was silence. Cross tapped the table. Michael, we don't have much time. The voice was gruff, no discernible accent. No, we don't have much time. Something in the tone made Cross hesitate. A sense of authority. It reminded him of the kids who had bullied him at school, of the entitled, overconfident snobs who felt they had a right to run the country. Cross had recently joined a golf club. He had been surprised at how quickly the excitement wore off. Everyone there wished they were at the better one in the next town. There was always another club that wouldn't let you in. So who's to blame for the climate nonsense, Michael? The migrants who want to create a sense of panic here while they quietly take over? The Chinese? The liberal elite preaching at us from their second homes in Bordeaux while their kids vandalize Churchill statues? The mainstream media and left-wing academics in their ivory tower universities taking our heroes out of our history books? Another pause. Cross glanced again at the clock. This one wouldn't work for social media. Was the guy too nervous? The producers were meant to weed them out. He took a swig of coffee from the mug with a bulldog wrapped in an English flag. The caller's voice was flat but carefully articulated. Actually, I blame you. Cross liked a bit of argument on the show, great for ratings. It was what drove his brand, never afraid to shirk the tough issues, the freest of free speech. But something about this caller frightened him. More hesitant now, but with a hint of condescension. Why's that, Michael? All this, the polarization, the denial of science and reason, the use of your platform to reduce the life expectancies of my grandchildren. An old fart, then. Didn't sound particularly educated, but clearly a guardianista. Sounds a bit OTT, Michael. I'm not forcing you to agree with me, but the silent majority do. Are you denying me my freedom of speech now? Sounds like someone has been eating too much tofu. Who's going to stop me? I am. He didn't sound like an armchair warrior. He sounded like a warrior. Time to end the call and do the rant, but the door to the studio swung open. A man stood there in black trousers and T-shirt and a black balaclava. Strong arms. Cross felt his heart rate increase. The air in the room felt constricted. He looked around for support. Cross pressed the panic alarm, but no sound came. He swore. Listeners, I'm afraid we have an intruder here. Security, please get in here and sort this. He turned to the man. Buy time. Get the nutter dealt with. What do you want? I've just told you to stop all this. Cross left the microphone live. Even in his fear, he had a sense of how to give the listener some drama. Why? We don't have time. The man walked across the studio. Cross rose from his chair, and it fell behind him. As the man came in range, he threw a coffee cup at him, which he dodged with a small movement of his head. Cross gripped the desk with one hand and reached for a stapler with the other, but the man punched him hard in the face and he dropped it. He felt the blood start to flow from his nose. A whimper now. What do you want? Michael! The man turned his head slightly so that the microphone would pick him up. Enough! The man reached his hands around his neck. Cross writhed for a moment but could not stand. His listeners heard the crack of his neck, and then silence. By the time security arrived, the assassin was long gone. There were a few days of media and social media speculation on the likely killer, centred on whether the motivation was personal or political. By the time a replacement was found, most listeners had found that they didn't need the show in their lives. The ratings never recovered. 14. The signal versus the noise. As a freelancer on her way up, Orla had longed for the legitimacy of a decent paper. Almost immediately she had landed the job, she started to want to escape. And now what? The sense of liberation did not last long. She walked for long enough to reduce the risk of bumping into colleagues, former colleagues, and then ducked into an anonymous-looking cafe. Orla had once had a boyfriend who seemed to think the scenes in his life were all some kind of first rehearsal for a film. It was as though he believed there was a soundtrack playing in the background. She had tired of his sepia-tinged self-absorption pretty quickly, yet this had something of that feel, a sense of a sliding doors moment, a before and after shot. She would have to move to a smaller apartment. In any case, she had never really unpacked in Washington. Where to base? She didn't want to stay with family or friends. It would seem like some kind of failure. And there would be all the normal crap of their kids and their drama to navigate. All a distraction. She needed somewhere quiet to write and to think. Once before, when she'd needed it, Ed Barnes had taken her to his cottage in Wales, away from the noise. She chuckled at the thought of turning up on his doorstep in Kenya. It would be fun to watch Stephanie terrorizing the diplomatic circuit. Stephanie always teased her about Ed, liked to suggest there was something there. By the time she got back to Washington, she knew that this was the wrong way to think about her problem. It wasn't a need to find a refuge that was getting in her way. She needed to follow the story. She opened her laptop and tried once again to join the dots between the Elizabeth Hoon donors and allies. Were they connected, these enablers? Or all just opportunists? What did they really want from the administration? Media barons wanted what they had always wanted: influence, power, wealth. Big business wanted what it had always wanted: more big business, plus the social recognition that offered a fig leaf of respectability. The big donors were mainly men. They had that in common: big egos to match the bank balances. She had managed to take a photo of the list of the largest donations to the last campaign. Hoon had made much in public of the many small donations, but they were dwarfed by these. Cameron, the head of a media empire that had employed her, was right up there. Orla had been watching as his group of companies started to splinter. His son had been killed in some kind of break-in. Neck broken. Drug-related. Another name struck her. She did a quick internet search. Elias Abu Khalid, a former deputy prime minister of Lebanon, turned arms dealer and fossil fuels investor who was missing, presumed killed, while on safari in Kenya. The speculation at the time was that he'd been caught up in some kind of clash between poachers and the anti-poaching patrols. Pretty nasty characters, not really lamented. She chewed a knuckle as she looked out of the window. She had followed the story the preceding week about the UK airline tycoon who had been found dead at his country house, also a big donor to right-wing parties. Where was the story taking her? What connected Elizabeth Hoon and these deaths? She had learned that you had to stay calm at these moments, try to hear the signal amid the noise. The book Stephanie had given her was on the window shelf. Orla skimmed books and was only halfway through. Violent environmentalists. This must be why Stephanie had been messaging her media coverage of recent high-profile deaths in the US and UK. The most recent was a UK talk show host. The story had got more coverage, as he seemed to have been killed on air by someone who had called into the show. Grim, but great social media. And another neck broken. Was that a bit of a theme? And a controversial Oxford Don, favourite on the 24/7 media round. Masters. She'd seen some of the coverage. Tweedy. She recognised him from Question Time, always banging on about climate change. As ever, when she needed to think, Orla put on her trainers and ran. It had taken a while to get through the traffic lights and crossings of downtown Washington and out onto clear ground, but it had been worth it. She had run first along the side to the Washington Monument and up to the basin to look across at the Jefferson Memorial, and then looped around the Martin Luther King Memorial to Lincoln, where she had dodged the tourists to climb the steps and into the relative darkness of the statue. Americans did grandeur better than anyone. Orla leant against a wall and looked up at the figure towering over her. There were moments when Lincoln had chosen liberalism and freedom over democracy. He would not have had a clear majority for ending slavery. She watched as a small group of climate change protesters huddled together at the bottom of the steps. She slowed as she passed them on her way back down, felt the charge of anger and frustration. One man turned to her, eyes blazing. On his placard he had etched the words in black marker, "What will it take for you to listen?" At what point would these activists realise that their protests were not enough? And what would that mean? Perhaps Hoon was a distraction. Perhaps the donations were not the story here. Orla had assumed Stephanie was sharing the stories out of curiosity or because she was worried that Orla was drifting. But perhaps Stephanie was onto something. A series of unexplained and seemingly unconnected deaths, all of pretty unpleasant characters, certainly by the standards of even the NYT editorial board. None seemed to have been killed for money. All seemed to have been killed swiftly and efficiently. Professionally, even. But all in some way linked to climate change. Someone had decided not to wait for the world to start listening. That was the story that was calling her. 15. Big Flag. Ed Barnes climbed the stairs quickly to his first-floor office. Penny had set up a briefing meeting, but first he needed 5 minutes of silence, time to think. A screen in the corner was showing clips from the mall. He switched it off. He was pretty confident that Jim and Dave would handle the consular and crisis response. It could never be perfect, certainly not in the eyes of the UK media, but they knew their work. His job was to make sure that they had the people they needed, to keep ministers off their backs, and then to stay out of the way. He wrote a post-it note and stuck it on the screen of his computer. Don't be a control freak. What now? He needed to slow President Obocha down. A badly prepared military escalation risked mass casualties, and he needed to try to get ahead of the situation. What did the terrorists want, and what was their next move? But first, he had to project calm to the team. It was vital that they kept their heads. He wrote another post-it note. Be seen to listen. He then screwed it up and replaced it with a shorter message to himself. Listen. Penny put her head around the door, and Barnes nodded. As they filed in, he was by the window filling a coffee cup from the machine. He watched their faces. Carrie was still in Nanyuki, but would be on the screen. Dave looked relaxed. The head of station, Aiza, was poised. This was her first real crisis, but so far so good. He gestured them all to the table. He could feel the collective anxiety, but also the sense of anticipation. Thanks, everyone. Let's get straight on it. I don't want to keep you too long. Dave, consular first. What about the Brits? Still hazy. There must be 30 in there at least. Social media suggests several already hurt or killed. We've set up a reception point at the airport for families and others wanting information, or trying to leave. We'll get one in place at the closest hotel, the Hilton. Barnes nodded. Good. Big flag, bright vests. Lots of water? Dave smiled. Yep. London have got the phone line set up. Calls will go straight through to them. They're using those to reassure families and to try to get a picture of who might be in there. We'll also have someone at the hospital. RDT on the way, so we'll have the manpower. He glanced at Aiza, who had rolled her eyes. Sorry, person power, he corrected himself. The comms team say your clip is getting decent oxygen, Ed, and comes over well. Reassuringly boring. We should take that. There's not yet too much for the media to report. Be careful what you wish for. Dave grinned. And one other thing. Travel advice? Dave left the question hanging. Barnes had known it was coming. He felt the tension move up a notch around the table, the eyes shifting in his direction. No hesitation. Just give them the factual update. Say what we know has happened, what we're doing. No change yet to the overall threat level. I'll get some flack. Number 10 will seize on it, especially if the media do. I'm ready for that. We have to back our judgments. Should he have said my, not our? Too late. Barnes turned towards the screen. The picture had cut out a few times, but Carrie was looking eager, hair tied back, cheeks slightly flushed. Carrie, make sure we have a decent line in to whoever is running things at the mall for the army. We'll need to know as soon as anyone comes out, alive, injured, or... Carrie interrupted. Done. I have the number of the guy. Musikari Kianjuri. We've just spoken. He came to the last QBP. Likes a drink and had a few then, but a good reputation, a pro. He'll take the calls and he'll get out of the way once the special forces get there. Barnes was struggling to picture him. Good. What's his thinking on their next move? Your call with President Obocha clearly worked for now. Slowed it all down. Kianjuri's grumpy. Says any op is above his pay grade now. Thank God for WhatsApp. Let's hope so. And in Nanyuki. We're taking off in 20. Right people, right kit. Dave interjected. The defence advisor and the deputy head of mission had a very different approach to risk. We? Carrie let it go. Barnes caught Dave's eye and gave a quick shake of the head. Better not to know, Max Crawford would have said. Another of his mantras: own nothing, influence everything. Crawford had hated timidity. The downfall of any nation can be traced from the moment that nation became timid about spending its best blood. They could do with Crawford now. He turned to his head of station. "Okay, Aiza, what have you got?" Aiza gave a small shrug. Barnes could see that she was torn between wanting to impress and wanting to hold back. "Not much, I'm afraid. US all over it, of course. Working theory has to be Al-Shabaab. They have the people, means, motive, and plenty of people since the tourists stopped coming to Lamu and the coast. Most of their recent recruits come from the east of the country, where climate change has dried it all up, literally. There'll be plenty more to replace those they lose today." Barnes nodded grimly, thinking of the kids he had seen in the north. "And those in the mall, do they know what they're doing, or just teenagers with guns and grievances?" "Too soon to say. They'll have some experience from dust-ups with Kenyan anti-terrorist forces, but probably a fair share of trigger-happy kids too. Many will be as high as kites on cat. Sigit inside the mall sounds Somali and disorganised. Plenty of shooting and shouting. We know they don't hang around long before civilians start going down." The signals intel would be more important in the early phases than the human intel, but at some point they would need a decent source on the inside of the group. "Stay close to the US and share as much as you possibly can with the Kenyans. I want to show Watcher that he's in charge, but that he needs us, and we can help." He looked around the table. "Listen." "Right, what else?" But he could see they were all keen to move on. "Okay, stay hydrated, pace yourselves. Dave and I will look at staffing, get everyone rotated, and pull in support for you from other teams. RDT will help. I'll stay close to Watcher and check in with number 10. As they filed out, Barnes pulled out his phone. A quick message to Stephanie. He felt a deep need to know that she was fine. "All okay? Home?" He dialed the number 10 switchboard, the usual efficient reply. They could find anyone anywhere, any time. "It's Ed Barnes here in Nairobi. Can I get Hermione?" Hermione Buckingham was the new PM's chief of staff and fixer. A civil servant rather than political advisor, but she was there because she thought and fought like both. Stellar career, 2 perm sec jobs already, ambitious and direct. Ministers loved her, always underestimated by the mandarins, but most of the old school had now been cleared out. She and Barnes had known each other as young, fast streamers in their early 20s. A few drunken nights, one that had become a morning, which they both pretended to have forgotten. A pause as Switch tried her phones. "Sorry, High Commissioner, she must be in with the boss. Shall I get her to call you back?" Barnes winced. He had hoped to get to her before she discussed the situation with the PM, before the wrong narrative settled at the centre. They would want to appear decisive, in control. They always needed an action they could take. He needed to focus their attention and make sure that it was the right one. The last thing his team needed was a long screwdriver from number 10. "Please, keep trying. I'll hold." He flicked between screens as he waited. No reply yet from Steph, and she didn't seem to have picked up the message. No time for too much protocol. He WhatsApped Hermione. "Can we speak? Urgent." 2 minutes later, she was on the line. "You're persistent, Ed. Nice suit, by the way. Clearly not eating too much of that roast goat." In normal circumstances, Ed would have been more flattered. "Thanks for noticing. Under control here so far, but a likely op in the next hour or so. We could get casualties." In normal circumstances, Hermione would have teased him again. "Should the boss call the prayers? He wants to look active, on the front foot. What can we give him to occupy him?" Barnes could think of nothing worse. "Good call, but no, not yet. Let's hold him back for when Watcher stops taking my calls, probably pretty soon. We're getting the crisis centres up and running for Brits." "There wouldn't be so many Brits if you changed the travel advice, Ed." No banter now. Barnes winced. She knew him well enough to know that she didn't need to say it. "Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Hermione." Hermione glanced at the colleague taking a note of the call. "So is foresight. Show some." Barnes let it land, enough to allow her to tell people she had told him off, not enough to paralyse him. "Indeed. Anything else, Hermione?" "The boss has asked our special forces to be in place. Wants to get ahead of this just in case. They're straining at the leash." Barnes sighed. "They always are. But surely we're not at that point." "Not yet, but it's always the part of the toolkit he reaches for. At least, if they're out with you, we'll be ready to use them if we need to. You seem to have a habit of attracting danger. Always did." Once again, Barnes wished Max Crawford was there. He would have misquoted Teddy Roosevelt. "Never punch unless you need to, but never punch soft." Deep breath. "And what will you say in public?" She had clearly already put the line out to the press officers. "Number 10 in close contact with the High Commissioner. Gravely concerned, watching closely, full support to Brits, ready to use all means at disposal." Keep it short and sweet. As good as he could have hoped, for now, but enough to chuck him under the bus if it started to go wrong. "Okay, Hermione, but do me one favour. No surprises. Please make sure they play it straight. I have to keep a watcher and the Kenyans on side. They are incredibly sensitive to anything that looks like interference." The line went dead. Barnes changed screens to check for messages. At the top of the WhatsApp screen, Stephanie is typing. Great. She must be back at the residence and picking up messages. He messaged a watcher. "Thank you for your leadership. Spoke to PM. Full support for your approach. He sends his solidarity and respect. Let us know how we can help you. Steady the ship. Buy time." And then Stephanie's message came through. The phone fell from his hands onto the table. "Pops, don't panic. In mall." 16. The Trade. There was a cold breeze on the hillside above Lule. There were thick ripples on the infinity pool, and the purple bougainvillea swayed. In half an hour the sun would rise behind the cabin and the terrace would start to warm. In an hour, the crickets would strike up. Stephen Rafford looked up from the laptop and chewed his knuckles. In the distance, the deep blue of the Atlantic. Across the valley, the curve of a ridge. He loved the remoteness of the place. Far enough from the golf courses, noise, strip clubs and expats of Quinta do Lago and Valle de Lobo. Close enough to get to them when he needed to. He took a deep breath, stretched his shoulders back, and returned to the screen. He felt most alive in the moments before moving the market. These were seconds of extreme power when traders and brokers were hanging on his decision. On his fingers, on his keyboard, on his terrace, in his world. He pictured them in Singapore, New York, London. How many would be celebrating tonight? How many would be broken? They had been wrong again and again, the analysts who had been swayed by the climate lobby, all that emotional bullshit about green stocks, ethical investment, carbon offsets, ESG, another acronym that would be quickly forgotten. Serious companies knew that the key was to sit out the fads, back the market, avoid emotion. Markets didn't have morals. It should be up in lights above every trading floor. He had doubled down on his fossil fuel stocks when others had got squeamish, and that was why he was in the big house with the cinema, the swimming pool, and the high fences. He took a swig of the coffee. The trade was set up. He always did the big ones himself. When you stopped doing that, you lost your feel, your instinct for the pulse of the market. In one move, he would signal fresh confidence in the big oil and gas stocks. Human conflict and human greed had always been bankers. The rest of the market would follow him. They always did. This would be worth billions. He wondered what to do with it. The ex-wives, beach houses, and school fees were long paid off. He wrinkled his nose. It didn't matter what he would do with it, as long as he had it and someone else didn't. He was in it for the thrill of combat and to win. He looked across the valley. It was more parched this year. They were worried about more forest fires. The bees that had once made this region a honey exporter had died in the heat waves. He hated air conditioning. Another summer like that, and maybe he would have to find somewhere new, somewhere cooler. Move north? He would miss the lemon trees, the fresh figs in the morning, eating his own olive oil. But why take the risk? This arc of southern Europe was becoming too dangerous. He would always have the resource and agility to stay one step ahead of the rest. Survival of the fittest. He looked back at the screen, waiting for the perfect moment to execute the trade. What if you're wrong and markets did develop morals? An interviewer had asked him at his last Davos panel. He had shrugged, genuinely surprised that they still asked the question in the face of so much evidence. Then they wouldn't be very effective markets. The sun was now starting to come up over the brick wall behind the terrace, and he felt his shoulders relax in the warmth. Was global warming really such a bad thing? Maybe not if you were in charge, if you could stay ahead of it. He called the concierge for another coffee and a microdose. He didn't hear the birds as they started their chorus. He would feel the caffeine and the mushrooms surge through him as he watched the markets follow him. Blood sport. There was no reply. How much did you have to pay to have decent coffee when you wanted it? The curse of the billionaire. He looked back at the screen. 2 more minutes. He went into the kitchen and made the coffee himself. He didn't hear the man come onto the terrace, but he was there as he came back outside. He had closed Stephen's laptop and was looking out over the valley towards the ridge and the blue of the sea beyond, dressed in a black T-shirt, thick-set, muscular. Stephen had recently upgraded the security. There were more migrant workers arriving from North Africa. You couldn't be too careful. "What the fuck are you doing here? How did you get over the fence?" The man looked round at him casually and shrugged. "Taking in the view." "Well, you can take it in somewhere else." Stephen had a personal martial arts trainer and was sizing up the visitor. The man was older and shorter than him, tough, but the guy didn't look armed, an air of confidence. The safe in the basement could be sacrificed if necessary. What was he after? The man sighed. He looked pained for a moment, as though he wished he were anywhere else. And then he stood and turned to Stephen. Stephen squared up. "I'm serious. Get the fuck off my terrace." There was almost a sadness to the man. "I'm where I need to be." Stephen stepped towards him. He had read online about the figure they were starting to call the assassin, a mysterious chain of deaths, unexplained. This guy didn't look like a serial killer or a common thief. But what was the incentive for targeting a trader if it was not about money? "What do you want from me?" "There's no way you'll get past the security on that laptop. You need me if you want to try to get a penny." The assassin took another look at the view and then checked his watch. He wasn't here to start a trade, but to stop one. Stephen followed his eyes out towards the sea. He didn't feel the blow to the back of his neck. The assassin sighed as he checked the man's pulse and let the arm fall. As an old and very dangerous mate of the assassin's had once said, "A buddy will help you move furniture, a friend will help you move a dead body." This was another one he would have to do on his own. He made himself a cup of coffee, took in the view one last time, and put Stephen Rafferty's corpse over his shoulder. Another trader would quickly move to fill Rafferty's shoes, but they would take time to develop the same influence. Maybe over time the market would develop some morals, and eventually, with help, it might heal itself. The assassin didn't pretend to know about economics, but he knew who the enemy was, and he knew how to kill. The trade would not be executed today, but the trader would. 17. Too rough to plunge in? Initially, Orla moved between couches as she adjusted to her new independence, but it was as unsatisfactory as she had anticipated. As one friend had gently, but only so gently, chided her, she was almost 40. This was surely no way to live. So she had taken her laptop home, or close to it, renting a one-room apartment on the southwest coast of Ireland in a small fishing village called Youghal. Each morning she would walk early along the boardwalk, relishing the taste of the sea air and listening to the gulls. Some mornings she would take a dip, enjoying the feeling of the sand under her feet. She found her mind was sharper after swimming in the bracing cold of the Atlantic. But the writing wasn't flowing yet. She was stuck again on the why. She was convinced that there was a link between the assassinations. Was the purpose of the project to find and expose this, to find the assassin? She had started to capitalize it. Or was it to ask deeper questions about climate change? She had abandoned the Hoon project because she had failed to convince herself that she had a way to change the world rather than just describe it. This story had shock value if she could stand it up. But in almost every case, the assassin, if she was right that it was just one or a group working together, had done their work too efficiently to leave a story behind. Relatives and police had tried to investigate, but come up blank. One morning, as she dried the cold water off and felt her body tingle back to life, she realized that she had a bigger problem. As Annette had put it, every story needs a nemesis, a villain, and in these stories, if they were really connected, the villains were the corpses. So did that make the assassin the hero? A killer with a conscience? There had been great literature in which the reader was asked to sympathise with the person committing the crime, but a piece of contemporary journalism that seemed to condone a serial killer? She still loved the feel of a newspaper. As she called into the shop to pick up the weekend papers, the harder question confronted her more firmly. If she wrote about the links between the murders, was there a chance that they might stop? Perhaps, one would say, a risk that they might stop. Orla had chatted in the past to the couple who ran the shop, but today they could see that she was pensive as she produced the coins. "How was the sea today?" Orla felt the coldness of her swimming costume beneath her clothes. Her face was still flushed. "It was rough again." "Too rough to plunge in?" Orla scooped the papers under her arm. The headlines were dominated by what one of her editors had called one-day stories. The quality writing would be in the supplements, the human interest stories, the culture sections. Where were the big stories, the ones that journalists had sacrificed something for, the one that took time and pain? Where were the investigations that mattered? And who, including in her industry, had an interest in ensuring that they were ignored? Orla smiled. The story was calling her again. What will it take for you to listen? No, not too rough to plunge in. She climbed the stairs to the apartment and opened a window to let the sea air in. She switched on the kettle and looked again at the papers she had stuck up on the wall with blue tack. Perhaps her mistake had been in trying to work out who the assassin was and how he, or she, had killed their victims, but the dotted lines she had drawn between them all indicated the clear motive. And it was not just that the targets were acting in ways that made climate change worse, or slowing down the effort to counter it. It was not just that their deaths might act as a warning to others. It was that their deaths might make a difference because it made them harder to replace. The assassin was choosing very carefully. They wanted the deaths to be noticed. So instead of following the trail of victims, she had to follow the motive and work out where the assassin was going next. She felt a wave of anger at the people running the media. They were complicit in the failure to hold these enablers to account. The assassin clearly felt the same. If in doubt, follow the money. Where was the money being made that accelerated climate change? Not the companies themselves, but those financing them, trading their stocks. Orla left the papers unopened and started to research the investors running significant funds with the influence to move markets, to set trends. When the BBC site flashed up the story of Stephen Rafford's death in the Algarve, Orla felt for the first time that she was making real progress. The story contained few details of his business interests, but the death had all the hallmarks of her assassin. No evidence left behind. A broken neck. Nothing taken, no claim of responsibility, no harm to people beyond the target. A brief internet search indicated that Rafford was up to his neck in trades that were harming the environment. Orla's great skill had always been her ability to get into the head of her subject, to understand what it was about them that made them who they were. It was her failure to manage this with Elizabeth Hoon that had driven her away from that story. Now she had to get into the mind of someone she had never met and might never meet. She had to predict his next kill. What drove the assassin? Idealism? Surely a dose of that. Frustration? Personal vendetta? But to act in such a methodical way also suggested a terrifying detachment from reality. Was this someone with not long to live, trying to upend the chessboard? Or maybe just a sociopath serial killer who thought that these kind of targets meant that they could kill for longer, get away with more? Orla found herself wanting to be in the engine room as the decisions were taken. How to justify picking Rafford and not the hundreds of other men doing exactly the same thing? She looked at the pictures she'd pinned up. The assassin appeared to only be killing men. She assumed this meant it was a guy. What was his code? And what would it take to get his attention? The game hunter killing looked to be the first in the sequence. A gateway drug. Orla stood and walked to the window. She had to meet him. That meant either preempting the next murder, surely too hard without a clearer sense of how he selected the targets, or baiting him with a story, a sense that he had been seen, that he was being watched, and it probably meant a big dose of luck. Investor, budget airline entrepreneur, talk show host, Oxford Don. Not yet a politician. This story mattered to her. Orla pulled out her smartphone and quote-tweeted the BBC coverage on Stephen Rafford's murder. Curious about similar methods to recent unexplained deaths of Michael Cameron, Andrew Banks and Wayne Cross. Links? Almost immediately, a WhatsApp message arrived. Surely no coincidence. Oh, please come. Dad needs you. S. Stephanie Barnes, out in Kenya. What mess had Ed got himself into now? Orla messaged back. What's up, Soph? But there was no reply. She chewed her lip. There was an uncharacteristic urgency to Stephanie's message. On the BBC site, she watched as the Rafford story was replaced as breaking news by one on a shooting in a Nairobi mall. She felt a jolt of adrenaline and fear. Were they safe? Somewhere out there, the assassin was working out who to kill next. She had just as much chance of finding him from Kenya as from Youghal. Especially if that was where he had started, especially if he wanted someone to make the connections, to tell the story. Ed Barnes might even take his tie off, get that famous contact book out and start helping. Orla took a long look at the sea. She could taste the salt, the coastline ever-changing in power and beauty. Ed Barnes needed her? She smiled. It was time to see him again. But first, she needed to try something, to follow one more instinct on the story. She looked again at her work on the enablers and the mapping of the previous targets. She tried again to get into his head, to think like the assassin. Who would he kill next? Who would she kill if she had the chance? She booked a flight to Paris. Part 2. One story. (18) Switchboard. Later, trying to defend himself, Barnes would be unable to recall what happened next. He held the sides of the table for a few moments, trying to steady himself. He walked to the coffee machine, started to prepare one, and then left the empty cup on the machine as he strode back to his desk. He loosened his tie and took a deep breath. Stephanie was in real danger. Hold it together. His eyes darted to the phone. Another message from Stephanie. Long story. They took phones, but I hid mine. Chaos. Barnes felt the message like a further blow to the stomach. His thumbs and fingers suddenly, somehow, too large to type. You okay? Injured? Don't worry, Dad. He could hear Emma in her. Injured? What's happening? No, they're checking ID, looking for US. Get rid of yours now. How could he have put her in such danger? No reply. He tried again. Steph, you there? Steph. The messages weren't being read. Barnes stopped himself from throwing the phone across the office. He felt the floor beneath him unstable. He picked up the framed picture of her on the desk, black and white, looking back at the camera, at the photographer, at him. He placed the frame carefully back on the desk as if it might shatter. One more time. Okay, Steph. No reply, but a message from Orla. Ed, just seen news. You and Steph okay? What can I do? He didn't have time for Orla now. Carrie and the Kenyan Special Forces team would be in the air, and phones off. It was too late to turn them round. The Americans would have been able by now to map who was still in the mall and start to take a decent guess at which of them were terrorists and which civilians based on their movements. But that process would take too long for it to be of much use if the group went blazing straight in. Every negotiation was about leverage. The point of maximum leverage with the terrorists would be when they needed to negotiate a way out. Their point of maximum leverage with the Kenyan authorities was when the risk to civilians was highest. It was too soon to strike a deal, but they could buy time and lives by trying to work out what they wanted and get the timing right. He moved fast down the corridor to Dave's office. His DHM was in with the crisis team, setting up the hotel and airport reception areas for Brits. Dave nodded at them to continue and came out to the corridor. You okay, Ed? You look really pale. Barnes shook his head to dismiss the question. Anything more on the Brit numbers in the mall? Later, at the public inquiry, Dave would wonder whether he should have been more curious about the High Commissioner's uncharacteristic anxiety, but this was a crisis. Everyone went through waves of adrenaline. Plenty of families contacting us now to say that they've had messages from relatives inside. Definitely Somalis. Not clear what they want. Aiza may have more from the Americans by now. Carrie mentioned Kianjuri, the senior military guy at the site. Can you track down his number? Dave nodded. What do you have in mind? We need to slow down the Kenyan Special Forces op. Buy a bit more time. There are too many moving pieces. I think I should talk to the terrorists, try to get a sense of what they want. Dave shook his head. Surely that's way too risky, Ed. Why put yourself in harm's way? We need to stay focused. It will be chaos up there, especially when they go in. He saw the steeliness back in Barnes's eyes, that rebellious streak. I'm still hoping they won't need to, Dave. Dave found the number for Kianjuri and watched as Barnes called him. Kianjuri sounded relaxed, too full of bonhomie. Adrenaline at work there too, or something stronger. Hi, Commissioner. A pleasure to hear from you. But you know I've had my hands pretty full today. I know. I've told the President you have our full support. We'll give you whatever help you need. I'll be back on site doing media in 10 minutes. Can we meet? A pause. I'd rather you didn't come, HC. I need my men focused on the mall, not on Excellency. It is pretty tense here. There is more shooting inside. We're trying to convince the Somalis to let the children out. I've got a line to their main guy. This was the moment for Barnes to step back, leave the professionals to it. Dave waited for him to ring off. But Barnes persisted. What do they want, Kianjuri? Dave could hear the man's politeness trump his frustration. He's not clear yet. And which part of Somalia? Somaliland. So it will probably be about independence, getting their own state. They hate the Somalis more than we do. Barnes turned his back on Dave. I need to talk to the guy. This time Kianjuri was angrier. You know I can't allow that, Excellency. It will only increase the price they want to extract from us. Barnes gripped the table. They didn't have long. Stephanie didn't have long. Musikari, you and I know that it will get pretty grim and fast if the Special Forces go in. I can help stall that. Maybe the Somalilanders will be ready to reason with me. They'll see me as some kind of intermediary. No way. I'm sorry, High Commissioner, but this is not your show. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Wasn't it you guys that taught us that? I don't remember much negotiation between the Brits and the Mau Mau. Line dead. Barnes waved Dave back into his crisis meeting, ignoring the look of curious concern, and called Aiza as he walked back to his office. What do we have on the regional governor of Somaliland? No hesitation. This was her first real chance to show she could do this under pressure. Decent guy. Did his degree at Oxford on achieving scholarship. Trying to do the right thing up there. No obvious corruption. Smooth, good-looking and knows it. Not exactly a dream job. The last 3 were assassinated. You pretty much have a target on your back. Pro-independence, obviously, but has been trying to convince them all, especially the militias, that he can get more progress via the UN than through violence. He's in a very small minority on that. Listen. Focus. What does he need from us? Need? A bit of attention, I guess. Some sense that his plan might work. Ministerial meeting, maybe. Some help in New York. Not much in the scheme of things, but they're a long way down the list for London. Not really on the radar. Barnes nodded. Half a desk officer somewhere in King Charles Street might be following Somaliland. Perhaps an annual submission to update whichever minister had rotated in that month, but no real expertise or attention at the centre. Maybe they are now. I think it's time to move them up the list. From the window, Barnes could see the 4 Special Forces helicopters landing at the nearby stadium. He called Carrie as he walked. Plan? Not much of one, boss. They're going to position themselves around the 2 main entrances to the mall. They've been told not to go in without an explicit President of Watcher instruction, but they're pretty tooled up. You know, a lot of these guys have been desperate for a crack at the Somalis. Some have fought up there. They don't like the fact that the Somalis have brought their shit show, sorry boss, down here. Barnes was back in his office now and waved aside an update from Penny. I think it's more complicated than that, Carrie. Your friend Kianjuri thinks they're Somalilanders. They hate the Somalis as much as the Kenyans do. They've been fighting them for as long. To be honest, boss, I don't think that will give the Kenyans enough reason to hold off. They don't really care about that difference. And you know, these things tend to get their own momentum. Try to slow things down. Tell them they have more chance of success once they get better data on what is going on inside, and that we and the Americans can get them more of that. I'm going to try to increase our leverage. It didn't take the number 10 switchboard long to get the governor of Somaliland. It was not for them to question how far the High Commissioner was going off-piste. "Mr. High Commissioner, I don't often hear from you Brits. Are you planning a visit at last?" Barnes was trying not to think about Stephanie. He made a conscious effort to steady his voice. "Your Excellency, you will be aware of the hostage situation in Nairobi. I'm watching it on your wonderful BBC, like everyone else." The governor had been educated at the only private school in Mogadishu. His English had a quaint 1950s timbre. "The Kenyans on the ground think they are Somalilanders. Sound likely?" A brief pause. "I see. And what happens next, then?" "A bloodbath, probably. No one wins unless we can stop that." Another pause. "We?" Barnes was steely now. Stephanie didn't have long. "Yes, you and I. You studied international relations. You know about mediation. You also know that Somaliland involvement in terrorism would be catastrophic for your cause at the UN, set you back years." The governor sounded frustrated. "I'm hardly making progress now. What makes you think I have any influence with them, High Commissioner?" "Don't give me that crap. Just a hunch. They will need a ladder to climb down. Whatever they planned, it will feel different now. We can find something they can show is a win. I can't give that to them direct. The Kenyans won't let me talk to them. And we can't be seen to be rewarding terrorism." Barnes chewed his lip for a moment. This was already way beyond what ministers might sanction. The mantra was handed down from diplomat to diplomat. We don't talk to terrorists. But if diplomats don't, who does? Find the leverage, get to the ask. But maybe you can give them something. And maybe we could give it to you. Silence at the other end. The governor was curious, but his response when it came was brisk. "You're going to offer more aid, I guess. By the time it gets past the consultants and development economists, there is not much left for us. And Somalia needs it more than we do. We don't need your aid. We need recognition." Barnes hesitated. Change of plan. "Not aid, Your Excellency. Respect. What if I can get you a meeting at number 10? Barnes heard the intake of breath. Found it. "With the PM? Seriously? Why would they suddenly agree to that? They couldn't find us on a map." Barnes kept his voice steady. They didn't have much time. "It would be with the Chief of Staff, but we would get the PM to drop in for a photo, what we call a grip and grin. That's what you really need, isn't it?" "That would indeed be a great help. But how do I know you could deliver it? And what do you need in return?" At last. The odds of delivering it were minuscule. "Consider it done, Excellency. Now, I need to know who's really in charge in the shopping centre, the mall, and what they want. Can you help?" A brief pause. Barnes pressed again. "Governor, we need to trust each other. Please, call me Ed." A longer pause. The governor's voice was quieter, but determined. "Thank you, Ed. I was taught in your universities to trust and then verify. So let's see. But I'd prefer we drop the titles too. Call me Ali." The governor rang off. Barnes checked his phone. Still nothing from Stephanie, and no sign that she'd picked up the last messages. Had they found her, or was she keeping her device turned off to avoid the signal being picked up? The television footage showed more troops arriving at the mall. Carrie was right about the special forces. They were preparing to move in. This was the moment of greatest risk to the hostages, to Stephanie. On an instinct, he replied to Orla's message, saying she would help. Later, he would wonder what he had hoped to achieve. Maybe he just needed an ally, someone who also cared about Stephanie. "If anything happens to me, look out for S." His phone rang. It was Musikari Kianjuri. "General, thank you for calling. Have you changed your mind? Can I speak to the terrorists?" "Well, strange as it may seem, and infuriatingly for us, they've just asked to talk to you." Barnes narrowed his eyes. An opening. The governor clearly had a decent line in. In the worst-case scenario, they wanted him because they had found Stephanie. Serious leverage. But more likely the governor's call to them had got their attention. Either way, he seemed to have a way to the group in the shopping centre. It was a start. Diplomats are the ripples, not the stone that makes them. He could see Stephanie's bemused reaction to his usual excuse for inaction. Barnes took a deep breath. The coffee stood undrunk on the machine. "Thank you, General Kanjuri. Tell them to release the children, and I'll do better than that. 19. Proceed until apprehended. The sky was threatening to rain, dark thunderclouds gathering. The vehicles had ground to a standstill. The Bee Gees were nervous. They hated standstill. They also hated spontaneity. The High Commissioner heading to the middle of a terrorist incident was too much spontaneity. Boss, the Kenyan troops won't let more than 2 of us in, and only with sidearms. I understand, but it's worth the risk. Get Carrie to meet us when we get there. They were able to pass swiftly through the military checkpoints, the soldiers recognizing the diplomatic plates. Carrie and Kanjuri were waiting for them, and they were moved to a tent. They passed a group of shaken children. There were tables with maps of them all, radios crackling and mobile phones buzzing, an air of chaos. The air smelt of smoke and adrenaline. Kanjuri shook hands solemnly. He was working hard to contain his frustration at the High Commissioner's cameo, but Barnes could see that he was seething. Everyone had a tell. Kanjuri's was a double blink. The children are out, High Commissioner. Not a bad start. Barnes narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the building. It's a start. It shows they're willing to negotiate. Any better idea yet of the numbers inside? Carrie nodded. 20 or so terrorists, 80 or so civilians. We reckon 20 to 30 of those are international. Kanjuri flinched. And that matters how? Carrie held up her hands in apology. Barnes moved it on. Stephanie was somewhere in there. He needed to keep the Kenyans on side. Mr. Carrie, you're in charge. I'm just here to back you up any way we can. What's your sense of why they asked for me? The double blink. No idea. But they hadn't been interested in talking on the first contact, so something changed. They asked for you personally, Ed Barnes, not just the British High Commissioner. The main contact point, we think he's in charge, calls himself Hussein. We've got nothing much on him yet, probably just another smooth-talking Somali gangster. Barnes glanced at Carrie, who knew it was an instruction to consult Aiza, and nodded slightly. Any sense of what drove Hussein might help. Barnes focused again on Kanjuri. Did they say anything about the identities of any of the hostages? Anyone they were particularly targeting? Carrie looked at Barnes quizzically. Kanjuri shook his head. They all knew there was a hierarchy of value when it came to hostages. A message came in from Orla. Oh, Ed, are you okay? Where's S? Trust yourself. The negotiation playbook was to wait, to make them ask again, see how much they wanted to talk. Deep breath. Okay, let me talk to Hussein. Barnes pretended not to hear Carrie's sharp intake of breath. Proceed until apprehended, as Max Crawford had always said. Kanjuri passed his phone and pressed the last number dialed. It rang twice. What now? The voice was anxious, clipped, educated. Trust yourself. Mr. Hussein, this is the British this is Ed Barnes. You asked me to call. Thank you for releasing the children. That is the right move. We can see that you don't want any further violence. I'm explaining that to the Kenyan president and his troops. I'm keen to hear what it is you want. It is time to end this. Can we agree that... End this? This is only just the beginning, High Commissioner. Clipped, yes. There was a note of anxiety in his voice, but also a sense of command, a man used to power. But what is it you really want? And call me Ed. Everything depended on establishing some measure of trust. Hussein's voice was calmer, but Barnes could still hear the nerves. We want your attention, High Commissioner, and I think we have it now. Barnes had to check his impatience. But what for, and why me? Perhaps you will have more reason to help us than other people. Yes? Carrie could see Barnes clench his fist below the table. Something was different about him. Mr. Hussein, we don't have much time. You have my attention, my full attention. I will meet you personally if you release the women. The line went dead. The heat in the tent was stifling. Barnes chewed a knuckle. He didn't have enough leverage. His senses were heightened. He flinched at the sound of a volley of gunshots in the building. Kanjuri's hand went instinctively to his weapon. Carrie gestured to Barnes to step outside the tent. You don't seriously plan to go in? She could see the famous Ed Barnes' stubbornness in his reaction. We have to make a gesture. We don't know what he wants. The more civilians we can get out, the more we can hold the Kenyans back. It buys us time. Later, Carrie would be carpeted for not making more of an effort to stop him. She had to listen in silence to male officers telling her that she should have been more forceful. "But once you go in, boss, what guarantee is there we can get you back?" Barnes was pensive. "I don't think these guys are lunatics. They're rational. They're ready to trade. We've seen that." They waited. No messages. No replies to the calls. Barnes paced, hunched, hands deep in his pockets. He needed more intel, more time, more allies. "Head down, Steph. Get rid of the ID. Stay calm. I'm coming." Noise and movement over by the main mall exit. Kianjuri was heading in that direction. The door opened. The Kenyan Special Forces outside drew their weapons. 2 bodies were thrown out. Males. The corpses slumped by a banner advertising cheap rice. Barnes felt his stomach lurch. Hussein was escalating. And then a line of women started to exit, nervously at first, with hesitation. Once they reached the military lines, some stumbled into a run. A mixture of Kenyans and expats. Barnes scanned them carefully. Raw fear and relief on their faces. No sign of Stephanie. Kianjuri came towards him with the phone. His anger seemed to have receded. Some of the bonhomie was back. "Hussein says he's ready to receive you now." Barnes was still watching the line of women. Several wore headscarves. "Has he told you that these are all the women?" Kianjuri looked grim, a double blink again. "He just said to tell you to come now. He didn't sound like he wanted a debate." Barnes glanced at Carrie. She gave a slight shake of the head. This wasn't the protocol. He looked again at the line of women, at the bodies outside the mall, at the Kenyan Special Forces checking their weapons, watching and waiting for the chance to go in. He removed his jacket and gestured at the main BG, Raoul, to do so too. "Leave the sidearm." Kianjuri was watching him, head tilted to one side. The BG hesitated for a moment and then took his weapon off, avoiding Carrie's protest. He moved to stand 2 paces behind his High Commissioner. The Kenyan military moved aside to let Barnes past. The theatre of diplomacy. He had often told junior diplomats about how to walk into a reception, how to project confidence. Stand upright, look like you know where you're going. You have to remember what you are representing. The cameras were on him now. Would Orla be watching and understand that this was the only way? In London, there would be fury that he was taking these steps, but Ed Barnes didn't care. He was where he was meant to be. He stepped around the 2 bodies on the road, trying not to look at them. The first was badly disfigured. Blood caked the ear, and the side of the head was gone. From the cavity, brain and blood. As he approached the door, Carrie watched him take a deep breath, steady himself. Later, she would say that this was the last moment she could have stopped him. But she knew he would not stop. And then, Ed Barnes was inside. 20. One man's terrorist. The doors to the mall shut behind them. It was cooler inside. There were 3 Somalilanders immediately beyond the entrance, young, sweating, edgy, trying too hard to look calm. Each carried a Kalashnikov. The first nodded at the other 2. One of them gripped Barnes by the arm, checked his trouser pockets, and led him down the corridor. The second told Raoul to kneel and stood over him with his weapon drawn. Barnes settled his breath and shook off the grip of the man. He glanced at Raoul to signal that they should show no resistance. The bodyguard looked steady, but Barnes knew that he would be thinking through the options should he need to protect his High Commissioner. These were not trained men, but they would be more experienced than they looked, and unpredictable. Barnes could picture Raoul's kids arriving on his shoulders at the Christmas staff party. "I'm here to see Hussein. We have come with respect, and as representatives of Her Majesty's government. I expect you to treat us both with the same courtesy." Barnes hoped they could not hear the hoarseness in his voice. The man kept a more deferential distance as they went up the escalators to the first floor. More armed men standing in groups. The mall was quiet, but they were anxious, primed. Barnes counted 4 bodies on the floor. Not Stephanie, not Stephanie, not Stephanie, not Stephanie. They passed 3 shops, and the man slowed to ensure Barnes could take a proper look inside. Each of the rooms of hostages was guarded by 2 to 3 Somalis. In each were at least 20 civilians kneeling or lying on the floor. They had been separated by ethnic group. The first room were Kenyans, the second, Asian expats, the third, white. No Stephanie. Some cried out as he passed, signs of struggle, overturned chairs, smears of blood on the walls and floor. The man gestured towards the entrance to a bookshop. Barnes straightened his back and entered. Inside, a slight man was leaning against the shelf. He was unarmed, denim sleeves rolled up, revealing gangly arms. Early 30s, deep-set eyes, skin tight around high cheekbones. "Welcome, High Commissioner. I'm sorry that I can't make you more comfortable." Barnes instinctively held out a hand. "We don't negotiate with terrorists." The man took it, his handshake weak, fingers bony. Barnes let his hand go and stood opposite him, close enough to try to read his face. It didn't feel like Stephanie was yet part of his equation. But Barnes had come to them all too soon. Hussein knew he had the advantage. Focus. Listen. "This will do. We don't have long. I don't know when the Kenyans will lose patience, but they won't give me long. When they do, they won't be as diplomatic as me." Hussein sniffed. His eyes darted around the room. "So, what do you suggest we do next?" "First job, build trust. You've done the right thing in releasing the women and children." "Most of them." Barnes held his eye, tried to ignore the threat in the other man's words. "I need to know why you're doing this, what you actually want." Hussein narrowed his eyes. He seemed fully present for the first time. "What makes you think that democracy is only for white people?" Barnes suppressed his exasperation. "I don't think that. I never have. Neither, more importantly, does my government. Maybe independence from Somalia for Somaliland does make the region more democratic, but there has to be a proper process. It takes time. Don't get between the dog and the lamppost." Hussein scowled. "The last time I checked, we had no lampposts. When was the last time you actually lifted a finger for democracy in my world? Since 9/11, you've backed whoever you think can suppress terrorism, which to you is anyone who threatens your security, not ours. They're never Democrats. All I ask is that you give us the same opportunity you give yourselves." Barnes tried to hold his eye. "Look, I don't have time for an academic debate on democracy, Hussein. We've made mistakes, sure, but that is not the issue for you and me. Right now, we have to find a way out of here." "Why? We've got nothing to lose. I have been fighting since I was captured by the men who burnt my village and killed my parents. The only difference between me and most of those holding guns in this mall and outside it is that I did some reading along the way." There was anger in the words, but the voice was measured, thoughtful. "If that makes this all academic to you, I can't help it. Perhaps you prefer us when we aren't reading your books." Barnes softened his voice, trying to find a connection. "So tell me, then. Ultimately, you want democracy. Great. But what is it that you really want out of all this?" Hussein lifted a book from the shelf. Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. "Same as you. Elections, equal rights, freedom before the law. Democracy is always on trial, and you're losing. The fish rots from the head. And American democracy now is like Gandhi said about British civilization, a nice idea. I want to help you fight back. Democracy only ever advances through conflict or crisis. So be it. We're willing to do the fighting, make the sacrifices, for democracy, but we need help." Barnes was struggling to keep his attention in the room. He glanced towards the door. "Please, we need to end this. I can't magic up democratic elections for you. Tell me how we all get out of here." Hussein nodded at one of the armed men by the door. He calmly brought over a Kenyan hostage and roughly pushed him to his knees, holding a gun to his head. The Kenyan kept his eyes to the floor. He was wearing an Arsenal football top. He was whimpering softly. Barnes stepped towards the armed man, holding his hands out. The man kept his eyes on him and the gun to the temple of the Kenyan. Barnes turned to Hussein, more urgent now. "No more bodies. You've made your point. You have our attention. What about his rights?" Hussein smiled. "How many bodies did it take you, or the Americans, or the French, to gain democracy? And don't you celebrate them? Parades and statues for the terrorists of their day? Musicals and national days? Why don't we get to write our names in history too?" He nodded again at the man. The Kenyan screamed, high-pitched. The Somali shot him twice in the head. Blood and bone. Barnes flinched and looked away. The body slumped to the ground, a red halo spreading around it, the colour of the shirt. As he forced himself to raise his eyes, Barnes saw Hussein watching him closely and without emotion. We need to make democracy great again, Mr. High Commissioner. It's that simple, and that starts with a few new democracies, including Somaliland. Barnes felt time slipping through his fingers. They would have heard the gunshots outside. It was a mistake to have come. He unclenched his hands and tried again. So, you want a democratic Somaliland, independence. We can talk about that, but more bodies won't help. They will turn us all against you. Hussein sneered. You don't think? Then why else are you here? Barnes needed to regain some authority. He changed tack. I saw you had divided the hostages into 3 rooms. Why? And are there more? There may be more scattered around the mall. We are checking all the shops now, but it doesn't really matter. We already have enough civilians here to hold your attention. She was out there somewhere. Not if you keep killing them. A hollow laugh. Come on. You and I both know the Kenyans will be in long before we run out of hostages. That's how this ends. So why? Whatever your message, it will be set back in international opinion by what you've done here. And this will get 2 news cycles, 3 at best. You're not going to get statues and a place in history. Hussein shrugged. A news cycle is more than we get now. We don't have anything to lose. Barnes gestured to the armed man. And do your men agree? Are you giving them the right to decide their fate? Hussein paused, narrowed his eyes. Okay, enough questions, High Commissioner. Give me something. Show you can be serious. Let's make some deals. For a room of hostages, what are they worth? Or is each of these rooms worth something different to you? Barnes felt the situation moving further away from his control. We don't negotiate with terrorists, you know that. Too late for that, you already are. Otherwise, why come? What's the offer? What do you want, Excellency? Barnes felt the barb. He wrestled his mind back from his daughter. Did Hussein know where she was? He steadied himself, find the leverage. Maybe I can try to get you some sort of safe passage out, convince the Kenyans to let you go. Hussein sneered. Meaningless. They'll kill us all eventually, or someone else will. And what hope is there for these men anyway? A life on the run, or back to poverty? He gestured at the armed man to bring forward another hostage. Barnes held his hands up, stepping between the man and the door. Enough. Okay, I can get you more attention for the Somaliland case. Get some levers pulled in London and New York. Maybe get your governor a meeting in London. I can work with him. Why not ask him? Hussein cocked his head. He was more intrigued than he wanted to let on. A governor is part of the problem. I'll make this simpler for you. I want a statement from your Prime Minister that you back our independence, our democracy. Barnes threw his arms up in exasperation. But this was at least an opening. You know I can't promise all that, and that if I did, I could not deliver it. I'm not going to make you false promises. Hussein sneered. Then let's raise the stakes. Hussein called over the man by the door. Asia, next. The man grinned. His teeth were yellow. He was chewing cat, giving his eyes a reddish hue. He walked to the door and barked an order. Barnes stood over Hussein. This is madness. Don't do it. Give me time. You have to stop. Hussein shook his head defiantly. Democracy advances one body at a time. That's how it has always been. But surely these people are not your enemies. Hussein paused. True, but they got, what's your quaint phrase? Between the dog and the lamp-post? Barnes sank to his knees as he heard the volley of shots in the shop. The screams turned to whimpers, and then to silence. It went on for 2 minutes. Hussein leafed through the pain book, pretending not to listen. Barnes felt the room spinning. The media would be broadcasting every gunshot. Outside, the Kenyan Special Forces would be preparing to come in. Somewhere his daughter was hiding. He tried to steady his breath, suppress the waves of nausea. Hussein scraped some wax from his ear with his fingernail. He spoke without emotion to the Somali by the door. One body at a time, through the doors of the mall. He crossed the room and lifted Barnes's chin to force his head up. Shall I let your Kenyan friends know we're not making progress? Or would you like to tell them yourself? 21. One of ours. Barnes tried to stop his hands shaking as Hussein passed him the phone. He heard General Kianjuri's voice on speakerphone, urgent and angry. What's happening? All we can hear is shooting. Barnes tried to compose himself. They're serious, General. And yes, they are killing hostages. I'm sorry. Ganjuri sounded more despairing than before. I'm afraid that our orders from the President are clear. No more waiting. Tell them to let the rest of the hostages go now, or we come in. This ends here. Hussein laughed. You'll come in anyway. The only question is whether you'll wait long enough for the real soldiers to arrive, or whether they'll let your amateurs have a crack at us. Either way, we'll take plenty of you with us, comrade. Ganjuri spoke slowly and deliberately. Believe me, comrade, I can't wait. Enjoy your last minutes. Barnes held the phone between him and Hussein. Focus. Listen to me, both of you. Many more will die unless we find a way out of this. Let me try one more thing. There is a room full of Kenyans. Can we not agree to get them out? Ganjuri paused on the line. How many? Hussein shrugged, feigning disinterest. Barnes speculated. 30 at least. Just give me a few minutes, General, for your people. Hussein took the phone back and ended the call. You surprise me, High Commissioner. He was now using the title like an insult. I thought you would only care about the whites, the Mzungus. Okay, I'm curious. What will you give me for the Kenyans? I've told you I don't plan to leave this mall alive, so it has to be bigger than what we're doing here. Barnes chewed a knuckle. His eyes kept being drawn back to the corpse on the floor. Can you let me call President Obocha? Hussein looked impressed briefly. He was intrigued at least. Why not? He handed the phone back to Barnes, who dialed the number 10 switchboard. Switch. Ed Barnes again. I need the Kenyan president, please. It's urgent. He could hear the anxiety amid the professionalism in their response. They would have seen the footage of him entering the mall, watched the reactions outside to the shooting. Hi, Commissioner. I'll put you through. The line went silent as the call was connected. This time, Obocha came on swiftly. He was watching too. What the hell are you doing, High Commissioner? My men would have finished this by now if you hadn't got in our way. You are putting more lives in danger, including your own. The fact that you're in the mall is the only reason we haven't gone in. Every death from here on is on you. Barnes felt Hussein's gaze as he tried to focus on the cards they each held. I'm trying to do the opposite, Mr. President. We don't have time. These are Somalilanders rather than Somalis. Obocha sniffed. Same difference. And they're all terrorists and pirates? Hussein sniffed in derision. Barnes held a hand up to silence him. Mr. President, they have just killed a roomful of Asian hostages. The Kenyans will be next, and that will start as soon as the first soldier comes in that front door. We have to get as many civilians out as possible. I can't negotiate with terrorists, but you can. He bit his lip. One last try. He held Hussein's eye. I need something from you, sir. To offer to host talks between the Somali government and Somaliland's leaders over devolution of more power. Obocha was angrier now. You don't understand how power works in Africa, Barnes. We don't do devolution. We don't do concessions. If you have power, keep it. No one gives power away. I'm learning, believe me. But can you do this for 30 lives? Barnes looked at Hussein as they waited. He was listening intently, his head tilted to one side. This was clearly more than he had anticipated. But they didn't have long. Barnes looked back at the phone as he spoke, making a deliberate effort to slow down and give Obocha time. Sooner or later, every leader had to imagine their place in history, make themselves bigger than their country. Mr. President, you can be the peacemaker. You'll save lives here and impress the West. You can help to mediate. There could be a Nobel Prize. Think of what that means for Kenya's reputation, your reputation. Obocha continued to hesitate. And how can you be sure they will make the release? Barnes raised an eyebrow at Hussein, who shrugged in response. But he was still listening carefully. That much-quoted line, a diplomat is sent to lie abroad for his country. I'm very confident, Mr. President. A deep breath. These are not crazed terrorists. I understand that now. They have thought this through. It is just that they see no other way to secure their freedom. Barnes felt time slow. He wrestled his mind away from Stephanie. How close was she? Had she seen him arrive? Would she be grateful or furious that he had come? Obocha paused. Tell them that we are coming in unless those Kenyans are released immediately, and tell them that I will offer the mediation. I don't know what you think you can pull off here, Barnes, and I suspect London will agree." The line went dead. Barnes turned to Hussein and handed back the phone. The man was looking at him quizzically. Barnes pressed the brief advantage. "Take the win, Hussein. You can show that you've got something, and it buys us, you, time with the Kenyans. We'll hold him to it, get the UN behind it. You have my word." Hussein leant back, stretching his arms and narrowing his eyes in thought. Barnes could see that he was enjoying the power. He called over the armed man who was standing by the door, a small shrug. "Let some Kenyans out." Barnes exhaled slowly. Hussein left the room, leaving him alone with a single gunman. Barnes wondered what it would take to overpower the guard, take the weapon, and search for Stephanie. But he dismissed the thought. He had to use the skills he had, stay rational, however desperate he felt at the thought of Stephanie. He had much more chance of success, his way. He waited, watching the clock on the wall. There was noise again in the next room. He could hear the fear of those being moved as the gunmen shouted at them to stand, confusion and terror. Barnes processed his options. Many of the Kenyans would soon be with their families, but there was still a roomful of expats. His job was to get them to safety. Stephanie was somewhere in the building, and Raoul. The Kenyan military might now feel there was less risk in piling in. Hussein strode back into the room. There was a jaunty cockiness to him again. "Want to go with the Kenyans, High Commissioner? Claim the credit? Hold up Watcher to his promise? You're now more useful to us alive than dying with us in here. And we found more civilians in the shops upstairs." Barnes stared back at Hussein, trying to show no emotion. His stomach felt hollow and his feet unsteady. Every instinct said that they had her. "I'm staying here until we finish." "Good, that makes two of us. And as long as you're here, it will ensure that the Americans and Brits aren't part of the assault. Thanks for that." Barnes resisted the temptation to share the story of having been under a targeted American attack in Copenhagen. Hussein was more energized now. "So, now you know I'm such a reasonable man, who are you going to call next? How about that statement from your PM? Perhaps he'll think the stakes are higher for the roomful of Europeans and Americans than for the roomful of Africans? Surely not, eh?" Barnes ignored the jibe. "Shouldn't we now be working on getting you all out without a bloodbath? What about all these boys you have holding the guns? Don't they deserve better than to die in a shootout in a Kenyan mall?" Hussein sneered. "They're all well beyond caring too. Like me, few remember their parents, or any life but this. We are already dead men walking. The only question is how many of you we bring with us. Why not call your Prime Minister next?" Barnes knew he didn't have much more to offer. He might already have done enough to lose his job and any remaining credibility in London. He imagined Angus having to defend the decision to send him back into action. "I can't get straight through, Hussein. It doesn't work like that." Hussein called to the man by the door. "Kill one more." Barnes winced as he heard the shot and the screams from the room. "I'll call the PM's Chief of Staff. Give me the phone." Hussein half smiled. "Give it your best shot, High Commissioner. I'm enjoying watching how diplomacy really works. You must be missing the champagne receptions and the glad-handing." "Not so much." Barnes held out his hand. "The phone." He punched in the switchboard number. "Ed Barnes again. Hermione Buckingham, please. Urgent." This time he got straight through. "Ed, what the hell is happening? We're watching the footage. Saw you go in a few hours ago. The Kenyan hostages coming out. We're getting better intel and our guys are close by now. Can you talk?" "Sort of. I have company." Hermione took the hint. Her voice changed register, conscious that she had an audience, designed to influence as well as inform. "The PM is watching it all closely. We don't talk to terrorists, but he wants a negotiated outcome, and he's ready to send the Kenyans more military support if and when they choose to go in." Barnes recognized the tradecraft, but felt crestfallen. What had he got left in the locker? "It will be too late, Hermione." "So what next?" She sounded slightly breathless. Barnes exhaled slowly, eyes on Hussein. "Hermione, I'm with Mr. Hussein. He's in charge here. He is a reasonable man. He wants democracy for his people, as we all do, of course. I'm not negotiating with him, naturally. But I think it would be a good time for the PM to issue a statement on his support for democracy in Africa. Not enough! Hussein stood angrily as he spat out the words. Hermione was guarded, picking her response carefully for his benefit. Was the PM with her in the room right now? Hermione continued, Ed, I got your message on the meeting with the governor. Our friends suggest that he and your current host are closer than it appears. Does that help? Maybe. Barnes glanced at Hussein, whose eyes had narrowed. Hermione, how about this statement? The UK welcomes the commitment by the President of Kenya to mediate between Somalia and Somaliland. We hope that the process will lead to a democratic and just outcome that respects the rights and freedoms of the peoples of the region. A pause. It was open enough for her, but interesting enough for Hussein. Let me try, Ed. I'm not saying no, but this would be a big move, and the PM can't be seen to offer it under pressure. If he agrees, will your host accept the commitment to say it at a later point in return for your release? Barnes was holding Hussein's eye as he spoke. I'm not leaving, Hermione. Her exasperation was clearer now, even knowing Hussein was listening. Ed, you've got to get out of there. That's an instruction, not a request. You know what happens next. You're making it harder for us to act. You have responsibilities. Responsibilities? I still have a roomful of hostages next door, Hermione, one fewer than 2 minutes ago. I leave after they do. Please say again, for my host's benefit, what the PM will say in the coming days. Hermione sighed. Why couldn't Ed fucking Barnes be ignored like the other ambassadors? She'd always found him hard to dismiss. I have confidence that he will say at the right moment that the UK supports the Kenyan mediation and hopes for a peaceful democratic outcome. And I'm even more confident that if you come out in one piece, he will have some serious questions on your decisions today. And then her voice softened. Good luck, Ed. Barnes cut the line and turned back to Hussein. Enough? Hussein had raised his eyebrows. Not bad at all, High Commissioner. I read all about you going rogue from Paris, the undiplomatic diplomat. We've made more progress in 15 minutes than in the last 15 years, and you Brits really say you don't negotiate with terrorists? Barnes ignored it. And so? Hussein looked up at a noise at the door, a different gunman this time. He was impatient. What is it? Hussein barked at him. The man spoke in Swahili. Barnes could follow it. They had found another woman. A European. No passport. He steadied himself, knowing before he saw her who it would be. He had to show no recognition. Most importantly, neither could Stephanie. Time slowed again. He turned slowly to the door. Stephanie was now standing there alongside the man. She looked defiant, unhurt. She stared back at her father impassively, not betraying any shock at seeing him there. Perhaps she had watched him come in. Barnes felt nauseous. He had to summon all his strength to stand still as the room reeled around him. It was too much now. Hussein sighed. This was a distraction. Put her with the rest. Maybe one of yours, High Commissioner? Barnes nodded, trying hard to stop the room from spinning and his world from breaking apart. His voice was quiet and caught slightly. Yes. He cleared his throat. One of ours. 22. Endgame. Barnes worked hard to hold himself steady. Focus. The only way to save Stephanie and the other hostages was to focus on Hussein. They were approaching the endgame of the negotiation. Both knew the limits of what the other had to offer and what they could not concede. Barnes tore his mind from Stephanie. Beneath the outward defiance, she had seemed cowed, lacking her usual spark. It's the best deal I can get you, Hussein, you know that. And this way you also show that Somaliland can be a reliable partner, part of a serious process. That helps the governor. This can be the start of something. Hussein sniffed. A glance at the door. He knew that the bullets would soon be flying. I told you, he's part of the problem. So why don't we ask him what he thinks you should do? Barnes gestured again to the phone, but Hussein shook his head impatiently and spat on the floor. He would ask for more too. A UN Security Council statement backing our independence. That would give our people courage, hope, maybe an official invitation to your climate summit in Jordan. It would show that we were being taken seriously. Barnes struggled to suppress his exasperation. You know I can't promise a UN statement. The Americans will try to block it. He composed himself. Look, I can get the UK mission to propose a statement backing the mediation talks, and I can promise that we'll do all we can to bring the Americans on board. Surely that's enough. But one thing is beyond any doubt. They won't do that if there are any dead Americans in this mall. Hussein grinned malevolently. You seem anxious to save everyone but the Brits. Okay. 10 hostages. He held up his hands, miming counting on his fingers. And because I'm starting to like you, you can help me choose. Barnes followed him to the room where the white hostages were being held. They were now all lying face down on the floor, hands crossed behind their backs. 20 or so. The room, a toy shop, smelt of urine and sweat. Several twisted their necks to glance up at him as he entered, and then swiftly looked back at the floor. He saw bruises on the faces, one with blood caked around his nose. They were all men, except for Stephanie, who sat in the corner on a chair, staring straight ahead. She looked away as Barnes entered, a scowl fixed on her face. Raoul was off to one side, a bruise on his cheek, a streak of blood from one ear. He, too, avoided Barnes's eyes. 10 go, the rest stay, barked Hussein. The Somalis shepherded the group into rows of 5 at one end of the shop, kneeling to face them. The dolls and toys gave the scene a more macabre feel. You really don't want the Brits first, Barnes? I'm beginning to wonder if they'll ever let you back into the embassy. Barnes ignored him and stepped forward. How many of those in the room would make it out? He needed them to trust him. I'm the British High Commissioner. I know that you have all been through a tough experience. We are trying to ensure that you all leave here safely. But it takes time, and I need you to help us. We are building dialogue and respect with these men, who also have families to go home for. Some of us can start to leave. He surveyed the group. Some held his eye. Most were looking down. Do any of you have young children? Please, sit up. A gunman objected, but Hussein gestured him to stay silent. He was enjoying the spectacle. He picked a ball from the shelf and started to bounce it. 8 men sat up, hesitantly. They were mainly in their 30s and 40s. Fathers. Barnes nodded at Hussein, who waved a dismissive hand to indicate that they could be taken out, continuing to bounce the ball in his other hand. He made a show of counting theatrically on his fingers as they left the room. Barnes was also counting those left. 11, plus Stephanie and Raoul. He knew Raoul's kids, but knew there was no way he would leave. Hussein threw the ball into a corner. 2 more then, High Commissioner, and that's it. Barnes forced himself not to look at Stephanie. His mind was racing. He had to show no preference for her. And yet would it not be normal for any mediator to ask to free the woman before the men? Would he already have provoked suspicion by not doing so? Barnes looked round the group. Anyone need urgent medical attention? A man raised his hand, gesturing to a wound in his side. His shirt was caked in blood and he was shivering with cold. Probably at least 1 gunshot wound. Barnes nodded to Hussein, who in turn nodded at his men to release him. 10 men left, plus Raoul. Barnes looked at Stephanie. He kept his voice calm. Madam, do you need medical attention? Just say yes. Make this easy. Don't be stubborn. For once in your life, don't be stubborn. She looked back at him defiantly and slowly shook her head. Hussein was impatient. Last one, then. Barnes stared hard at Stephanie. The woman. She would have been released with the others if you had found her earlier. I know everyone remaining would support that. Let her go. Hussein gestured to the men. But Stephanie was adamant. I'm not going anywhere. Pick someone else. Barnes stared at her, proud, exasperated. Just go, please. We are fine here. I am fine, Steph. Please, please, please go. But she would not move. Their eyes were locked together. She glanced away as she spoke. I'm staying until you are all out. I'm not going anywhere until you're out, Pops. Hussein shrugged impatiently. We don't have time. Enough. She stays, then. Barnes shook his head with anger, furious at her stubbornness, but he forced himself to stay calm. 10 men were walking out. He gestured at an elderly hostage to leave. No more bodies. That surely bought him more time with the Kenyans. Hussein did not seem like a man with much willingness to use that time. "Okay, High Commissioner, last round." Barnes forced his mind back to the negotiation. "Look around. Take the win, Hussein. The Kenyans will surely be here soon. The statements, the mediation, a UN process. This is major progress for your people, the start of something significant, much more than you and the governor could have expected. And you get to walk out." Hussein had now picked up a model car and was wheeling it back and forth on the shelf. "I never had a toy car. Statements and communiques, they matter so much in your world of maps and chaps. But it's all words and empty platitudes, High Commissioner. You and I both know that. No, we'll still need the drama, too. The governor can bank the words, do his thing with them, and we," he gestured to the two sullen gunmen in the room, "we'll keep killing until you really take us seriously. How many did it take to secure American independence, or the French Revolution? We're done here. You personally can leave, and we will hold you to your pledges once you're out there. Why don't you get to walk out?" One of the hostages tried to stand. Promises of money. He was clubbed with a rifle butt and fell back to the ground, blood oozing down one cheek. Barnes could hear helicopters. The Americans? More Kenyans? They had no more time. Barnes took a step towards Hussein. "I told you I'm not leaving without the other hostages." Hussein stared back at him. "I need you alive, Excellency, out there, holding your people and the Kenyans to what they have said they will do." Barnes shook off the grip of a gunman who had stepped between them. "Then let them all go too. Secure some goodwill. This can be the start." They stared at each other for a few moments. Hussein was quieter now, steely, almost sad. "I can't do that. Democracy advances through violence. We cannot conclude this looking weak. It has to be this way. You can choose to watch or go." Hussein gestured to one of the men to give him a weapon and approached Raoul. The bodyguard was trembling now, his head turned slightly to look at Barnes, imploring him not to intervene, not to risk his life. But his eyes were filled with terror. Hussein pointed the gun at his temple, and he too looked back at Barnes. Barnes remembered watching him play with his boys in the residence garden, a sidearm in the leather holster at his side. Confident, muscular, but with an uncharacteristic tenderness. He forced himself to hold Raoul's eyes as Hussein pulled the trigger. A single shot echoed around the room. A hostage whimpered. The bodyguard slumped. Barnes heard himself cry out. Hussein lowered his arm and crossed the room to where Stephanie was crouched. He slowly lifted the gun to hold it at her head. Stephanie held Barnes's eye, imploring him not to move, but Barnes heard himself scream out again as he ran across the room. Two men moved in front of Hussein and held him, arms gripped behind his back. Hussein chuckled and lowered the weapon. He turned back to face Barnes and then moved to where he could see both Stephanie and Barnes. This time he aimed the weapon towards Barnes while training his eyes on Stephanie, his head half cocked. His eyes were red with adrenaline, and this time it was Barnes who held her gaze, imploring her to show more resolve than he had. Her lip trembled. Hussein looked from one to the other, a smile playing on his lips. In that moment, Barnes thought of nothing beyond his daughter. In his head, they were playing together by the stream at the cottage in Wales, the water splashing over the top of their boots. Stephanie cackling with laughter. Could she sense his thoughts? "I will give this everything my cells and soul can offer, but if and maybe when that proves to be not enough, then know that for me this has been enough. And yes, I grieve to my core for what I won't get to see of you, glorious you. But it is enough for me to know that there is a part of me somewhere in your adventure." After what seemed like several minutes, but could only have been seconds, Hussein lowered the weapon. There was almost a leer on his face. "I think perhaps we have established some more leverage in this negotiation, and maybe we have lost some trust. But if this really is your daughter, the price just went through the roof. We can start with that invitation to the climate summit." Silence again, except for a deep groan. Barnes realized that it was coming from him. He wrenched his eyes from the corpse, and tried to keep them from Stephanie. What hope now for the remaining 9 men and her? He could not walk out without them, and while he was still inside, there was more chance that the Kenyans would have to come in cautiously rather than all guns blazing, or let the Brits or Americans do it. The time he had bought them meant that they would be on site by now. Buy more time. I can deliver the Jordan Summit invitation for your governor. It would need to be some sort of observer status. But why does he want it? You said yourself these conferences were pointless. Hussein was now standing over a second hostage who was whimpering. Hussein curled his lip. We'll take the invitation. It is legitimacy. Gives us status. Reminds people we are a country in waiting. Barnes nodded. Okay. Give me time. But let's stop all this now. He had no idea of how he would deliver it. He had nothing left to offer. If he died, would it be Jim or Dave who would make the call? His call? To Raoul's widow? What would they say about his life? About this failure? Would Emma ever forgive him for bringing Stephanie into this horror? Would she bury them both? He felt the adrenaline recede and an overwhelming sense of despair and exhaustion. Suddenly, the room went black. Screams from the hostages. Barnes hit the floor hard. 4 quick shots, evenly spaced. He stayed down, waiting for death, inhaling the smell of the shop floor. He heard himself murmuring Stephanie's name, and then more shots in the main hallway, moving away from them. 23. An old and very dangerous friend. Barnes waited several seconds. The room went quiet again. He wanted to call out Stephanie's name, but forced himself to resist. Is everyone okay? His voice was muffled, hoarse. Mainly silence. A few murmurs and, thank God, her voice. Quiet, frightened, but relieved to hear him speak. Alive. I'm here. Barnes blinked as his eyes adjusted to the dark. What just happened? Hussein? No reply. Barnes rose slowly to his feet, moved to the door, and switched the light back on. The 4 terrorists were shot, including Hussein, a bullet wound in the centre of his forehead. He had fallen back against a shelf of toys and was lying on the floor with one leg twisted under him. Even in death he seemed to sneer as the blood spread around him. Barnes tore his eyes away and looked around the rest of the room. He counted the 8 remaining men on the floor, unhurt. Beside them, Raoul's body, the face gone. Some of the men were sitting up, looking dazed. Stephanie was in one corner, curled into a ball, her eyes on Barnes, fearful, yet defiant. He gestured at them all to stay still and walked out into the corridor. The shots seemed to have stopped. The building was silent again. A single soldier in black combat kit and balaclava had his back to him, standing over another of the terrorists, checking his pulse. He was bleeding from one arm. Stocky, strong shoulders. U.S. Special Forces? He turned slowly towards Barnes and removed his balaclava. I thought you might need a hand, Ambassador. Barnes wiped the dust from his face and blinked, his eyes adjusting faster than his brain. It surely could not be him. Max Crawford grinned back at him. I was going to wait to be asked, but to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. He moved towards Barnes, pausing to turn the corpse of a terrorist over with his boot. Or as an old and very dangerous friend of mine once put it, sometimes in a negotiation you just have to kill the guy. Barnes shook his head. Crawford? Max? But you're... The grin again. Dead? It didn't suit me. The room now stank of blood and excrement. The hostages on the floor were pushing themselves off the ground, their eyes moving from the bodies of those who had held them to the wiry man who seemed to have saved them. Barnes swayed slightly as he tried to find his balance. But, Max, Copenhagen, the U.S. attack, your funeral. Crawford was back in efficient mode, moving through the room, checking the bodies of those he had killed, looking for signs of life in the hostages who had not yet staggered to their feet. Pretty close, yes. Barnes was staring at him, unbelieving. A few more lines, but the eyes as sharp as ever, and still the mischievous glint. He was not sure whether to laugh or cry. Thank you for coming for us. And thank you for getting me out of Copenhagen in time. And I'm sorry if I stopped believing in you in Paris, doubted your loyalty. Crawford looked awkward and then gestured at the room of hostages. He raised an eyebrow. Not much time for a catch-up. Can the nostalgia wait, Ambassador? Barnes smiled. Of course. He looked around to check the condition of the captives. All okay? They nodded grimly. Steph? He looked around for her. He saw the flicker of alarm in Crawford's eyes. Barnes was suddenly disorientated. Where is she, Max? Crawford was by the door, scanning the corridor. The threat is neutralized. We need to get everyone out. He gestured at the first hostages who started to file out. You too, Ambassador, no more risks today. Barnes shook his head. Not without Stephanie. She was just here. We need to find her. Leave that to me. She can't be too far. You need to lead them out. Now. I'll cover the back in case any of these guys start to come round. It was an order, not a piece of advice. Barnes narrowed his eyes. What will you do with the bodies? Crawford shrugged. I've got some Kenyan friends outside. We did some time together on the Somali border. That's how I heard about the siege and you coming into the middle of it. They'll take them in and claim the credit for ending it. So can you. Your negotiations bought us the time for me to get here. Barnes blinked. And you? I thought you were dead. I went to your funeral. We need to talk. I want to know what's going on, where you've been. Keep the gin decent and the tonic ice cold, Ambassador. I'll find you, once I found your daughter. Barnes left the room and moved to the front of the group, checking them as he passed for injuries or signs of trauma. Their shoulders sagged and there were signs of exhaustion, but the relief was clear. He gestured at them to follow him and breathed deeply as they approached the exit. He could see the outline of the Kenyan soldiers outside. He paused for a moment before opening the doors, especially at this moment, the theatre of diplomacy. Wherever Stephanie was, he had to keep the focus on the release. And then they were out, among the cameras and the soldiers and the noise. Kianjuri strode forward, beaming, and shook his hand. It was a good sign. Everyone now wanted this to be seen as a success, and to share in that. Barnes ushered the hostages towards the medical tent. He clocked members of his consular team, ready to help, the big flag in place. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling another wave of exhaustion, and walked slowly towards the cameras, pausing for a moment before he spoke. They would be watching in Downing Street, and in the governor's office in Somaliland, a scrum of cameras and journalists. My thoughts are with the families and friends of those who died today. Barnes had always loathed the phrase, loved ones. He tried not to think of Steph, but he almost choked at the last image of Raoul, choosing to stay at his post. He cleared the dust from his throat. This wasn't over. I am grateful to President Obwacha and the Kenyan authorities for their wisdom, patience and professionalism, and they have our full support as they continue to respond. The High Commission has set up reception points here, at key hotels and the airport, for Brits seeking information on their loved ones. Please, bear with us. Only Stephanie would have noticed the way that his voice faltered slightly. If Emma was watching, perhaps she would too. As we work to locate everyone. The journalists started to shout questions. But what really happened in there? Who are the terrorists? What did you offer them? How many dead? Barnes shook his head and held his hands in front of him to indicate that the interview was over. But he hesitated for a moment. Bloody Max Crawford. Back. Alive. Saving his life again. Extraordinary. He thought of Hermione, watching in number 10. He would need her on side too. He cleared his throat once more, and the journalists went quiet. Someone once told me that in every situation, however grim, there are always good people trying to make it better. Often quietly, often anonymously, willing to take the risks to help. However terrible a situation, look for the helpers. He walked away from the cameras. His feet felt unsteady. A bodyguard emerged to grip his arm and lead him towards the convoy. Barnes paused and held his eye. Raoul was gone. He could not find the words. The BG nodded and placed a hand on his back to push him closer to the vehicle. Barnes brushed him off. Wait. We need to find Stephanie. She's in there still. The BG shook his head. An order, not a piece of advice. No, boss, that's it. Non-negotiable. We've got to get you out of here now. It'll be chaos here, and Barnes watched him steady himself, but the voice was quieter. We're already one man down. They opened the heavy armoured door for him, and Barnes sank into his seat. He felt the exhaustion course through him in waves. Raoul was dead, and Stephanie was still in danger. Everyone thought he had succeeded, but he had failed. 24. Paris. Orla had followed the coverage of the Mall siege from her favourite café in the Marais, Les Philosophes. Her phone battery was low as she constantly refreshed the news feeds. Normally, she relished every taste of the confit de canard and the garlic-drenched potatoes, but today her mind had been in Kenya. When Ed Barnes walked out of the shopping centre, he had seemed somehow disjointed to her. Of course, part of this would be the theatre of diplomacy, the drama of the moment, the relief. But there was more. He seemed half of himself, lacking something. It had to be connected to Stephanie. She would go to them, tap up Ed for more on the dead hunter, try to get some clues on the assassin. But for now she was torn between the story and Kenya. She needed to get into the killer's mind, find a way to disrupt him enough to get his attention. It was a hunch, but all she had to go on. A gathering of Europe's far-right leaders. The ironies seemed to be lost on them. A global campaign against globalization, an international alliance of nationalists, a private high-level gathering of the populists who were taking on the faceless global elite. At the heart of their shared project, climate. How dare the centrist parties impose green taxes on hard-working families? Who were the metropolitan elites to tell people where and when they could drive their cars? Why were hard-working families in the West expected to make the sacrifices? We can give you back your dignity, make you great again. Elizabeth Hoon wasn't there in person, but her voice and her inspiration were everywhere. As was Moscow's money. Not openly, of course, that would be an irony too far even for this lot. But in the speaking gigs the leaders got, the consultancies for their family members, the board seats in safe but not demanding companies, the quiet but relentless amplification of their social media presence. What was so wrong, they muttered in the corridors, with the way the Russian president led his country? They purred at his strategic vision, his ability to surprise the West while their own leaders tied themselves up in red tape and worrying about rainbow flags. Didn't Europe's feeble autocracies need a bit of strong leadership too? Orla had managed to secure access to the venue as part of the media delegation with the French far-right leader Manuela Guiton. She had followed her on a trip to the northeast and promised to write a glowing piece on the way that she connected with the real France. But being here was also a chance to get to Sebastian Keyes, the UK's latest far-right pin-up. Keyes seemed to be cutting through. He had acquired the American hair, teeth, and fundraising skills, but he had held on to a cheeky, chappy Englishness, an ability to say the things that others could not. Good on TV and on the stump. He called it authentic, but to Orla it was as synthetic as the controlled soundbites and risk-averse policies of those that he was attacking. And the drive-by attacks were working. He seemed to move faster than the PM, making his opponent look weak and lumbering. Governing required compromise, but campaigning could be about arguments and points of difference, and he had worked out that the biggest wedge, the most effective differentiation, was climate. Orla waited in a media queue at the venue, an upmarket hotel on the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honoré, not far from where Ed Barnes had lived in the UK's Paris embassy. She had watched him work these rooms as the ambassador, always pretending that he hated it. She had watched him throw all that away to pursue the truth about the murder in his residence, and she had seen him try and fail to come to terms with the fact that Stephanie had been responsible. It seemed years and miles away, and yet so close. Getting under the skin of these people intrigued Orla, but it was not enough. She scanned the faces around her, looking for the assassin. She wasn't sure what exactly to expect. Someone ex-military, tough, low profile, but professional. It took effort to make it look so effortless. If the target was one of these leaders, he would surely put in the work to make it smooth. Orla had made progress in analysing his approach. The assassin killed sparingly. If he was taking out a far-right leader, he would select the one that would resonate most widely. He wanted to discourage others from emerging to fill the vacuum. Guiton was the obvious choice then. The most effective, the one who had been most outspoken on climate, But if Orla was right, the other targets had all been men. Her hunch was that he, and she was certain it was a he, would not kill a woman. That surely left Keyes as the next choice. But another Brit? People were joining the dots, and the police would surely be ahead of Orla. Other journalists might start making the connections between the killings, but wasn't that what the assassin wanted? Orla entered the room for the reception. Europe's strong men and strong women mingled among the donors, media barons, investors. She picked up a glass of champagne from the tray. There was a hum of ambition and hunger to the room. As she circulated, watching and listening, she wondered why the assassin didn't take the whole place out. But it wouldn't be here. He preferred the silence of the hotel room. No collateral damage. He got to them alone. Keyes had an entourage, 2 young female staffers, tight blouses, short skirts. They were channeling the mixture of fans and funders to him and moving them swiftly on. There was method to the madness. It was going to be hard to get to him. Orla circled the room again. Guiton was holding court in one corner. Orla got into her eyeline and waved. Guiton beckoned her over. Orla hovered on the outskirts of the conversation with an Austrian industrialist who was angry about pronouns. Guiton was listening sympathetically, nodding along. The man was ushered away. Guiton was tall. The heels were prodigious. She addressed Orla in French with a mix of condescension and complicity. "How's the writing, Orla?" She struggled with the pronunciation of the name. "Superb, you like it. Busy night. Every conversation starts with them saying, 'I'm probably not allowed to say this, but—' And yet they say it. Indeed we do." Orla needed to tap into the sense of camaraderie. "And who do you rate here?" Guiton scanned the room, her antennae crackling. "There's a young Finn. She's smart, sellable. Still a few too many red faces. What do you call them in English? Jamon?" Orla smiled despite herself. "Gammon. Yes, not much diversity in the room. I guess that doesn't bother you." Guiton looked genuinely surprised. "But it does. We win when we get the second-generation immigrants. We need their money, their networks, their energy. And the desire to pull up the drawbridge?" Guiton looked confused. Pont-Levis didn't work as well in French. Orla changed tack. She didn't have long. "And Sebastian Keyes?" Guiton snorted. "He won't last. Narcissist. A chaser of skirts. Can't stick at anything. I give him a few months." Orla raised an eyebrow. "Should I get him to say something for the piece on you?" Guiton shrugged disinterestedly. She gestured at Keyes across the room. He bounded across. "Manuela, la belle!" An extravagant kiss to the hand. "And your gorgeous friend." Guiton clearly didn't want to try to pronounce Orla's name again, and simply wafted a hand in her direction. Orla stepped in. "Orla, I'm writing a piece on Manuela. She's a big fan of yours. I wondered if we could speak." Sebastian Keyes visibly puffed up. "Well, yes, and I'm her biggest fan. Of course. I see her on a future French stamp. One breast exposed, our brave Marianne trampling the liberals beneath her heels." Manuela placed a hand on his arm, beaming. "Sebastien, you are too generous. We are all marching behind you. England's future." Orla clocked them both, looking over her shoulder for more interesting targets. She held Keyes's eye, gave a slight wink. "So I can come and see you, Mr. Keyes, privately?" Keyes smirked. "Oh, yes, by all means. Any friend of our beacon of liberty is a friend of mine, just as long as we don't have to do the equality and fraternity bits. And hopefully we still get some exposed flesh." Orla recoiled slightly, but held his gaze. He was swept away by his minders, and Guiton plunged back into the throng. Orla looked around the room. There were plenty of military types, but none of them who looked like they did more than bore at bars with exaggerated stories of their escapades. He wasn't here. If he was coming for a politician, it was Keyes. She would make sure she was there first. 25. Ice-cold tonic. Ed Barnes sat on the terrace of the residence, a large gin in hand. It was going down fast. The wash-up at the embassy had concluded. Dave and his team had managed to account for all the Brits whose families had so far been in touch. Some were receiving medical help, but nothing too serious. The call to Ra's widow had been the toughest of his life. He could hear the kids in the background. Barnes hated platitudes, and yet in death everything seemed like a platitude, an attempt to soften something that could not be softened. He had then called President Obocha to offer condolences for those who had been killed. The president had sounded untroubled. Now he could focus on finding Stephanie. He placed his head in his hands. Her voice had been clear and distinct after the shooting. Had she staggered out of the room in shock, or who had taken her? Had Max noticed her go? He heard a man clearing his throat. He had been lost in thought and looked up. Max Crawford was stood at the end of the table, a light safari jacket, blue shirt, desert boots, fresh scar on one cheek, cleaned up, but one of those jawlines that never really looked clean. "Max, how the hell did you get in?" "I've never been that impressed by your resident security, Ambassador. Hope the gin is better." Barnes poured the drink, noticing the slight tremble in his hand, and handed it to Crawford, who was pretending not to have noticed, too. Crawford took a long sip and cocked his head, a slight nod of appreciation. "Yes, better than your security." Crawford saw the wince. "I'm sorry, Ambassador. I know you lost a good man. It never gets easier." They sat in silence for a few moments, looking out into the Kenyan dusk. The crickets had started, and the temperature was dropping. "You didn't find her, then, Max?" A defiant stare. "I will." "You're meant to be dead." Another sip. "Not for the first time." Barnes shivered slightly. "I know, but seriously, Max, we buried you. Your family buried you. What's going on?" "Death turns out to be the best cover yet." Crawford chewed his lip. He could see that Barnes wasn't in the mood for more evasion. "Long story. But do they know you're alive? Your boys? I heard their eulogies for you." Barnes felt his anger rise. Had they been duped too? What kind of monster puts their family through that? "Of course they know." Crawford's voice was quieter. He was trying to close it down. "And the regiment, too. I guess they know. Is this some kind of warped idea of theirs to get you back out there? Did they send you today?" "No, they don't know. No one else. Except the people I'm working with, a close family, and now you. And that's already more than enough." They sat again in silence. Barnes composed himself. He would get the answers he needed eventually. "I'm genuinely grateful you came. Again. Thank you." He cleared the emotion from his throat. "And I'm sorry that I didn't stand by you before, after Paris. It was all so out of control. Copenhagen. I lost my bearings. I didn't know who was really on my side. I didn't know who to trust." Crawford took another long sip. "You know now, Ambassador, and that's what matters." Barnes smiled. "Actually, it's High Commissioner now." Crawford nodded. "Whatever you're calling yourself, Ambassador, it's good to see you too." Barnes leant forward, jaw clenched. "But we need to find her. Were there other Somalis? Could she have been disorientated, tried to escape? I'm worried I failed her again." "You always have been, and she normally gives you plenty of reasons to worry, more so now than ever. But she'll be okay. I think she worries about you more than you worry about her." This was more intimacy than they had ever done. But Barnes was shattered, and Max Crawford seemed different, more assured, reflective. "Can I keep her safe, Max?" No hesitation. "We can." Barnes breathed deeply before continuing, finding his centre, keeping himself calm. "And what are you doing now, when you're not saving my life or finding my daughter?" Crawford shrugged. "Same as I ever was, really. Killing bad guys." "Evidently. Somaliland terrorists." "Not usually. They're not really bad enough." "Then who is?" Crawford stared back at him. There was an intensity that Barnes had not seen before, almost zeal. "You told me once that the shits always win. But what if it didn't have to always be that way? Let's just say I found a new cause." "To die for?" Steelier now. "Not if I can help it. To kill for." Barnes cocked his head. "And what is it, if it's no longer just for country or family or friendship?" The phone on the table vibrated. It was the Somaliland governor. Barnes raised an eyebrow at Crawford to indicate he had to take it. "Mr. High Commissioner?" Barnes was back in diplomat mode, clipped, professional. "Thank you for your help today, Governor. The outcome could have been worse, much worse. I'm not convinced that you were as surprised by the attack as you seemed when we last spoke. The governor didn't miss a beat. "We are not always responsible for everything our families do." Barnes paused. "I've learnt that." Then back to substance. "What next, Governor? Hussein didn't need to die in there. He could have kept going. Couldn't you have intervened to tell him to make the deal? He lost today." "We don't have many cards, High Commissioner, and it's not about winning. It's about the ability to keep playing. If he'd been taken alive, the Kenyans would have locked him up forever, which would have been much worse for him. Believe me, we know those jails. But we keep playing. And you made him promises." Barnes paused. "I made him pledges. But he executed too many hostages and was ready to kill more. That changed everything. You know I can't let my government reward that." The governor sighed. "Like he told you, it was the only way to get your attention. And those were commitments you made. The talks, the statements, the invite to Jordan. We trusted you. But like your negotiation books say, trust and verify. If you are faltering, we will hold you to them." Crawford had leant forward as he listened, and his eyes now narrowed. Barnes kept his focus on the call. "It will take time, Governor. Any changes in our approach can't be seen as a response to the attack. We don't negotiate with terrorists. I will do my best." Crawford was chewing his lip. His face had darkened. Barnes took the cue. "But, Governor, is that a threat?" The line was quiet for a few moments. "I'm afraid it is. We now know more than Hussein did about leverage in a negotiation. We will look after her well." Barnes felt his anger rise again. Crawford gestured at him to stay calm. "Where is she? You are a decent man, and truth is the currency of diplomacy, so we do not believe you will fail to deliver." "Governor, Ali, no, she's nothing to do with this." His voice was quiet again. "She is now." 2 weeks. Barnes suppressed a retch. Crawford was alert. "But how do I know you have her, Governor?" "Because you trust me. Because she is unharmed. And because when I asked her what she wanted me to pass on to you, she said, 'Don't worry, Pops, I'm okay.' Is that enough evidence for you?" "Pops?" The line went dead. Barnes took a long sip of the drink. Always the extra shot of gin on the top, but now it tasted hard, metallic. He stared across the garden. It was already too cold. Crawford looked grim. 2 weeks. Barnes exhaled slowly. 2 weeks, he said. "And what did you promise them in there?" "Enough to make this hard to deliver. Kenyan-led mediation between the Somali government and the Somalilanders. I should be able to get a watcher to see through on that, plus a decent UK and UN reaction. Harder, as I'll have to square off number 10 and the Americans. An invite to the climate summit to give them some status and legitimacy. I'd need to do some hard yards in London. But maybe with all that I can get enough to get the Somalilanders to back off, and to leave Stephanie out of it." Crawford looked pensive. "Sounds like your neck of the woods, not mine. I rather like Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Burns, who once wrote as he headed towards Afghanistan, 'I must rely upon my language's charm and politeness, and not my sword.'" Crawford could see Barnes was not listening. "Sorry, how can I help?" Barnes needed more answers from Crawford, but he needed his support now. "I don't want the UK system knowing about Stephanie. They'll think I can't run the operation with that kind of distraction, that my judgment will be flawed. I can't have that again, or risk being taken off the job. Can you find her?" "Maybe that one is more my neck of the woods." Barnes exhaled slowly. "It's so good to see you again, Max. But whatever you're involved in out there, this mercenary-for-hire stuff, it must stop. Now. All I know is that my daughter is a hostage and I have a bodyguard to bury. And the shits do always win. That's the lesson of history." A slight shake of the head, and a shrug, as Crawford stood. "And maybe history is wrong." 26. L'Enfer. The Crawford family had lived for 3 generations in a small town outside Rochester in Kent. Max's grandfather had taught science in the local school. Max's father, Jack, had served for almost 30 years in the military, moving the family from the terraced house in which Jack had grown up to a semi-detached house on Watling Street with an orchard. Jack had loved sitting under the trees with his Daily Telegraph crossword. Max had gone to a string of boarding schools for the sons of officers, never really settling. Constant scrapes, running away, drama. One headmaster had said he had a great brain, but a terrible mind. Another had thrown him out for being disrespectful and obstinate. Max had written to a local company that the week of work experience with them had been more useful than his lessons. The head had told him not to send the letter, as it would damage the school's reputation. Max had refused. When Max had turned up at his parents' front door with another letter, this one informing them that they would have to find a new school, he had expected his father to be furious. But Jack Crawford had asked him to describe the circumstances carefully, not to leave anything out. Max had done so, his voice monotonous at first, dreading the reaction, but as he watched his father's reactions, he became more animated, more descriptive. At the end of his story, he had paused to await the verdict. He feared sorrow more than anger, but his father smiled, hugged him, and simply said, "I'll talk to your mother. We never liked that head. We'll just have to start again." This had been part of what held them together as a family. Jack was away for long periods. Max was a rebellious and unpredictable teenager. Perhaps the only predictable thing was that he would follow his father into the military, though the more conventional regiments had quickly passed him over and moved him on, until he found the regiment. Meanwhile, the other thing, the thing that really held the family together, was his mother, Lily. Jack adored her in a quiet, undemonstrative way. Max would catch him just watching her as she moved about the house. She loved France, having been there once on a school trip. She could be stern with Max, and had plenty of reason to be, but she showed her love for him through food, especially puddings. Custard seemed to solve most family rows. His parents didn't speak of the younger brother that he had all too briefly known. When Max had found his home in the regiment, earning his promotions, he and his father had bought a small place in France for Lily. Now in her early 60s, she had thrown herself into renovating the old barn and making it a home. Jack, initially less enthused, had found himself pulled along by the joy it brought to her and Max's cajoling. Max persuaded them to sell the place outside Rochester. He and his father spent a week planting cuttings from his beloved orchard in the new garden. He had never seen his parents so happy. Lily turned out to be a brilliant linguist and threw herself into village life. Jack had found an expat group in the market town where he could play bridge on Saturdays and talk about the cricket. They drank too often, but never too much. "We're here for a good time, not a long time," became one of Lily's mottos. Max had it turned into a poster for her on the kitchen wall. Max's boys loved to visit their grandparents there, with Max constantly surprised at the way they were able to open up an entirely different relationship to his parents compared to his own. The colours in the summer evenings were constantly changing, warm oranges and terracottas, sometimes preposterous purples and vivid reds. Jack liked to moan about working harder than at any point in his life. Lily threw herself into French films, art, literature, and they didn't notice, as Max quietly and contentedly observed, how quickly they slipped into calling it home. When Max somehow survived Copenhagen, he had warned his parents that the official verdict was that he had been killed in a training accident at Hereford. He had told them that this was for reasons he was not able to explain, but connected to the secrecy of his role. They had not questioned the instruction, but Jack had insisted that they could not travel to the funeral, play the part of grieving parents. "We've been to enough real funerals not to need a fictional one," Max had understood. They had an undemonstrative British faith. Max hoped they didn't believe in hell. How terrible to go through life believing in an eternity of punishment if you got it wrong. 2 months later, the fire had come. Jack had been in the town playing bridge and picking up some essentials. There had been a sense of unease, of fear. People had not lingered over the shopping, hurrying back to their cars. All the talk had been of the higher summer temperatures, but more worryingly, of the stronger winds. People had watched the news of forest fires devastating large parts of California, Spain, and Greece. The climate crisis was real, but distant. The local council had issued a ban on lighting fires and encouraged people to clear their land of dry wood. When Max called to check that they were prepared, Jack had been gently dismissive of the drama, of people's desire to live in a soap opera. He had read an article from an Oxford Don in the Telegraph explaining how the woke generation were getting carried away, and seen a television debate that made it all sound much more complicated than the irritating people who chained themselves to rails claimed. And anyway, this was southeast France, not the Sahara. They had smelt the smoke before they saw the fire. They'd been sitting on the terrace for a well-earned gin, having unpacked the groceries and put a joint of beef in the oven. They finished their drinks, and Jack wondered whether it was too early for a second. Perhaps someone had ignored the instruction from the mairie and was burning rubbish. No doubt the fire service would be on it. What were they called again? Pompiers. Lily reminded him with mischievous pride. She pottered inside to refill the glasses without asking if he wanted a refresh. Jack only felt the first pang of anxiety when he saw the helicopters overhead, buzzing low, carrying water. He muttered to Lily about European efficiency. He wondered if he should tell her that she had never looked more beautiful. Every wrinkle told a story. They had made them together. She held his eye for a moment, but as ever preempted the compliment, "Must get the potatoes on." 5 minutes later, they could feel the heat of the fire and see the blaze coming closer. The wind was fiercer. Jack suggested they move inside, avoid the clouds of smoke, focus on getting the lunch ready until the threat had passed. Lily had looked pensive as she chopped the carrots. Might as well keep busy, love. He had found an excuse to go back outside to check that everything was under control. Later, he wished he had just held her. When the first sparks landed on the terrace, he had extinguished them beneath the sole of his sandal. But then more had started to fall, fizzing in the air. He had a memory of being under fire in the Falklands. He felt suddenly hot. He moved from spark to spark, but felt them on his head, and smelt the foul odour of burning hair. She had always complimented his hair, still full. He had run inside to suggest they drive away until the danger was over. The helicopters, the firemen, would deal with it. She was already holding the car keys. But then the flames reached them. She was choking on the smoke, eyes filled with fear. Jack gripped Lily's hands, pulled her back out towards the terrace. She reached to grab a photo of Max from the piano. The beams above them were now creaking with the weight of the fire. He saw her glance towards the hobs, thinking even now of the potatoes. He dragged her more firmly now towards the door. Jack Crawford had no memory of what happened next. He would never be able to describe the blaze beyond saying how quickly it had taken them. He would never be able to describe finding Lily beneath a blackened roof beam in the foul, sodden mess of their destroyed home. Her glasses melted and dress in cinders, body charred, face almost unrecognisably burnt, a hand clutching the remnants of the photo. At the hospital, when he was finally able to speak, he had asked for a telephone. He had felt hesitant, his confidence drained away. His hair had gone, and his head throbbed with the searing pain of the burns. It had taken every remaining ounce of strength in him to make the call to his son. A nurse had dialed the number for him, as his arms and hands were heavily bandaged. Max Crawford never answered the phone to unrecognised numbers, but something made him do it this time. He would never be the same again. "Son, I'm sorry. I couldn't save her. The fire. Will you? Can you? We need to have a funeral. I can't. It's all gone. Over. Keep the boys safe." Max Crawford had seen too much death, spoken at too many funerals. But this grief was crushing. He found moments where practicality took over, quietly burying his mother, working under an assumed name to find his father a care home, clearing and selling the ruined property. At other times, in the dark, he wept through it, fought it, ran from it, screamed at it, eventually gave in to it, and then felt it forge within him a cold, unrelenting, violent fury, and a desire for revenge. 27. Shades of Grey. After an unsatisfactory breakfast at the Oxford and Cambridge Club, Ed Barnes checked out and turned right onto the Mall. It was a crisp autumn morning. He never stayed at the Travellers' Club, too many diplomats. He crossed St. James's Park and approached the back of Downing Street and the Foreign Office with the palace behind him. The air smelt of pine and bins. To get Stephanie back, he had to get the basics in place on the Somaliland commitments, but he was increasingly conscious that he was now part of something bigger, and he wasn't going to let that go. His trip to Eldoret and the lives devastated by climate-driven conflict. The conversations with Hussein about the retreat of democracy. Stephanie's persistent pressure for genuine action on the climate crisis rather than more diplomatic conferences. And now, Max Crawford pitching up. Orla was right. He needed to trust his instincts. And an increasingly strong instinct was that he needed to see Orla. Where was she now? After their adventures in Paris, she had once again disappeared. A prize for investigating the conspiracy had been collected on her behalf by a colleague. Stephanie always teased him that he pulled his stomach in when she was around. He'd messaged her on occasion to try to coax her to Kenya. The romantic in him had wanted someone to show those sunsets in the bush. Perhaps there was something there, but she hadn't sparked. Maybe a new man, maybe just the work. What was she doing now? He pulled out his phone and searched recent investigative journalism that had cut through. If she was writing, it would be anonymously. There was much less of it around now. Cuts to budgets, the pressure for the quick over the important, fears over security of journalists, lawsuits and trolling, citizens breaking their own stories. He scrolled through the main pieces, mostly political exposés, the usual mix of mistresses, corruption and conflicts of interest. He searched under stories written by an anonymous investigator. Nothing of significance, certainly nothing at Orla's level. Had she become a journalist without the investigation? Passing stories off under a byline? Keeping it simple? No, that wasn't Orla either. Much more likely, she was doing the investigation without the journalism. Working for organizations that needed her skills, but didn't need to publish the results. But that didn't track either. She wasn't motivated by money. He paused to message her. Stephanie needs you. And then deleted it. What did he really want from her? He climbed the steps by the statue of Robert Clive. He had walked past it so many times in his life, but only in recent years had he started to wonder whether it should still be there. Clive had been one of the imperialists who laid the foundations for the Raj. Like many of his generation, Barnes had studied a glowing version of his life at school, barely lingering on the Bengal famine between the dashing exploits and battles won. Great adventures and patriotism, yes, but for what cause, and to what ends? What was the message the statue sent to future recruits for the Foreign Office, and to the tourists who passed? He turned left at the end of King Charles Street, glancing right towards the refurbished facade of the Elizabeth Tower at Parliament. Already, Whitehall was full of morning bustle. Tourists, buses, civil servants hidden inside a parallel world by their phones and earbuds. Ministries on either side of the road, their architecture designed to keep the public safely away from their work. At the gates of Downing Street, a small group of tourists were clumped, waiting for something to happen. Maybe a car to pass, or, as was happening increasingly regularly, a Prime Minister to exit. Barnes nodded at the policeman on duty, who stood aside to let him pass through the security checks. As usual, he was travelling light, and then on to Downing Street itself. He had done it hundreds of times, but the sense of excitement of this proximity to power never wore off. The black door swung open, and he walked into the lobby with its checked floor, Churchill's chair, and quiet power. To the left, the corridor down towards number 11, and the press office, bustle and adrenaline. The worst-designed leader's office in any serious country, with its warren of corridors and dank, impractical rooms. Barnes took his place on the small sofa and waited. He had known Hermione Buckingham since they started together as fast streamers 30 years earlier. She had been at the posher end of their group, academic private school, but one that made you work at it. At Oxford, she already had the clothes, friends, and an accent that told you that she fitted in. People, especially men, wanted to please her. He had found her slightly intimidating in meetings, hungry and ambitious, but more perceptive and emotionally intelligent than many of the men who she quickly overtook in the hierarchy. Over time, she had grown into herself and found a different register. She had stopped pretending she wasn't clever. Ministers loved her. She gets shit done. But an unconventional streak, too. 4 studs in her left ear, and now here she was in the most powerful, unpopular and precarious civil service job, Chief of Staff to the PM. Barnes was pleased to see that she came to greet him herself. After the drama of Paris, he was never sure whether he was someone to be seen to know, but he also knew that many of his peers quietly admired him for having found some backbone. Hermione had stayed in touch throughout. Someone had told him it was one of her mantras, reach out when they're down. Hermione gave him a grin of solidarity as she approached. They stood awkwardly for a moment, unsure of whether to shake hands. It had been so long since that drunken night together in Balham, when they were unwrinkled and unscathed. She rolled her eyes and hugged him. "Oh, come on, Ed. We're not that decrepit yet." Ed noticed that she had an extra earring. She looked less burdened than most people in the role, but there was still the sense of urgency, influence, and raw energy that you carried in Downing Street. He followed her along the main corridor, up the stairs by the portraits of previous prime ministers, and into the yellow room. There was a tray of coffee laid out by the fire. Decent-looking coffee, Barnes noted with approval, not the usual tepid tap water in metal flasks. He nodded at it. "You're clearly making a mark, Hermione." She rolled her eyes. "Drinkable coffee, Ed. What a legacy for the first woman to be Chief of Staff. Maybe the tea next. Some decent cakes. Glad to have such an impact. You can pour, and I see you haven't settled for a quiet posting after all." He had wanted to resist that nagging urge to impress her. "I tried. Drama seems to follow me." Hermione chuckled. "You don't need to pretend to me that you don't love it. Everyone's very jealous. All the right people are moaning." They settled into the sofas, appraising each other. Hermione knew him well enough to notice the extra worry lines. Something more. She knew him well enough not to mention that, too. "You've got the glint back, Ed. I was worried that your adventures in Paris and the last Foreign Secretary, plus a bit of hostage drama, might have combined to knock that out of you." She was looking older, too, he thought. "You never lost yours. How's the PM?" "Eager, hopelessly idealistic, increasingly overwhelmed. Probably not long for this world. He's probably too decent a person to do this job. Too good at the analysis to actually make a clear judgment." Roland Campbell had been elected the previous year with a very narrow majority. Barnes liked him, clearly hard-working, effective communicator, genuine if intense, asked the right questions, bit of a hinterland, but he was seen in Whitehall as an inconsequential lightweight and in Westminster as dangerously naive. Barnes nodded sympathetically. "I guess he sees too many shades of grey in a world that wants it all to be black and white. He'd probably make a decent diplomat. Give him my solidarity. Tell him I still exist. And you? Relishing it all?" "It's bonkers, but I wouldn't swap it for being back running a ministry. The adrenaline counts for more as you get older. It's just changing so fast. I genuinely thought I was the one breaking glass ceilings. And Kenya?" He remembered how hard it was to pin her down before she deflected it back. "Likewise." "I'm sorry about your BG. That must be tough. I lost one in Basra. I've never really forgiven myself." They let it hang between them. Barnes felt suddenly unsure of his bearings, trying not to betray his fear. Straight to the point, or consolidate first? He watched her narrow her eyes as she observed him. Shoulders back. "You must be flat out. I don't want to take too much of your time." She didn't seem hurried. "You know how it is. The US and Russia are escalating again, and the Home Office are worried about a series of murders. An airline exec, talk show host, hedge funder. No obvious link beyond the fact that most are wealthy, many are party donors, and none are particularly pleasant. Most had some sort of security. All seem to have been killed pretty swiftly and efficiently. Nothing taken, no clear motive." "I've seen the media. You think they're linked somehow?" "No obvious evidence, and it's only just starting to get media attention. But that's what the Home Office and Thames House think might link them. No obvious evidence. No note, no claim, nothing ever stolen. And they've all been killed by professionals. We may have a highly trained serial killer with a taste for killing rich, influential men. That's what they like to accuse me of." Barnes held her eye. He'd seen some of the press coverage. "And these rich men, aren't they all in some way associated with climate change?" A slight sigh of exasperation. She hadn't asked him to play detective again. "I guess so. Some more tangentially than others." "So your vigilante has a cause, the skills, and if I'm right, no shortage of targets." Hermione Buckingham had known Barnes long enough to notice when he was holding something back. "Here we go again. You have a theory?" Barnes lied. "Not really, but I do think we are dangerously off track on climate." Hermione sighed. "Don't we all? The PM is determined to get some decent outcomes at the Jordan conference. He ran on climate, but he's getting trashed in the polls for inaction. We all know how much this summit matters. We always say it is the last chance, but this time all the analysis backs that up. The challenge is that it's politically harder to get enough done here. Our main rival on the right, Sebastian Keyes, is seeing to that. We're neutered at home, and so we lack the credibility to ask India, China and Brazil to do more. And the whole international system is overloaded. Can't function, let alone save the world. We're screwed unless we can change the script for Jordan. But we're all too distracted, too tactical. Hang on, don't put me off the scent. What's your theory on the murders? Barnes was trying to process his theory and was not ready to give it any oxygen. This is the problem. We're always drawn to the tactical, the immediate, but the Nairobi meetings are almost criminally negligent, and I'm meeting real people whose lives are being shattered as a result. Look at the areas getting hotter. Millions will be uprooted, divided, on the move. And they're coming your way. I was looking again at the statues around here that we should tear down, but our grandchildren will be ripping down our statues. He heard Stephanie's voice in his words and steadied himself. Channel, Stephanie. Don't become shrill. Hermione noticed him recalibrate. But you know our politics can't cope with another wave of migration. The far right will slaughter us. Sebastian Keyes is just waiting for his moment to get the debate back onto security.